When Xia Fei finally left his room, the sun was setting. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and headed to a pavilion in the courtyard. Ulan and Furball were both there. While Xia Fei had been getting in touch with everyone he could, Ulan had been making sure that no one was eavesdropping on him. Pouring Xia Fei a cup of tea, Ulan said, "If Fuchin were here, he wouldn't let you make such a crazy decision." Xia Fei blew out a smoke ring and chuckled. "This isn't just for Fuchin, but for ourselves. Do you think those senior brothers of yours will come?" "They will," Ulan sternly said. "Our plant lineage, if you count me, has 5 people in total, and we don't have that many commitments. Since we're going to go extinct if this keeps up anyway, we might as well put in all our effort to make our final stand. But I have to warn you, the plant lineage has always been extremely weak in combat power, so they might not be of much help." Xia Fei gave him an eerie smile and stared at Ulan's sleeve. "Who said that the plant lineage doesn't have combat power? I saw that bittervine sky entangler of yours with my own eyes. It was just as powerful as my peacock blue." Ulan quickly hid his sleeve. "You'd better not try and take it. This bittervine sky entangler is the ultimate treasure of our plant lineage. Moreover, your peacock blue and my bittervine sky entangler aren't even on the same level of existence. Peacock blue has intelligence and can attack on its own, while my bittervine sky entangler is a pure plant. Every time I use it, I exhaust myself half to death. Moreover, peacock blue hasn't reached its limit and can still improve, but the bittervine sky entangler has already reached its peak and has no hope of further improvement." Xia Fei chuckled and patted Ulan on the shoulder. "You're saying all this so that I don't have peacock blue devour your bittervine sky entangler, right? Don't worry, while peacock blue has the ability to absorb other plants, I still haven't found what the rules behind that are. Rather than defending against peacock blue, you should defend against Furball. That creature eats anything, and I've seen him drooling while looking at your sleeve quite a few times now." "Right. Then there's also little Goldie. He's got an appetite even worse than Furball's, and he's not a picky eater." Ulan's face went white. Xia Fei's Nirvana Fiend Blade was of the devouring type. Furball was of the energy devouring type. Peacock Blue was of the nature devouring type, and as for little Goldie, he was a freak who devoured everything. They were a pack of gluttons. Ulan was truly worried that his precious bittervine sky entangler might really be eaten up by these gluttons one day. As night fell, Xia Fei left without telling Ulan and went alone to the foot of Spirit Mountain. Opening his map, he compared it to the mountain before him. "What is that?" Radix asked curiously. "A map of Spirit Mountain. I got it from the unrestricted pavilion. With it, I can penetrate this massive soul formation," Xia Fei softly said. Spirit Mountain was itself a formation. Trying to break into it was certain death. By getting this map, Xia Fei had the means to enter and exit Spirit Mountain whenever he wanted. "You're going up the mountain again?" Radix asked, surprised. "I must. I need to get a grasp of every path in case I need to make an attack on this mountain. I don't want to put my own brothers in danger." Xia Fei replied. Radix didn't try to argue. Xia Fei would inevitably have to battle Fuchin's disciples and grand disciples. When that time came, the Skywing Wolves would be Xia Fei's trump card, and they would need to ascend Spirit Mountain. Thus, Xia Fei mapping out all the paths in advance would be highly beneficial. Whoosh! Xia Fei put away the map and disappeared silently into the mountain forest. Xia Fei's first attempt up the mountain took an entire hour. By following the map, he had a rather safe journey, but it wasn't fast enough, and Xia Fei wasn't satisfied. Upon entering unrestricted pavilion, he saw the 2 custodian slaves guarding the pavilion and waved his golden seal at them. He then went inside with the 2 zombies following him. Once the 2 custodian slaves had stopped, Xia Fei closed the door and said with a smile, "The 2 of you, please stand guard for me." "Thanks." Once the door was closed, Radix asked, "Why did you have those 2 zombies stand guard?" Xia Fei replied casually, "Ulan is old and needs to rest at night, and I couldn't find a better place to cultivate than this. With these 2 extremely powerful custodian slaves standing watch, who would be able to come in? Moreover, the most dangerous place is the safest. They would never think that I was right under their eyes. I'll be able to see everything that they do." Radix was startled by how reasonable Xia Fei's argument was. The unrestricted pavilion was not just an excellent place to keep an eye on Lingxing's group, it was also an excellent place to cultivate. Cultivating while spying at the same time. Was there any better place? Xia Fei had never stopped cultivating. Whether it was on his warship or in breaks between battles, Xia Fei was always cultivating. In this age, the toughest fists had the most authority. Having understood this long ago, Xia Fei worked even more diligently. Everyone saw Xia Fei's cultivation rising crazily, but few of them noticed the effort he put into it. After spending a quiet night in the pavilion, 2 hours before daybreak, Xia Fei ended his session. When he came out of the room, the two zombies were still quietly standing guard, showing no sign of activity when they saw Xia Fei. Xia Fei pulled aside their hair and carefully looked at their faces. These two zombies did not reject him, nor were they happy. Like two corpses, they had no reactions. Their complexions were like those of people who had been dead for a very long time, ashen white, and their eyes were empty and devoid of thought. From their faces, it appeared that they had been quite old when they had lost their souls, as they had many wrinkles. It appeared that they had become fixed in age after losing their souls, and had stopped aging. While their hair was long, it had actually started out quite neat. It was only messy because it hadn't been combed in a while. Their fingernails were also very neat, as if they had been clipped not too long ago. A sapient life form without a soul will stop aging? Interesting, Xia Fei thought to himself. After doing that, Xia Fei started to tell stories to the zombies, even a few jokes about some of the awkward incidents he had gotten into with his pals. Alas, for some reason, Xia Fei's jokes did not seem that effective today, and the zombies were not smiling like they had yesterday. Xia Fei was rather disappointed, but since it was getting late, he left the unrestricted pavilion and headed down the mountain. The next day, Xia Fei went up the mountain and did the same thing as the day before, cultivating and telling the zombies jokes. The third day was the same. Today is the last day I've given the Aurora clan. After today, I'll have to give up on them, Xia Fei said once he had gotten back, lighting a cigarette for himself. Radix was a guard of the Aurora clan, so he said hastily, "Give up on them? What does that mean? The Aurora clan is your family, you know." Xia Fei shook his head. "Only those who fight and die together with you count as family. Since the Aurora clan doesn't trust me, I won't waste any more effort on them. But you can rest easy. I just won't spend too much energy on the Aurora clan. If something really does happen, I will still do all I can to help them." Radix nodded, appearing somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Xia Fei's communication device sounded. It was a call from Wistful Hyzus. Turning on the screen, he saw that Wistful Hyzus was in some dark place. "Xia Fei, activate your 4D communication. Someone wants to meet with you," Wistful Hyzus said sternly. Xia Fei messed with his screen a little. 4D communication was also known as 3D conferencing. Xia Fei guessed that those secluded old monsters of the Aurora clan wanted to talk with him, so he didn't question the request. Whoosh! As if Xia Fei had been pulled into the screen, his surroundings suddenly changed into a gloomy hall. He was in the center, and around him were 10 or so people, all of them linked to this place through 4D communication. Wistful Hyzus cleared his throat and said, "Xia Fei, the people around you are the surname-less people of the Aurora clan. Some of these seniors have been secluded for eons. I've relayed your message to the seniors. They hope to hear from you personally why the Aurora clan should be swept into this spiritualist conflict, and why you want all of the clan's trump cards to be used for this conflict." Wistful Hyzus stood to the side and awaited Xia Fei's explanation. While he was the current head, he was still just a junior compared to those old monsters. Xia Fei smiled. Bowing to the audience, he said, "For the Aurora clan of today, Xia Fei requests that all grand ancestors present go to your deaths." Whoosh! Wistful Hyzus paled, and cries of shock came from the audience. None had expected Xia Fei's first words to be to ask these grand ancestors to go to their deaths. "For the Aurora clan of today, Xia Fei requests that all grand ancestors present go to your deaths." The entire hall was dumbstruck by these words. Wistful Hyzus's face went stiff. "Xia Fei, what nonsense are you saying?" Shaking his head, Xia Fei firmly said, "Xia Fei is not speaking any sort of nonsense. If none of you die, the Aurora will never thrive. Thus, Xia Fei boldly asks all the ancestors present to go to your deaths." Wistful Hyzus was very angry that Xia Fei had once again repeated such treasonous words. He was about to say something when someone in the darkness laughed. "Hold on. Let Xia Fei keep speaking, and we will listen. Why do you want us old things to die?" Xia Fei looked around and said, "All of you remain hidden partially to remain as a hidden ace for the clan, to step forward and give the enemy an unexpected blow when the Aurora clan is in danger. Another reason for your seclusion is that you have failed to break through the mental barrier and become annihilators, and so you have become discouraged." Is Xia Fei right about this? There was some murmuring from the crowd. Xia Fei's words had struck true, and while they were words that were hard to take, they had to admit that Xia Fei was right. If they could become annihilators, who would sit around and do nothing in seclusion? "Keep talking," that voice in the darkness prodded him. Xia Fei smiled. "I don't know too much, but I do know that you have to pay to get results, and that a person needs a killer resolve in order to survive. In my view, it's best to take things to the extreme. Take out your sword and never look back. If you get in a quarrel, kill their entire family." All of you set down rules for the Aurora clan that required them to be kind. But this has been the Aurora clan's greatest shackle. No one can do everything. You want to protect the clan while also keeping its reputation intact. You want the clan to stand on its own while also not offending anyone. But how is that possible? This universe isn't so perfect as to allow you to hold up the heavens while not offending anyone. That is why all of you should go and die. Since you were the ones who made these dumb rules that enforced kindness upon the Aurora clan, then please go and break them. Return the killing resolve a warrior should have back to the Aurora clan. Xia Fei's sharp words were all aimed at the ancestors of the Aurora clan. Fuchin had been sitting on the seashore for a very long time now, buffeted by the waves. The old man was clearly very tired, as if he was doing something both difficult and dangerous. There was a very well-hidden cave on the steep cliff next to the sea. Only someone standing on the coast would be able to see it. A person was leaning lazily against the entrance to the cave, sunlight revealing the lower half of his body. However, his face remained in the shadows. The man was playing around with Fuchin's precious bracelet, occasionally tossing it into the air or kicking it around like a hacky sack. This bracelet contained Fuchin's servant soul, Wraith. Fuchin treated it as his precious child and had not even let Xia Fei look at it before. But this person didn't care how much Xia Fei valued it, treating it like a toy. "Come out." Speaking in a raspy voice, the man thrust his palm at the bracelet. Wraith was forced to emerge and went down on one knee. The man leaned back and said lazily, "You must have been overjoyed to see suffering like that, for if Fuchin died, you would be free." Wraith replied in a grim voice, "Yes, I truly do desire freedom." "Boring," the man muttered, continuing unhappily. "You guys don't try to hide the evil in your heart at all, so it's no wonder you don't have long lives." If Fuchin were to hear this, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Wraith thought it over and replied, "Every person has some evil, but that doesn't mean that they don't live long. I've only voiced my inner desires, and Fuchin also knows that I want to kill him." The man was rendered speechless. Wraith was right. Every person had an evil side, and no one could deny that. But for Wraith to speak about evil as if it was the most natural thing was somewhat difficult to accept. Suddenly, the ocean winds intensified, carrying with them a fishy smell. Less than a minute later, dark clouds had gathered, and thunder rumbled in the sky. "It's here." The man immediately put the bracelet away and disappeared. When he next appeared, he was 30 kilometers away. What was going on? Even an unfathomable expert like this man had retreated so far away. "Fuchin, if you have the ability, eat up this mythical beast and use its soul to heal your own, or else die." The man shouted loudly as he stared at the converging black clouds. Xia Fei's eyes would have popped out of their sockets if he had been here to hear that. Everyone knew that old Fuchin was excellent at cooking, and his skills hadn't come from the unrestricted sect. Xia Fei knew this because he had searched all of Unrestricted Pavilion and found nothing concerning cooking. But today, Fuchin was going to eat a mythical beast? Putting aside whether they could be eaten or not, Xia Fei definitely would have cheered on that crazy idea. Mythical beasts could speak and had intelligence. They had souls. Fuchin was going to eat this mythical beast together with its soul and use it to heal his damaged 7th brain region. A soft claw appeared in the black clouds, somewhat like an arm of an octopus, round and thick. Whoosh! Fuchin stood up, his eyes brimming with resolve. He picked up a knife from a rock, put it in his mouth, and jumped into the cold ocean. At nightfall, Xia Fei went to Spirit Mountain as usual. This time, he needed only 15 seconds to get through the soul formation, which was much faster. Xia Fei nodded, seemingly very satisfied this time. With a flick of his wrist, he used his golden seal to open the hidden door of the unrestricted pavilion. The two custodian slaves were waiting for Xia Fei as usual. For half a month now, Xia Fei had cultivated here every day, and when he was done, he would joke with them. Alas, no matter how Xia Fei tried, these two zombies did not chuckle again, nor show any other expression. Sighing, Xia Fei placed his arms around their shoulders and said with a smile, "Today is the last night. Tomorrow, I won't be able to come anymore. For the day after that, I'll be busting into Spirit Mountain through the front gate." You might be curious as to why I would break into Spirit Mountain despite having the golden seal. I still can't tell you why, but the people on this mountain have done something very bad, and I need them to pay the most excruciating price they've ever paid in their lives. Xia Fei laughed heartily, but his eyes radiated killing intent, and the fiend energy in his body burst out. A war was imminent, and Xia Fei was already starting to sharpen up. Closing the door, Xia Fei began to cultivate. Xia Fei had always been very serious when it came down to business, and he quickly entered the proper state of mind, charging again and again at the threshold. Today was foreordained to be a strange one. First, in a distant place, Fuchen had made a frightening and crazy decision to eat a mythical beast. In the unrestricted pavilion, the two custodian slaves finally looked at one another. Yes, those two zombies looked at each other. It was a hair-raising sight as their eyes met, and the two corpses sighed, appearing very depressed. Right now, Xia Fei was lacking in anything but energy. There wasn't much time, so he used energy to charge on through. A warrior with energy was allowed to be that extravagant. More soul marks began to appear in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after that it was 6. Bang. But there seemed to be a little something lacking, and this 6th soul mark refused to appear. Xia Fei drew these soul marks into his brain region and made another charge. This method was the same as the one Xia Fei had used for cultivating the law of speed, an idea he had suddenly come up with, using brute force to create soul marks. This method didn't suit everyone, for it wasted quite a lot of energy. Each charge took several times the amount of spirit energy that would normally be consumed. In this day and age, where spirit energy was hard to get, only a wealthy man like Xia Fei could practice such a wasteful method of cultivation. It had only been half a month, but Xia Fei had used more than 4,000 units of spirit power on cultivation. 4,000 units. In terms of value, he could have bought any one of the 4 great trading houses of the Alpha universe. If he used it all on soul weapons, that was more than 4,000 basic soul weapons. Even if they were grade 5 soul weapons, that was enough for 800. According to Xia Fei's price theory, that was nothing at all. With a war imminent, he needed to do everything he could to increase his combat power. That was the only way he could survive in this perilous situation. So long as he could overcome this threshold, Xia Fei would be a rank 6 spiritualist. Add all of his various hidden trump cards and his advantage in speed, he would be able to contend against top-class spiritualists. This was far too important to Xia Fei. Even if he had to pay double the price, it would still be worth it. Xia Fei wasn't the only one having a strange day. On a warship, the Skywing Wolfpack was loudly laughing, for their ancestor had received his 5th soul mark, reaching level 5 of the soul system. The soul system and the spirit system were not the same. The spirit system surpassed the soul system by several times when it came to unleashing energy, so even a top-ranked soul system warrior might not be able to contend against a level 6 spiritualist. Of course, that was only true for the warriors of the spirit system. Many spiritualists didn't focus on combat, instead using their energy to make soul weapons. For example, Ulan, who was a spiritualist of high rank, was greatly lacking in combat power compared to Xia Fei, for Ulan wasn't focused on fighting, only on researching plants. Grand Ancestor, with 5 soul marks, who do you think would win between you and Xia Fei? Xia Lianning asked Xia Guqing curiously. Xia Guqing stroked his beard and said, Xia Fei's energy control is much stronger, but I'm faster. If we actually got a fighting, we would probably be equal, but Xia Fei has far too many things in his ring. Furball and Peacock Blue are also very formidable. Right, and he has that fiendish blade. Unless I went insane one day, I would never start a fight with Xia Fei. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing did not put on airs at all, nor did he appear envious of Xia Fei. Not many patriarchs were capable of that. Some petty people didn't like seeing other people outdo them, even people of their own clan, so they did their utmost to suppress them. But the Skywings didn't have that problem at all. Xia Guanghai came up with a naughty smile and patted the Grand Ancestor on the shoulder. Old Undying, you've been advancing rather quickly since coming to Alpha. Why retire? You should stay on the job. What? Xia Guqing glared and immediately began to pummel Xia Guanghai. He said, "You brat, trying to delay my retirement plans. I've been looking forward to this my whole life. If I really can't retire, I won't let you go." Boom. The wolves of the Skywing clan all laughed as the old quarreled with the young. The strange day continued. Fuchin was eating a mythical beast, the Grand Ancestor had advanced, and Xia Fei had also advanced. Rumble. A golden explosion of light. Unrestricted soul spirit mark, open. The 6 soul marks were like 6 suns, madly revolving around Xia Fei. The 6th soul mark. Xia Fei, you've really managed to unlock your 6th soul mark before the battle. That's amazing. Radix exclaimed loudly. The 6th soul mark is the apex of an intermediate spiritualist. One more rank, and you'll be an advanced spiritualist. Furball was also very excited, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to Xia Fei. Every time Xia Fei advanced, he would cause an energy explosion, and Furball was busy absorbing all of it. Standing up, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Advancing a rank meant that Xia Fei could harness more energy, essentially double what he was capable of before. A person having a lot of energy was one thing, but being able to use all of it at once was another thing entirely. After this forced advancement, Xia Fei still had 6,000 units of spirit power left. Unless he wanted to self-destruct, which would use all 6,000 units in one go, there was no means of using all that energy in a single attack. Xia Fei rejoiced. Exiting, he prepared to say goodbye to the 2 custodian slaves. Thank you for keeping watch for me these last few days. I've reached rank 6 now, and the 2 of you played a major role in this. I won't be coming by from now on, so when the 2 of you get bored, just think of the jokes I told you. They're actually quite amusing. Xia Fei patted the 2 zombies on their shoulders. As he turned to leave, the 2 custodian slaves each extended a hand, copying Xia Fei and patting him lightly on the shoulder, as if they were wishing him well. The zombies had come alive? This bizarre day? When would it ever end? Suddenly, the 2 custodian slaves imitated Xia Fei, each reaching out an arm to pat him lightly on the shoulder. Patting someone else's shoulder normally meant wishing that person well. Countless people had patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and praised him in this lifetime. But today his heart leapt to his throat, for these were 2 soulless zombies. Xia Fei hastily looked into the eyes of the custodian slaves and found that there was something pulsing within those once empty eyes. The cold faces had a faint tinge of vitality. What? Can the 2 of you not let me go? Xia Fei smiled. There's no such thing as a feast that never ends. I've always liked associating with pure people, so I don't need to waste time and energy scheming back and forth. Of course, if someone tries to scheme against me, I will return it 100 times over, but that's very tiring, you know? The 2 custodian slaves kept their arms on Xia Fei's shoulders for several minutes before finally putting them down. But the strange events weren't over quite yet. The 2 zombies set off first, going in the exact opposite direction from the way back. They even walked slowly, as if they were waiting for Xia Fei. Oh, are they trying to take me somewhere? Xia Fei mentally gasped in surprise. The unrestricted spirit pavilion was actually quite large, and under the watch of the 2 custodian slaves, Xia Fei hadn't really had the chance to run around. But today, these 2 were taking him somewhere of their own will, which made him extremely curious. After following the zombies for quite a distance, they stopped at a room. Just like before, the 2 custodian slaves flanked the door. The meaning was clear. They wanted Xia Fei to go inside. Xia Fei opened the door in confusion as the 2 powerful custodian slaves kept watch by the door. The unrestricted pavilion did not have any internal seals, and entering any room was very easy. Of course, you had to get the approval of the 2 zombies first. There was nothing in the room, only a few lines of words written on the wall. These words looked like they had been carved into the wall with someone's fingers. Just by looking at them, One felt as if they were being engraved into one's heart. In all things of the universe, link to penetrate, penetrate to arrive, and arrive to laugh proudly over the complexities, Xia Fei muttered, his brow creasing. Sublimate the complex into the simple. Link, penetrate, and then spirit. Once he was done reading, he spoke in excitement, his eyes glinting. Radix didn't understand what it meant, so he asked Xia Fei. Xia Fei chuckled. You're not a spiritualist, so you wouldn't understand the wonders of this text. I'm guessing that it must be the inspired words of some ancestor of the unrestricted sect. He's telling his descendants that the unrestricted sect is known as the Orthodox sect because of its unique trait of linking the past and future. Radix was even more confused, asking, what does that mean, linking past and future? Xia Fei replied, it's very simple. Different routes all have the same destination. You remember how, after I finished cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex, its pattern disappeared? Radix nodded. Of course. I've never heard of something so bizarre before. When has a pattern ever disappeared? Normally, when a warrior finishes body cultivation and goes into the soul system or spirit system, the pattern will remain. All that will happen is that there will be a soul mark. But your pattern disappeared. That was simply incomprehensible. And importantly, even without the pattern, you can still use the skills of the Beast Spirit Codex. That's even more unbelievable. Xia Fei erupted in laughter, saying happily, that is the unrestricted soul spirit. The pattern hasn't actually disappeared, but has fused with the soul mark. If I'm able to finish cultivating my two most difficult laws, speed and primal chaos, their law patterns will also merge into the soul mark. What's the advantage of that? Radix asked in wonder. Xia Fei replied, there are plenty of advantages. The merging with the soul mark means that the body's power has fused with the soul's power, and once the body's power enters the soul mark, it can also make the soul mark stronger and accelerate one's cultivation speed in the soul system. Radix was startled at first, and then he paled. That means that the more fields you dabble in. Before he could finish, Xia Fei replied, correct. The more fields I dabble in, the faster I can cultivate my soul mark. Because my body's cultivation will lift up my soul mark's cultivation. Radix was stunned. This unrestricted sect was practically made for a jack-of-all-trades warrior like Xia Fei. The more things one learned, the faster one's progress. The merging of the Beast Spirit Codex into the soul mark had pushed Xia Fei into getting 6 soul marks in 1 year. That was an incredible cultivation speed. If Xia Fei was able to one day finish cultivating the speed law and law of primal chaos, merging their law patterns into the soul mark, what crazy level would his cultivation speed reach? It was simply unimaginable. It had to be understood that the laws of speed and primal chaos were absurdly difficult. Few people in the universe could completely cultivate them. Once those two monstrously difficult laws had fused with his soul mark, just how fast would Xia Fei be able to cultivate? A treasure. A real treasure. All of my melancholy has been swept away. I even feel like I've comprehended the other meaning of this senior's words, Xia Fei exclaimed. There's more? Radix cried out in disbelief. A warrior didn't just need to be hardworking, but also perceptive. It was why a renowned master could produce excellent disciples. A few words of advice from them were enough for a disciple to instantly achieve enlightenment. Such things were commonplace, and those warriors who only knew how to practice for all they were worth could easily end up bashing their heads uselessly at a problem. This text was enlightening for Xia Fei. His jack-of-all-trades nature had once been his greatest disadvantage, but it now appeared to be his greatest advantage. Xia Fei shook his head. This master seems to be suggesting to me that the unrestricted soul spirit can take me somewhere else. But I can't get my head around it right now. I need to go back and slowly think it over. Xia Fei was very happy as he memorized each word in the room. Bowing deeply to the 2 zombies, Xia Fei said very sincerely, this is a very valuable gift, and Xia Fei is overflowing with gratitude. If Xia Fei survives this trial, I will pay you 2 frequent visits and tell a few amusing jokes. Xia Fei had believed in the equality of all life, so he treated these 2 zombies as friends. These custodian slaves had never been treated like that before. The previous sect master had barely been willing to glance at them, let alone tell them jokes like Xia Fei. Alas, without souls, they could think. While these zombies were probably a little moved, They didn't know how to express themselves and just stood there. Xia Fei strode away. After all, a tough battle was waiting for him, and he needed to overcome this trial first before thinking about anything else. Xia Fei bids farewell. Whoosh! The alloy gates closed, and Xia Fei vanished from the sight of those two custodian slaves. Bang! The gate was completely sealed. An unrestricted pavilion turned dark. HAA! Two lonely sighs resounded in the darkness. On the 5th day of the month, the sun was frighteningly red. Ulan sat in the courtyard and looked up at the sky uneasily, grumbling. How bizarre. It's winter, so where did such a large sun come from? And it's only early morning, so what's it going to be like at noon? He glanced at Xia Fei, who was seated across from him, his eyes closed in meditation. Furball was sound asleep on his lap, Xia Fei stroking him lightly, master and servant seeming to be at peace. Ulan sighed and continued to wait restlessly. At the same time, Spirit Mountain's gate had opened to welcome guests. Lingxing, Basalt, and Hei Wuji had smiles on their faces as they greeted and thanked the endless stream of guests. The ceremony would only begin at noon. The small clans and sects came first, with the true big shots only appearing later. Two guests, one tall and short, delivered a gift before hiding behind a gate, eyeing the guests who were coming in. The taller one sighed. It's still early morning, but there's already so many people. By noon, there will be a sea of bodies. The Unrestricted's influence is formidable this year. I thought that the Unrestricted sect would decline after Fuchin left, but it seems to be as popular as ever. The short one snorted back in disdain. What do you know? The Unrestricted sect has a legacy stretching back millions of years, and the ceremony commemorating the day their founder established their sect has taken place countless times now. But this time is very different. How so? The tall one asked. Don't be stupid, the short one whispered. Think about it. The dark spiritualists had said that they wanted to challenge the Spiritualist Association. Now is the key moment when all the big clans and sects pick a side. In the spirit system, besides the Spiritualist Association and the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, there are also the 4 supreme sects, the Unrestricteds, Spiritualists of Purity, Purple Jade, and Dark Spiritualists. The Dark Spiritualists have already gone rogue, and Purple Jade was almost annihilated by Dark Spiritualists. Thus, what's important is who the Unrestricteds, Spiritualists of Purity, and Heavenly Might choose to side with. The Heavenly Might Spiritualist School's Qiu Xingbang says that he's neutral, so among these 3, it's most important to see which side the Unrestricteds and the Purists chooses. While those 2 big sects don't have many people, they carry abnormal symbolic significance. After all, under our feet is the Spirit Mountain that represents the orthodox spiritualist heritage. The tall one was shocked, whispering back, I get that. Our soul system relies on spiritualists to make us soul weapons, so whichever side the spirit system chooses will be the stronger side, and the soul system clans under them will go over with them. While everyone says that they're coming to commemorate the ancestor of the unrestricted spirit lineage, in reality, this is the critical moment where the other clans see which side the unrestricted spirit sect is going to pick. Now that I think about it, I've heard that the unrestricted spirit sect is privately on very good terms with the association. The short one scoffed, don't be a fool. While these spiritualists all seem like proper gentlemen, they turn their coats faster than they turn pages. Trusting their words is basically signing your death warrant. They were right. Many of the other guests had the same idea. To the clans and factions of the Alpha universe, what was important wasn't the side they chose, but which side the spiritualists chose. Look, the Venus of Eternal Night has arrived. It's that old donkey Cloud Knight himself. He came personally. The crowd was in an uproar. The Night Clan was a first-tier clan of the Alpha universe. It was very surprising for them to come so early, and with their clan head, no less. Cloud Knight was forcing a smile, and his eyes were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't gotten much sleep last night. Heavenly Might is here. Qiu Xingbang himself has come. No way. Even the twin dragons of Heavenly Might are here too. Isn't this too great of a force? The crowd erupted with shocked cries. It was still morning, but various powerful parties were already arriving. They had come early and with great force. Not only had Qiu Xingbang come, but Duet and Han Pin, 2 peak spiritualists. Heavenly Might Spiritualist School was also known as Double Dragon Xingbong because of these three peak spiritualists. Dui Wu, Han Pin, and Xiao Xingbong had arrived, pushing the mood on Spirit Mountain to a feverish high. The blazing sun in the sky gradually began to turn blindingly red. It was already close to noon. At this time, even the most foolish person could sense that something was awry, that the elements were bubbling to the surface. While Spirit Mountain appeared to be completely calm on the surface, there was actually a shocking storm brewing in the background. Hei Wuji dragged Basalt and Lingxing into the secret room and asked, "What's going on here? Why are there so many people here?" Basalt and Lingxing were also confused. Lingxing ventured a guess. Perhaps it's because everyone is giving us face, and because it happens to concern the internal fight between spiritualists. Everyone came to inquire for news. BLLSHD. Hei Wuji cursed with a black face. Would they bring the strongest lineups in their clans just to inquire about news? Not to mention, just the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School alone has brought along Qiu Xingbong and Heavenly Might's Double Dragons. That's a lineup with three peak spiritualists. Plus, both of Qiu Xingbong's sons are here. When have you seen Heavenly Might mobilize such a powerful lineup? We have never had any association with Heavenly Might at all. Given how strange the situation was, even the heads of the unrestricteds were beginning to feel uneasy. There were too many experts gathered here. The peak spiritualist of Heavenly Might was actually just a small portion. None of those people were here with kind intentions, and if they really were to get unhappy, they were more than capable of leveling Spirit Mountain in minutes. Just who exactly has done this? If I find him, I will definitely end his life. Basalt, the youngest one, hissed viciously. No use saying such spiteful words now. Those people outside aren't people we can afford to offend. Besides, today is the ancestral worship day for the unrestricted sect. We must not become a laughingstock to these outsiders. Hei Wuji declared loudly. Basalt and Lingxing nodded reluctantly. With how things stood, they really had no choice but to suck it up. These experts were no different from Buddha. Who knew how many people would be there to serve them? That was right about when a disciple from the unrestricted sect knocked on the door and walked over with a nervous expression on his face. "Masters, quick come out and see. People from the Shui clan have arrived." Shui clan. From the 19 states of Wind Cloud, the people of Serene Jade Water. Lingxing asked, startled. That's right, that's Serene Jade Water. The three of them let off bitter chuckles deep down. To say that the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School had no association with the unrestricted sect was at least due to the face they showed each other as spiritualists. As for Serene Jade Water, that has been many years of no contact, and they had not even sent a notice to the Shui clan about their day of worship today. They had never been invited to participate at all. They stepped out of the room to look. Basalt, Lingxing, and Hei Wuji all wrinkled their brows. They watched as Shui Guqing, Shui Yazi, and Shui Pingxi made their way over. The three heroes of the Shui clan were all present. The one leading them was none other than the Shui clan's patriarch, Shui Niao, the one others call the Seeping Water Dragon King. Not far from Spirit Mountain, a well-hidden warship was parked amid an asteroid belt. On the command deck, the number one dark spiritualist Ninshatsi was gazing out into the sea of stars with mild interest, almost as if he was contemplating something. Oh, the unrestricted sure are lively this time. Even that big Buddha of the Shui clan has arrived. Including those people from before, it looks like there are enough people to choke. Shu Yuha laughed after listening to the advanced scout's report. Master, do you think it could be someone on the inside trying to mess things up? A third of the whole universe's strength has been drawn to Spirit Mountain this time. Ninshatsi was momentarily taken aback, stroking his beard as he mused. The Seeping Water Dragon King has come as well? How rare. As for whether someone is secretly causing trouble, I'm almost certain that is the case. Otherwise, why would Shui Niao show up here on Spirit Mountain this time? Then there's Qiu Xingbong. Even if he really wanted to show up, there's no reason for him to bring Duet and Han Pin. Shu Yuha continued. Master, aren't you in the least bit worried about someone secretly trying to undermine our efforts? Obtaining the support of the unrestricted sect is an important part of our plan. In the event that someone has managed to snatch them away, we'd be proportionately weaker without them. After all, the unrestricteds have the title of being the orthodox spiritualists. Ninshatsi shook his head. Don't be impatient. A fox will ultimately have to show his tail. Let the unrestricted sect bear the brunt out front. We shall patiently wait for the enemy to make their move. Shu Yuha nodded. Master lives up to his name to be a master of schemes and calculations, having been waiting here all this time. I shall instruct the spy we have sent in advance to keep an eye out and eliminate the mastermind the moment he reveals himself. 11 a.m. passed. Xia Fei suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He waved toward Ulan and made his way out. Furball also seemed to abruptly wake up. He leapt up onto Xia Fei's shoulder and blinked his eyes repeatedly, even letting out a couple of yawns. Is it time to act now? Ulan asked. Xia Fei nodded. Yes. Now. The two left together, only to find the Heavenly Treasure Firm treasurer stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Xia Fei about to leave, this old man hurriedly asked with a salute, The miss has me waiting for you. To ask about what after tomorrow? The corner of Xia Fei's smile curled slightly. After today? There'll be another upheaval after today. All of you should leave. There'll be no need to establish a branch here after today. That fat treasurer was stunned. He did not understand what Xia Fei meant, but Suzu Treasure had instructed him to do everything Xia Fei directed, so he hurriedly bade Xia Fei farewell and ordered his men to begin packing up to leave. Leaving the city, Xia Fei and Ulan soon arrived at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he stared at that plaque, saying softly, The Unrestricted Soul Spirit. It is quite an imposing name. Ulan commented, Yes. Fuchin had always been very proud of that. Out of all the spiritualist sects, the history of the Unrestricteds is the longest, going back even further than the Spiritualist Association. This plaque has already stood here for countless years, a symbol of where the legacy of the Unrestricteds lies. Xia Fei made no indication and merely shook his head. It is also where Fuchin's burdens lay. A day like this has come all because he was unable to set aside his sect and his own face. Ulan did not understand why Xia Fei had said it like that. Actually, no one knew what exactly Xia Fei was after, and that included the person that was physically closest to him right now, Ulan. Xia Fei suddenly turned, telling Ulan, Here they come. 3 figures appeared in front of him, their backs to Spirit Mountain, staring angrily at Xia Fei and Ulan. A young man and 2 middle-aged men had come. The young man was Feng Jianba and Feng Jianting's elder brother, Feng Jianhai. The 2 middle-aged men were named Feng Liao and Feng Chun. Feng Jianhai had average cultivation, being merely a level 4 soul practitioner, but the 2 uncles that accompanied him were worthy to be called peak soul practitioners. The father of the 3 Feng brothers, the present patriarch of the Fufeng clan, Feng Nanyan, had not shown up. The young Feng Jianhai pointed at Xia Fei and demanded, Are you Xia Fei? Xia Fei nodded and looked at the watch on his wrist. Feng Liao and Feng Chun were shocked. Neither could comprehend why Xia Fei had the confidence to remain so calm, appearing so nonchalant despite their presence. Feng Liao pointed at Xia Fei and growled, Xia Fei, we've received news that you killed 2 of my nephews, Feng Jianba and Feng Jianting. Was it you or not? Unexpectedly, Xia Fei was still looking at his watch, lifting a finger with his opposite hand and saying to the 3 from the Fufeng clan, Take a seat and wait a moment. It's not time yet. What do you mean it's not time? What are you waiting for? Feng Chun exploded in rage. Uncle, ignore him. Let's kill him and avenge my 2 brothers. Feng Jianhai yelled urgently. Right at that moment, the sound of the second hand on Xia Fei's watch ticked into place. All of a sudden, the aura around Xia Fei changed. His entire person surged with killing intent. With a forceful tap of his feet, he charged forward, yelling, That's right. I am Xia Fei. I was the one who killed your clans Feng Jianting and Feng Jianba. I will also be taking the life of Feng Jianhai right now. Squelch. The splatter of fresh red blossomed from Feng Jianhai's waist. The last of the Fufeng clan's 3 brothers had been slain by Xia Fei's hands. When Xia Fei charged at the 3 men of the Fufeng clan, Feng Chun and Feng Liao intentionally tried to protect Feng Jianhai. Xia Fei had realized that he would have a hard time extricating himself, so he circled around from the side. However, he actually gained the fatal chance to kill with this detour. Xia Fei had thrown out the hair-like fiend lock and wounded around Feng Jianhai's waist, slicing the oldest scion of the Fufeng clan in half. Xiaohai. Feng Chun and Feng Liao let out anguished cries in unison. Watching their own nephew die right in front of their eyes was a heartbreak that nearly drove them insane. Just as their voices left their throat, the crossblade Nirvana appeared. Cleaving from the sky, it drained away every bit of life force from Feng Jianhai, not even leaving behind a corpse when it was done. What are you still frozen there for? Kill them all. Xia Fei bellowed at Ulan. Got it. Ulan grit his teeth and charged together with Xia Fei. The two of them were ultimately spiritualists and wielded the powerful spirit energy. These men from the Fufeng clan were of course no match for them. That was not even mentioning that Ulan had the most powerful plant, the Bittervine Sky Entangler. Xia Fei had the Holy Beast Shatterstar and the Fiend Blade Nirvana, the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, the legendary sword White Dragon Screech, as well as Fiend Lock, Fiend Tear, and Fiend Scar, 3 top Fiend Soul weapons. If that was not enough to defeat 2 measly peak soul practitioners, then there was no need for Xia Fei to press on with this fight. The entirety of Xia Fei's arsenal was thrown at his enemies. The Feng brothers were suddenly at a loss when facing such an explosive assault of soul weapons. They had not done any prior investigation of Xia Fei's background, only hurrying over in a rush after getting the news. They had thought that the strength they had as 2 peak soul practitioners was enough to kill Xia Fei. It was a pity that they had no idea that the number of peak soul practitioners Xia Fei had slain in this life was already more than his 2 hands could count. Killing people above his level had always been a rule for Xia Fei. Squelch, squelch. Nirvana sliced them once each, instantly ending Feng Liao and Feng Chun's lives. Xia Fei extended his hand to retrieve Nirvana as he softly said, I forgot to tell you people, your niece and nephew-in-law, Bell Hill and Orchid Chime, as well as their father, Rock Chime, have also died by my hands. Only the first minute had passed in the battle, yet the Fufeng clan had all been wiped out. Xia Fei lifted his hand and shot out a beam. He proceeded to smash the plaque with the words, Unrestricted Soul Spirit, into pieces. Let's go, onward to Spirit Mountain. Xia Fei rallied Ulan. Furball had not had his fill of fighting just now, so he followed behind Xia Fei with a snarl, but Ulan was somewhat hesitant. Xia Fei, don't tell me this is your plan. Xia Fei did not turn around, continuing his way forward. A young unrestricted sect disciple that had been posted to welcome guests went pale from fright. He had no idea who Xia Fei was, only having witnessed him slay the guests from Fufeng clan, and he had even ruined the plaque placed over Spirit Mountain's entrance. Calming himself down, this person spoke up. This is Spirit Mountain, the headquarters of the unrestricted sect. Before he even finished his sentence, the sound of a sword penetrating flesh could be heard. Nirvana had appeared yet again. It cleaved the unlucky man who was standing in Xia Fei's way. Xia Fei sheathed his fiendish blade as he hissed viciously. Unrestrict your head. You can't even tell that I'm here to wreck this place. The situation was driving Ulan crazy. He had thought the always clever Xia Fei would have concocted some scheme, but now it seemed like Xia Fei was intending to just trample over Spirit Mountain. The ruckus Xia Fei had caused at the base of the mountain was immediately reported to the summit, and countless people began to hold whispered conversations. What? The Fufeng clan's people went to find Xia Fei, and have already been exterminated at the foot of the mountain. Qiuyang blurted out in shock. Idiots. Fools. If that was how things were going to turn out, I wouldn't have told them. It seems that the mighty Fufeng clan can't even kill a single Xia Fei. It's not that the Fufeng clan is too weak, but that Xia Fei is too strong. A rank 8 plant lineage great spiritualist is with him. He also took action, the scout swiftly reported. The plant lineage? Ulan. Qiuyang muttered in surprise. Qiuyang was quite familiar with this name. Ulan was the most famous member of the plant lineage. Qiuyang had lived for more than 1,000 years. He had been around the place. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Qiuyang was brimming with rage, but had nowhere to vent it. He had established an agreement with Qiu Xingbang this time. If he didn't kill Xia Fei this time, he would willingly be secluded for the rest of his life. Qiu Xingbang hated Xia Fei to the bone for killing his cherished disciple in front of him, not showing even a shred of respect for Xingbang. Alas, they were both dragoons, so Qiu Xingbang couldn't act directly. Thus, he had agreed to Qiuyang's plan to borrow the knife of another to kill him. At the same time, he would see how capable his son was. If he really was no good, Qiu Xingbang would have no choice but to give up on him. Qiu Yang was being treated unjustly, even more unjustly than Doi. If not for Xia Fei, he would at least have been able to become a spiritualist like Zesser Knight. But alas, the plans of men could not compare to the plans of the heavens. Xia Fei had come out of nowhere like a monster and taken everything from Qiu Yang. How could Qiu Yang not loathe Xia Fei? To Qiu Xingbang's surprise, his younger son Qiu Yu suddenly spoke up. His eyes had narrowed into slits as he said, "Big brother, what are you so worried about? Look over there. The Shao clan and Shui clan's people are about to head down." Qiu Yang and Qiu Xingbang glanced over where Qiu Yu was looking and saw that the pack of crazy women from the Shao clan and that old man from the Shui clan were standing up and heading down. Qiu Xingbang was astonished. His younger son possessed a focus far beyond that of Qiu Yang. Qiu Xingbang had two sons. Everyone knew Qiu Yang was the little brother and Qiu Yu was the older, but the truth was the exact opposite. Qiu Xingbang had been hiding Qiu Yang's real age this entire time. In fact, Qiu Yang had been born more than 1,000 years ago, while Qiu Yu was only 24 this year. Good. The Fufeng clan was finished off at the perfect time. The Serene Jadewater clan and that pack of crazy women from the Shao clan will definitely kill Xia Fei. Qiu Yang clenched his fists as he spoke, but Qiu Yu remained unmoved, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Composure. Qiu Yang had lived for more than 1,000 years. So was this really all the composure he had? Qiu Xingbang was suddenly filled with regret. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have pushed more for Qiu Yu. Compared to Qiu Yang, the much younger Qiu Yu had more of the makings of a great general. A lack of a successor had always been a sore spot for Qiu Xingbang. He had started off as a mediocre sword himself, and had needed the miraculous encounters within the expanse of the founders to achieve his meteoric rise. Qiu Yang had inherited Qiu Xingbang's mediocrity and foolishness, and only time and countless treasures had been able to make up for them. Qiu Yang had needed 1,000 years to cultivate to the founder tier, a sign of how lacking his foundations were. Zesser Knight and Hanju Knight were all normal people in their teens and 20s, but their aptitude was far greater than Qiu Yang's. For the sake of his dignity, Qiu Xingbang had spent 1,000 years creating this fake genius, constructing an enormous plot in the hopes that Qiu Yang could grow famous in a single night. But Xia Fei had shattered it all with a single punch. The thought of it left Qiu Xingbang seething with killing intent, and he cursed Xia Fei's name. As the Shui clan and Shao clan prepared to head down, Basalt hastily went up and asked, "Everyone, where are you going? The ceremony is about to begin." The Shui and Shao clans hadn't come here for the unrestricted spirit's ancestor. They said a few polite words and made up some excuses before rushing down the mountain. Once the two clans were gone, Basalt, Lingxing, and He Wuji got together. Lingxing inquired, "Is this some sort of trouble that Xia Fei has stirred up for us? This just doesn't add up. I really can't get my head around this. Could this kid know that we want to kill him? And then there's Ulan. Did the dark spiritualists leak our plans?" At a total loss described the trio perfectly. If there was someone who had a grudge against the unrestricteds and wanted to ruin their forefathers' ceremony, no one would consider Xia Fei. He was an outsider who had only recently entered the Alpha universe, so why would he want to cause a mess at unrestricted spirit? Moreover, he had a close relationship with Fuchin, and Fuchin would not be happy if unrestricted spirit was ruined. He Wuji frowned. It truly is strange. Xia Fei has even killed the Fufeng clan's people, as if there was some sort of grudge between them. And now that the Shui and Shao clans have rushed off, I'm guessing that they're also going to cause trouble for Xia Fei. Basalt sneered. I've heard that Xia Fei is known for constantly being in trouble. It seems like the rumors are true. But this is perfect. We don't need to do anything. Just let the Shui and Shao clans kill him, solving all our problems. We won't need to worry about whether he's a madman or just a fool. The rather unintelligent Basalt had spoken the truth. The three of them decided to just ignore Xia Fei. In any case, a nobody like him couldn't cause too much of a stir. As for the dark spiritualists, the three didn't suspect them at all. While Master Southsand was a ruthless fellow, he was also a prestigious senior whose word could be trusted. The unrestricted sect's forefather ceremony began in the middle of this hubbub, but it had headed off in a direction no one could have predicted. Bad news always spread quickly, and it wasn't long before people found out that this Xia Fei fellow had come to ruin the party. The problem was, who in the world was Xia Fei? Why did he have such a grudge against unrestricteds? Grandpa, after listening to the clan scout's report, Zesser Knight grabbed Cloud Knight's arm and whispered hoarsely, on the verge of tears. Cloud Knight frowned and said, "Don't panic. There's something very weird going on here, so let's wait and see. Xia Fei is such a smart person, so he can't be doing this mindlessly. Do you think he called me over to take care of his corpse?" Xia Fei didn't know if he needed a corpse cleaning service, but if he did need one, it definitely wouldn't be for himself. As if on purpose, Xia Fei had stopped midway up the mountain. It was like he was waiting for something. A dozen or so people quickly came down from the summit. Opposite them stood the lonely duo of Xia Fei and Ulan. "Which of you is Xia Fei?" A middle-aged woman wearing white gauze snarled, her face savage. This was Xiao Zhao's mother, Madame Hai. Next to her were over 10 women in the same garb, all of them from the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan was very strange. As if it was cursed, its men rarely lived long lives, to the extent that Xiao had been its sole remaining sprout. Alas, Xia Fei had killed this lone sprout, ending the Xiao clan line and turning it into the laughingstock of the entire Alpha universe. "I'm here," Xia Fei replied, stepping forward. The crazy women of the Xiao clan gnashed their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat him alive. Madame Hai turned pale as she raised a trembling arm and tried to say something. But Xia Fei didn't intend to give her a chance to speak. "Cut the chatter. You want my life, right? If you've got the skill, come and get it." Xia Fei roared at them, forcing back those vicious words that Madame Hai had thought about for many days and nights. Plush. Madame Hai threw up blood in her rage. Alas, the unsympathetic Xia Fei wasn't falling for that trick. Today, he was determined to settle accounts with these people. Explain? Xia Fei didn't want to explain, nor did he plan to explain. Those who fought against him were enemies, and all his enemies had to die. The fiend wing erupted. Dragging the white dragon Screech behind him, Xia Fei charged ahead. Nirvana and Furball had his left and right, while Peacock Blue protected Xia Fei's front. This was truly unreasonable to the extreme. Though he was the one being sought out for vengeance, he had gone on the offensive. Ulan clenched his teeth and decided to go along with Xia Fei's tempo. Xia Fei had said that he wanted to get justice for Fuchin, but it now seemed like Xia Fei just wanted to go crazy. "The Skywings are here on business. Unconcerned people should stay away." Xia Fei lunged forward with incredible speed. The Xiao clan women thought to themselves, "Since you're not going to let us talk, then we'll fight. In any case, killing Xia Fei will vent our hatred." But they never expected that Xia Fei had laid an ambush. The Skywing wolves arrived a split second later. They had been hiding in the forest this whole time, just waiting for Xia Fei's signal. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been waiting. It turned out that he had backup. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing led the charge, holding a staff in his hand and smashing it at the nearest white-clothed woman. The Skywing wolves were absurdly fast, and this force consisted of the swiftest among them. The worst of them could travel at almost 10 million meters per second. Bang! The woman instantly saw stars, and then Xia Guanghai came up and swung his fist. Speed was king. The crazy women of the Xiao clan were attacked from both sides by the Skywing wolves, and 5 or 6 heads were instantly sent rolling on the ground. There were 2 things the women of the Xiao clan could never have imagined. The first was that the Skywings had no appreciation for beauty at all. They even killed women, and very brutally. An important reason the Xiao clan had been able to gain an advantage against the other clans in the past was because it consisted entirely of women who were mostly widows, and no one was really willing to kill them. After all, they would be burdened by that reputation, and besides, it was awful to have a bunch of crazy women cursing you out at your front door. But the Skywings were wolves. They didn't care who their opponent was. The fiendish blade killed gods and demons alike. Even if these were crazy women, they still needed to be wiped out. The Xiao clan women discovered that the Skywings were even crazier than they were. When women went crazy, they wept, raved, and then hung themselves. But when the Skywings went crazy, they took people's lives. With a great rumble, a merciless purge commenced on the mountain. A bunch of crazy speedsters began to slaughter a bunch of crazy women. The Xiao clan women were scared silly. They had thought themselves unreasonable, but it was only when they encountered the Sky Wings that they realized that they were no match. "All of you, stop." This voice was like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. An angry old man stood in front of the Shao clan women. He pushed his hands forward, and what seemed like a great flood breaching a dam was unleashed. This was the head of the Serene Jadewater clan, Shui Niao. He stood at the apex of water experts, and he had been given the moniker of Water Dragon King. The immense power of the water pushed back the first wave of the Skywings. Shui Niao's complexion was ashen as he glared angrily at the Skywing wolves, Xia Fei, and Ulan. As the clan head of the Serene Jadewater, even without being angry, he exuded majesty. Now that he was angry, it was like an Azura had descended. Behind him were Shui Guqing, Shui Yazi, and Shui Pingxi, the three geniuses of the Serene Jadewater. All of them were apex soul eaters. "You." Shui Niao was just about to speak when his voice was drowned out by Xia Fei's fiendish energy and even louder voice. "I came here to kill, not to hear someone's nonsense. Old thing, shut your mouth." Cha. Not letting them talk again. Frustrating. The unreasonable Xia Fei was practically frustrating Shui Niao to death. Reason. There was nothing reasonable to talk about. Xia Fei had never intended to explain himself to anyone. Screw your rights and wrongs, your friendships and grudges. When the sword came out, it would never go back. Since he had grudges with them all, he would clear them all by killing everyone. "Anyone who stands in my way dies." Xia Fei bellowed, fiendish energy erupting from his body as he glared at them. Such a savage and unreasonable sort. It was clearly Xia Fei who had drawn everyone to this part of the mountain, and now he was complaining that these people were blocking his path. In truth, Xia Fei couldn't be blamed, for he understood what was going on. Better to squash enmity, rather than keeping it alive. You could only fool children with the latter. Resentment could only be resolved in one way. You die, or I die. This wasn't Earth, but the Alpha Universe, where old monsters reigned supreme. Even a child could be some freakish monster who had lived thousands of years. These guys were tougher than diamonds and more venomous than scorpions. Being gentle to one's enemies was being cruel to oneself. Since he had created this grudge, he would beat it to death, giving his enemies no chance to return. The slightest lack of caution might result in an extra burden on not just Xia Fei, but all of the Skywings. On Avril. On Earth. Thus, Xia Fei had no other choice, nor did he need to make a choice. Since the war had begun, he would kill until there were no enemies left, until the weeds had been plucked out by the roots. Rumble. The Skywings didn't need a reason to kill. With a single order from Xia Fei, the Wolfpack formation rumbled to life. The women of the Shao clan? The geniuses of the Shao clan? Kill them all. Shui Niao's beard trembled in rage. He had seen stubborn people before, but never anyone as stubborn as Xia Fei. With a wave of his hand, the Shui clan's people took the Shao clan's place in fighting against the Skywings. While the Skywings had lower cultivation, they had speed in their formation. Other than the lone wolves Xia Guqing and Xia Fei, the rest were all working together. The Shui clan could tell that the Skywing Wolfpack formation wouldn't fall easily, so they started to attack Xia Fei and Xia Guqing. Alas, Xia Guqing was a rare max-ranked speed expert, and he was truly moving like a ray of light, striking with his staff and vanishing without a trace. He was a wily old fox and very difficult to deal with. There was no need to bring up Xia Fei. With his 6 soul marks and a sea of spirit energy in reserve, he was just as strong as any member of the Shui clan, and his speed was just as shocking. He also had Furball, Peacock Blue, and the Nirvana Fiend Blade protecting him. Not even 2 or 3 people working together could get close to him. Seeing that Xia Fei and Xia Guqing couldn't be touched, the Shui clan turned their focus on Ulan. The Skywing Wolves were so vicious that the rank 8 great spiritualist Ulan ended up becoming the weak point in the eyes of the Shui clan, but there was nothing that could be done about that. Ulan was of the plant lineage and had never been good at fighting. In terms of combat experience, he couldn't even compare to the 20-some-year-old Xia Fei. Now, attack en masse. Seize that old thing. As the 3 heroes of the Shui clan moved in unison on Ulan, Xia Fei roared. Shui Guqing, Shui Yazi, Shui Pingxi, and Shui Niao were the backbone of the Shui clan's force of several dozen men. Ulan was in the very back, more than 1,000 meters from Xia Fei and the rest. The three geniuses had joined hands to attack, which meant that the clan head, Shui Niao, was all alone. This was a chance for the Skywing Wolves. Xia Fei's goal had been very clear from the start. Capture the king to capture the lackeys. Kill Shui Niao first. Slay the Water Dragon King. The three heroes of the Shui clan instantly paled. Shui Niao was the soul of the clan. If something happened to him, not only would the battle be lost, the entire Shui clan would fall and never recover again. Just like Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing for the Skywings, Shui Niao was the god of the serene Jadewater clan. Rumble. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Just as the three Shui heroes were about to go to the aid of their patriarch, old Ulan suddenly exploded. In truth, Ulan really hadn't expected today to turn out like this. Where did all of Xia Fei's usual schemes go? This was nothing more than brute force. He could have never imagined that Xia Fei would fight his way up Spirit Mountain. There were piles of experts on Spirit Mountain, and Ulan couldn't imagine what things would be like once they reached the summit. But it was too late for Ulan to regret his choices. He was already tied to Xia Fei's ship, together with the entirety of the plant lineage. He had no choice but to fight. If this ship sank, the plant lineage would completely vanish from the universe. Ulan would never accept that. I'll show you the power of my plant lineage. Bittervine Sky Entangler. Ulan bellowed, releasing the strongest mystical armament of the plant lineage. Rumble. An enormous plant grew forth crazily, erupting out of the earth like a dragon. This giant dragon was several kilometers in length, but it suddenly exploded into countless terrifying worms that bound up the three heroes of the Shui clan. The three heroes were dragons among men, and weren't something that the average top-class spiritualist could deal with. They moved very quickly, trying to remove the terrifying things. Alas, the Bittervine Sky Entangler was simply massive, and it came apart into tens of thousands of individual parts. Although it couldn't kill Shui Guqing, Shui Yazi, and Shui Pingxi, it did buy Xia Fei precious time. In a flash of motion, the Skywing Wolves had received Xia Fei's order and fiercely attacked. Take this. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing led the charge, wielding that staff soul weapon without a name and swinging it around with smashing force and unstoppable momentum. That one swing created a mighty gale. Originally, the four experts of the Shui clan would have been able to block the attack, but now the three lesser Shui clan heroes were being held down by Ulan. Thus, while the Shui clan had more members than the Skywolves, Shui Niao was the only one who could block the blow. Flying bird form. Shui Niao was still an old monster. He feared some trick in Xia Guqing's move and did not dare to directly receive it. So he used the true inheritance of his clan, the three waterfowl forms. These three moves were the ultimate skills of the serene Jadewater clan, and had allowed them to proudly laugh over the Alpha Universe for eons. He dropped his head, and a bird made of water rushed out from behind him. While it was called the flying bird form, its true form was a hawk, a divine raptor. It was simply massive, with a wingspan a kilometer wide. Bang! Xia Guqing's staff struck the water bird, smashing it in the head before it could even take flight. Not good. There's a hidden move. Xia Guqing cried out in alarm, backing away. The moment the flying bird form was struck, countless spikes of ice shot out, instantly turning into hailstones that engulfed the area. Each hailstone was imbued with dark energy, turning them into countless flying knives. Anyone struck would be dead or heavily injured. Peacock Blue. At this dangerous juncture, Xia Fei summoned Peacock Blue from his right arm. The 9 massive leaves grew out like skyscraping trees, instantly reaching several kilometers in length. A second later, the 9 leaves spun about and blocked all the hailstones. It was a very desperate move. Peacock Blue had used its own body to block the flying bird form, destroying itself in the process. Its enormous body was turned into shards of wood matter, and it would take several hours before it recovered its combat ability. After all, Shui Niao was the Shui clan's #1 expert, the Water Dragon King. After the flying bird form was the second powerful move of the Shui clan, 100 bird form. Rumble. A large swathe of the trees on Spirit Mountain withered away. For this attack, Shui Niao was greedily absorbing the water elemental energy of Spirit Mountain. All of the ground was turned into a battlefield. The 100 birds were actually the unfathomably vast amount of water elemental energy converging on the area. Like a flock of maddened wild ducks, they flapped their wings and rushed at the Skywing Wolfpack formation. Even more terrifying was that another bird of water was forming behind the 100 birds. Moments after the 100-bird form had been unleashed, the strongest of the three moves, the waterbird form, was about to impact them. The clan head of the Shui clan was called Shui Niao because his final move of the three waterfowl forms was the strongest. No one was more skilled than him at the waterbird form, turning the earth into a cage, one's enemies into waterbirds. In a flash, the soil underfoot was turned into a lake. All of their enemies would fall into the water to be killed one by one. This was the three waterfowl forms, the strongest combat technique of the Serene Jadewater clan. It went from one flying bird into thousands of waterbirds into the earth itself, becoming a lake, a hell for its enemies. Powerful, incomparably powerful, let alone the people on the battlefield. Even those on Spirit Mountain were shaken by this move. Everyone knew that the Serene Jadewater's three waterfowl forms were incredibly powerful, but only by truly experiencing them did they realize how terrifying they were. This is the three waterfowl forms. It's incredible. So powerful. It's over. Those guys trying to break into Spirit Mountain will all die. Cries of alarm came from the crowd, and in the middle of it all, Zesser Knight clutched Cloud Knight's arm grimly, on the verge of fainting. As for Cloud Knight, he had a nasty look on his face. His words had turned out to be tragically prophetic. Xia Fei had really overestimated his strength and drawn out the Water Dragon King. At this great distance, Cloud Knight couldn't save Xia Fei, even if he wanted to. It seemed like he really would have to clean up Xia Fei's corpse. No way. Shui Niao is dead, someone suddenly shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Upon looking closely, they could see that a unique cross-shaped blade had come out of nowhere and stabbed into Shui Niao's chest, dividing the number one water expert known as the Water Dragon King in half. Plush. Without leaking even a drop of blood, the fiend blade Nirvana had killed the Dragon King. Plush. With another chop, it took off Shui Niao's head. Someone then picked up Shui Niao's head and charged up towards the summit of Spirit Mountain. With Shui Niao's death, his three waterfowl forms dissipated into nothing. Only now were they able to see that Xia Fei, Xia Guqing, Xia Guanghai, and all the Skywing wolves were injured. It turned out that they had never once stopped their offensive. When the 100 birds had taken flight, they truly had inflicted some damage on the Skywings, but the Skywings had pushed through the birds to keep attacking. When the water bird had formed, the wolf pack had already gotten close. What followed was very simple. Xia Fei had charged up and ended the Water Dragon King's life with one stab of his blade. The Skywings had used their actions to give all these experts a lesson. When dealing with speed experts, you had to make your moves faster than them, or else the speed warrior would take advantage of the gap between your techniques to kill you. And also, never make an enemy of reckless and speedy madmen like the Skywings, for even if you were fast enough, the Skywing wolves would push through anyway and kill you. Sprinting hard, Xia Fei was the first to reach the top of Spirit Mountain. Xia Fei raised Shui Niao's head high and then threw it to the ground. It blasted apart, brains and blood flying everywhere. He scanned the crowd coldly, then said viciously, "I didn't come here to argue. Anyone who dares to stop me will end up like that." Everyone paled. What was going on? Xia Fei was a young man in his 20s, but he was threatening old monsters of the Alpha universe. This was a little too absurd. Wails came from behind him as Xia Guqing led the Skywing wolves in cleaning up. Around a minute later, the Shao clan and the Serene Jadewater clan had been completely wiped out. It had been outrageously one-sided. No one could have expected the majestic Shui clan and the Water Dragon King, Shui Niao, to die like that. They were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Fuchin's great disciple, Lingxing, stepped forward and declared viciously, "Xia Fei, barging into Spirit Mountain is a capital crime. Come, execute him. You seem to know me?" Xia Fei smiled gently. As he spoke, he raised his arm and flashed a golden seal, loudly saying, "You know me. So do you know this?" The unrestricted golden seal. The treasure that identifies the sect master of the unrestricted sect. Someone in the know immediately shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Xia Fei snorted. He walked to the center of Spirit Mountain's altar and yelled, "I am Xia Fei. On orders from unrestricted sect master Fuchin, I am taking over the unrestricted sect, starting from today. Those who disobey will be executed. Those who disrespect their teachers and insult their ancestors will also be executed." Xia Fei's face was dark as he spoke in a murderous tone, his voice booming. His eyes were streaked with blood, and everyone could tell that he was targeting Basalt, Lingxing, and He Wuji with his words. Whoosh! The crowd exploded into an uproar. The shocks they had experienced during the last few minutes had just been too great. First, the Feng, Shui, and Xiao clans had all been massacred on Spirit Mountain. And now the unrestricted sect was changing masters. This had more twists than the most dramatic of dramas. Someone bold came up to examine the golden seal in Xia Fei's hand, and the letter that Fuchin had left. He nodded, indicating that the contents were real, upon which everyone froze, not knowing what to do. The unrestricted golden seal was real, as was Fuchin's letter. Was the unrestricteds really going to become Xia Fei's, starting today? Lingxing, Basalt, and He Wuji exchanged glances, and then they surrounded Xia Fei and took out their soul weapons. Basalt swung around his soul weapon and shouted, "You, the sect master? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You must have stolen it. Return that golden seal to me and apologize with 99 kowtows, and then I'll spare your life." Everyone broke out in a sweat for Xia Fei's sake. He was all alone, so it would be very hard for him to get out of this in one piece. At that moment, the Skywing Wolves and Ulan had finished cleaning up the rest of the enemies and began to charge up to the peak of Spirit Mountain. Ulan led the way, yelling as he walked, "I am the current leader of the plant spiritualists, Ulan. Everyone should know who I am. I can serve as Xia Fei's guarantor." Fuchin truly did order Xia Fei to take charge of everything concerning the unrestricted sect. Lingxing and the others naturally knew Ulan. He Wuji said sinisterly, "You call yourself the master of the plant lineage, but I think it would be better to call you a dog of the Spiritualist Association. Your guarantees don't count for anything." I just knew you would try anything to deny it." Ulan grunted back. He waved his hand, and 4 people floated out of the crowd, none other than Ulan's 4 remaining junior brothers. "We are all part of the plant lineage, and the plant lineage has always been part of the Spiritualist Association, so there's nothing to say about that. We can all verify Fuchin's words." One of them spoke up neutrally. The plant lineage truly did belong to Wood, for its members always spoke as if they were aloof and above the fray. Compared to them, even Fuchin would be considered quite the savage character. Xia Fei couldn't help but shake his head. "What about it? What can you do if I don't believe you? You think that you can bully us because you have the numbers?" Lingxing snickered cruelly. Basalt waved his hand, and a quarter of the crowd shifted behind Lingxing's group. These people had received favors, so they naturally needed to protect their master. Basalt clenched his fists and declared, "Not just Xia Fei, your plant lineage also shouldn't think about leaving Spirit Mountain alive today." There was no point in trying to maintain his dignity now. Basalt and company had decided to kill Xia Fei's group first, and then seize the Sectmaster's golden seal. "You're certain you can touch a person of my Aurora clan?" came a voice out of the crowd. It seemed like wistful Hyzus of the Aurora clan had arrived, his face cold as he walked up to Xia Fei's side. "Oh, it's the cowardly Aurora clan. You can leave your lives here too." Basalt roared back. "Goodness. After all this time, it seems like the public considers our Aurora clan as a bunch of cowards now." A shrill voice rang out, and the crowd hastily opened a path. A transcendent elder walked out, his hands held behind his back and a confident look on his face. "Wistful Xiefeng. Are you old immortal Wistful Xiefeng?" An elder tottered over, appearing very excited. He dropped to his knees in front of Wistful Xiefeng, saying, "Old immortal, I am Tai San from Sulan Old City. You saved my life once." "Oh, Tai San. Your grandfather was Tai Taiying, if I recall." Wistful Xiefeng helped up the old man as he spoke. Smiling, he said, "Tai San, you were only this tall back then, but you've gotten old. Who are you to dare address my grandfather by his name?" A young man next to Tai San stepped out and roared, not knowing of Wistful Xiefeng's identity. "Huh." Tai San turned around and slapped that child. He angrily said, "Kneel at once." This venerable master is the ninth patriarch of the Aurora clan. Even if you were your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, he would still have to call this venerable elder grand ancestor. Whoosh! All of Spirit Mountain was stunned by these words. The ninth patriarch of the Aurora clan? There was no doubt. This was a legendary hermit. What exactly was a hermit? These were the final trump cards of a clan. What had happened with the Aurora clan that they had requested the aid of this old monster? Was the universe about to suffer a calamity? Even a hermit had appeared. Basalt, Lingxing, and He Wuji all paled. If Xia Fei had the help of a hermit, the situation was completely different. Hermits were all old monsters who lived for eons, and their combat power could not be measured purely through rank. Alas, the shock was only getting started, not ending. Wistful Yuan, Wistful Li, and Wistful Ao all took the stage, pushing the mood to the maximum. Wistful Clotho. Look, even the third Aurora clan patriarch, Wistful Clotho, has come out. The hermits coming up were all living fossils. The third patriarch? What sort of concept was that? That was an old monster who had been around at the founding of the Alpha universe. So old that you couldn't get any older. Suddenly, Xia Fei laughed heartily. Basalt, Lingxing, He Wuji, you wanted to compete in strength, right? Come on, kill them. The Aurora clan had invited no less than 20 hermits. Even the oldest one, third patriarch Clotho, had appeared. This was essentially mobilizing half the strength of the universe. With a rumble, murderous energy rocketed into the sky. He Wuji was the oldest, so he managed to maintain his composure and shout out, "Hold on. Xia Fei, you're part of unrestricted sect, and so am I. Our sect matters don't permit the interference of outsiders." The others nodded. This was an internal struggle of the unrestricted sect, so there was no reason to drag in the plant lineage, the Aurora clan, or the Skywings. Right, internal conflict bet when unrestricteds can't involve outsiders. If you want to resolve it, you have to do it internally. Those are the rules. Even those prestigious elders couldn't help but nod. Those ridiculous rules needed to be maintained. Lingxing and company rubbed their palms. If there were no outsiders involved, then they were quite confident that they could kill Xia Fei. But they were so happy that they failed to notice Xia Fei's face getting darker and darker. Fine. Xia Fei glared. He snarled, "I'll be honest. If I want to kill people, none of them can hope to get out alive. Today, you're going to die whether you want to or not." There was the sound of a gust of wind as he jumped onto the highest level of the altar and placed his hands behind his back, looking like a fiend descended to the mortal plane. Screw your rules. I'm sick of this sect. I, Xia Fei, as the master of the unrestricted sect, hereby announce that, starting from today, the unrestricted sect is no more. The sect is disbanded. The entire place fell silent. Mad. Fiendish. Was there anything as crazy as that? Unrestricted sect, the leader of the 4 great sects. Unrestricted sect, the orthodox lineage of spiritualists. Just like that, it had been disbanded. It had been proven many times that there was no such thing as craziest in the universe, only crazier. Xia Fei had decided to disband unrestricted sect, the orthodox lineage of spiritualists. His decision instantly silenced the entirety of Spirit Mountain. Those shocked and twitching faces well embodied the mental states of their owners. The countless eyes staring at Xia Fei found that they weren't looking at some warrior, but a fiend. A few minutes ago, nobody had even known who Xia Fei was, but now, the entire Alpha universe would never forget him. A young man so crazy that he would disband unrestricted sect, an absolute madman. The unrestricted sect's lineage had existed for eons. It was even older than the Spiritualist Association, but it had been disbanded by Xia Fei at the slightest hint of displeasure. This decision pushed the mood on Spirit Mountain toward the edge of absolute chaos. Are my ears hearing things right? No, it seems like Xia Fei is really going to disband unrestricted sect. Crazy. This universe has gone crazy. There's a human out there who dares disband unrestricted sect. You're sure that Xia Fei is human? After a short period of silence, the crowd exploded. No one dared to believe their eyes and ears. It was all too shocking. The equivalent to half of the universe exploding, let alone the others. Ulan himself was dumbfounded. He had put himself at great risk by joining Xia Fei in this battle up Spirit Mountain. Was the unrestricted sect that Fuchin cherished so much going to be disbanded, just like that? And he would be one of the accomplices. Xia Fei, hurry and take back your decision. Fuchin will go crazy when he finds out you disbanded unrestricted sect. Ulan shouted at him. Absolutely not. I've always stuck to my word. If I say it's disbanded, it's disbanded. Nothing in this world can experience construction without destruction. I've thought about it for a long time, and I think I know why Fuchin let me take control of unrestricteds. The unrestricted sect is brimming with scoundrels. There's simply no value in its continued existence. Since Fuchin didn't dare to take on the criticisms of the universe, I'll do it. I dare to, Xia Fei declared boldly. Those were very blunt words, but they weren't without reason. The unrestricteds had already become the joke of the universe for driving out its own sect master. It was just that no one had dared to say anything because of the sect's power. Xia Fei was very displeased by this sect made up of useless scoundrels, so he decided to disband it. Eons of legacy, rules of the ancestors. Those were the most worthless things in Xia Fei's mind. There was a pack of ancient hermits of the Aurora clan in the crowd, but when it came to psychological impact, Xia Fei's crazy decision was still a huge blow to them. It seems like I've really gotten old. Do all young people act like this nowadays? Did we come here today to help Xia Fei dismantle the unrestricted sect? Wistful Xifeng and the others were all very shocked. This situation was far beyond what they had imagined. It was like someone who had lived in the mountains for several thousand years, and when they finally came out, the entire world was full of skyscrapers. Their eyes were left bedazzled. Suddenly, the oldest member of the Aurora clan, Wistful Clotho, spoke up, his eyes twinkling. No construction without destruction. Good words. It's not just the unrestricteds. I think our Aurora clan also needs to change. Wistful Clotho was filled with emotion. Though he was a hermit now, he had also once traveled the universe, witnessing with his own eyes how the Alpha universe had changed. Wistful Clotho was the third head of the Aurora clan, the only one who had borne witness to those old monsters from the opening era of the universe. For him, the universe had changed the most, and he also felt the changes the most. The hermits were actually all rather tempted. The clan had never been this weak when they had been around. While the clan's policy of being kind had preserved its people, it had also caused the clan's will to fight to drastically decline. While the hermits of the Aurora clan sighed, Xia Fei was itching to start killing. Pointing into the distance with a savage light in his eyes, Xia Fei roared, "Hey Wuji! Assault! Lingxing! The unrestricteds has ceased to exist. Today, I, Xia Fei, will settle accounts with you. What you did to Fuchin, I will return tenfold. No, 100-fold. All three were startled, their faces grimacing. Hey Wuji remained the shrewdest of them all, snorting. Humph. You say it's disbanded, so it's disbanded? You still haven't proved if you've stolen that golden seal or not. Your words don't count. Xia Fei smiled, and then he replied harshly. I knew that you scoundrels would try and deny it. Let me ask you, who was it that brought up the internal affairs of unrestricted sect just now? Since you think that this is an internal conflict between us, that means you've accepted the existence of the sectmaster's golden seal. Trying to conspire against me? The person who can do that hasn't been born yet. Basalt and company paled instantly. They just didn't understand Xia Fei. In terms of ploys, even the three of them together were no match for Xia Fei. In this life, Xia Fei was the only schemer here. No one had ever been able to scheme against Xia Fei. All of this had been accounted for in the meticulous calculations in Xia Fei's brain, everything interlinked. When Basalt and the others had said that they were trying to resolve an internal dispute with Xia Fei, they had essentially admitted that Xia Fei was the sect master, and admitted that the golden seal was real. Otherwise, how could it be an internal dispute? Everyone present had heard it. Regret it? Too late. Hey Wuji frowned, and then said grimly, You lured us into a trap, and then you threw everything else aside and disbanded the unrestricted sect. Was this all so that you could kill us? Correct, Xia Fei brazenly admitted, unleashing all of his killing intent. As I already said, anyone I want dead will die. I will attain this goal at any price. Kids, remember this. Whether it's scheming or brutality, I'm your grand ancestor. Xia Fei stopped wasting breath on these accursed scoundrels and lunged forward, swinging the fiendish blade Nirvana. This strike is because you disrespected your master. Rumble. For bullying Fuchin into even going underground. You must all die. Boom. Fuchin cares about the unrestricteds, but I don't. Like a madman, Xia Fei swung again and again, being as ruthless as could be against his enemies. His blade was merciless, as was his tongue. The Skywing wolves naturally followed Xia Fei without a word. Xia Fei's enemy was their enemy. Moreover, Fuchin had helped the Skywings, and the wolves were quite pure-hearted. When they heard that Fuchin had been driven out of his sect by these people, their hearts exploded in rage. The Skywings didn't care about much else, but they did care about their brothers. They loathed thankless wretches like these the most. Since they loathed them, there was no need to waste time on talk. Just kill them all. Ulan led his 4 junior brothers into battle. Ulan used all his strength to control the plant divine weapon Bittervine Sky and Tangler, at the same roaring, "I've hated you guys for ages. It feels so good fighting you. So good." Ulan truly was uneasy and remorseful about the loss of the unrestricteds, but his heart was unconsciously beating faster and faster. Ulan was more than happy to take revenge for his best friend. Sure enough, there was no construction without destruction. Once the great burden of the unrestricted sect had been put down, everything became simple. Just kill. Ulan had never experienced such a refreshing feeling before. The hermits of the Aurora clan and the current experts of the clan, led by Wistful Hyzus, were being very cautious. While they were strong, they simply ensured that their side held the upper hand, rather than unleashing their ultimate attacks. After all, it wasn't just the Aurora clan that had hermits. Other clans had them too, and while the hermits of the Aurora clan had appeared, the hermits of the other clans were still in hiding. Wistful Clotho and the others weren't using their full strength, partially because they wanted to feign weakness. Even so, Xia Fei's side still had the firm upper hand in this battle. The unrestricted spirit sect had never had many people, and Xia Fei's unreasonable words had struck fear in the hearts of the warriors behind He Wuji. Most of them had chosen not to fight, and some of them had directly fled down the mountain. It had to be said that Xia Fei's words were truly quite intimidating. Everyone understood that the soft feared the hard feared the domineering feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care for their lives. Xia Fei was precisely that sort of reckless and ruthless fellow. Unless one had a deep hatred for them, who would dare to play with their lives by fighting against Xia Fei's group? As one side weakened and the other grew stronger, it was soon clear who was winning. Fuchin had been a very formidable figure, producing 2 excellent disciples in Basalt and Lingxing, and there was also his senior brother, He Wuji. Anyone else would have long ago fallen to Xia Fei's impressive encirclement. Alas, the outcome was inevitable. It was only a matter of time until Xia Fei completely finished off the unrestricted spirit sect. Zesser Knight clutched Cloud Knight's arm grimly. There was no saving her now that Xia Fei had put on such a splendid show, and her gaze was growing more and more passionate. Most women liked heroes, but it had to be said that a somewhat wicked and somewhat bad character like Xia Fei was also very welcome. A true proper gentleman would probably be too stiff for most girls, lacking in allure. Xia Fei's side had already killed half of the disciples and grand disciples who had rebelled, and the rest had been forced into a corner and were barely holding on. Fuchin would probably be grief-stricken by the loss of his disciples and grand disciples, but what did Xia Fei care? He had never much considered the feelings of others. But just when the survivors of unrestricted spirit were about to break, there was a massive rumble, and an enormously powerful spirit energy descended like an iron wall, isolating Xia Fei from the unrestricted sect's people. This wasn't an ordinary skill. This was spirit energy given color and form. How pure of an energy was required to make this? Only a master among masters was capable of possessing such pure spirit energy. All of you stop. Whoosh. A white-robed elder descended from the sky, his eyes clear and brimming with a transcendent aura. Big Dipper. It's really Big Dipper, the chairman of the Spiritualist Association. No way. Even Big Dipper is here. Now things are getting fun. If Big Dipper wants to protect unrestricteds, even Xia Fei won't be able to do anything. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. Big Dipper was renowned as the strongest spiritualist. Only the strongest dark spiritualist, Master Ninshatsi, or Fuchin in his prime, would be able to contend against him. He was a legend of the Alpha universe. Big Dipper emerged with an impressive aura. With a whoosh, the wall of spirit power protected the survivors of the unrestricted spirit sect. Big Dipper bellowed out, "All of you stop." Basalt and Lingxing had been pressed so hard that they could barely breathe, and they regarded Big Dipper like their savior. Basalt called out energetically, "Chairman, save me. This scoundrel Xia Fei wants to disband the unrestricted spirit sect. Venerable sir, you must stand up for us." Xia Fei was instantly disgusted. It was precisely those three who had made the illustrious unrestricteds so notorious. So this was essentially a thief crying thief. Big Dipper frowned as he turned to Xia Fei. After some thought, Big Dipper asked, "You are Xia Fei? What is your purpose in taking Fuchin's golden seal and disbanding the unrestricted sect?" Xia Fei snorted. He threw the fiendish blade Nirvana into the air and said, "You're the chairman of the Spiritualist Association, but you chose to hide in the shadows and quietly watch all this transpire, waiting until I was about to kill those three scoundrels before suddenly interfering. I'm the one who should be asking, what's your purpose? Are you trying to win the hearts of the people?" The crowd was aghast. Xia Fei was so vicious. These words had exposed Big Dipper's ulterior motives to everyone, and he had even thrown abuse at Big Dipper. Yes, Big Dipper could not possibly have only just arrived. He had been around for some time. When he saw that Lingxing and the others were in danger, Big Dipper felt like he had an opportunity, so he decided to save them so that he could recruit them while also suppressing the brazen Xia Fei. Alas, Big Dipper was unaware that Xia Fei's brazenness was in his bones. He was not somebody that could just be bullied around because someone wanted to. Whoosh! Countless eyes turned to Big Dipper, and they suddenly realized that his face was white with embarrassment. It turned out that he was no divine immortal, so easily out-talked by some obscure young man. Young man, you shouldn't say things so recklessly. You can't abolish the unrestricted sect with just your words alone. Unrestricted spirit is a treasure of the entire Alpha universe, one of the oldest spiritualist sects. Without the approval of my Spiritualist Association, you can't even take control of the unrestricted sect, let alone close it down. Big Dipper was still quite the shrewd schemer. He avoided the accusation, refusing to mention that he had been hiding and waiting for the right opportunity, instead raising the issue about Xia Fei's authority over the unrestricteds. Big Dipper had burnished the unrestricted sect's reputation as soon as he started talking, saying that it was some treasure of the universe that couldn't be closed on a whim by Xia Fei. He was clearly drawing on the power of other factions to try and apply pressure on Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled eerily. Raising an arm, he pointed at Big Dipper's nose and loudly asked, "Treasure of the entire universe? The Spiritualist Association's approval? Let me ask you, when Fuchin was driven out of his sect by these good-for-nothings, was that with your Spiritualist Association's approval? Which of you stepped forward to protect the so-called treasure of the universe? And now you want to protect it? Let me tell you, you're too late. Even if the Heavenly King himself came out today to try and stop me, I would still wipe the unrestricted sect from this world." Gasp! Everyone was shocked. Today was truly strange. The illustrious Big Dipper simply couldn't out-talk Xia Fei. Everyone suddenly regarded Xia Fei in a new light. The unreasonable Xia Fei was scary, but the reasonable Xia Fei was even scarier. It was because he was always able to find the flaw in the opposing argument. Nobody could out-debate him. It was tragic. Big Dipper had never expected to run into a monster like Xia Fei. There was truly had no good reason to bring up the association. The Spiritualist Association had essentially pretended not to see what had happened to Fuchin, so there was no reason they should suddenly start intervening now. For the first time, Big Dipper seemed to lose his composure, his black hair suddenly standing on ends. It was only natural Big Dipper did not stop Fuchin from being banished, because Fuchin hated how the association did things, and Big Dipper wanted nothing more than to see him dead. That had now become a flaw that Xia Fei could exploit. Big Dipper's lips trembled, and he was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he couldn't say a word. Behind Xia Fei, Wistful Bai pulled on Wistful Heiz's sleeve and asked, "Is this Xia Fei really of our bloodline? Could you have made a mistake?" Wistful Heizis nodded woodenly. He should be. Should be? What did that mean? But the Aurora clan could not be blamed for their reactions. The fiendish Xia Fei was considered a freak even among the Skywings. let alone a family of nice guys like the Aurora clan. The difference was just enormous. Who was Xia Fei facing? None other than the chairman of the Spiritualist Association, the #1 spiritualist, Big Dipper. A normal person would be considered quite the tough guy if they didn't drop to their knees and pay respects to Big Dipper, but Xia Fei had not only not done that, but also insulted Big Dipper twice. This was a stubborn bull who feared nothing. Everyone thought that Xia Fei was already quite formidable for rendering Big Dipper speechless, but they still didn't understand Xia Fei. They did not realize that was only the beginning. Sweeping his eyes across Big Dipper and the unrestricted spiritualists, Xia Fei then stared again at Big Dipper and said coldly, "Big Dipper, in my view, you should stop being the chairman of the Spiritualist Association. Are your eyes only for eating? Hei Wuji and Basalt have been colluding with the dark spiritualists for ages, preparing to take your life at any time. But now, you're speaking up for them. I think you've gone senile in your position." Wow. Another bomb. The summit of Spirit Mountain exploded. Ulan was dumbfounded. The Aurora clan was dumbfounded. Everyone became as dumb as wooden chickens. Putting aside Xia Fei cursing at Big Dipper twice, that sharp tongue of his was pushing Big Dipper to his demise. If everything Xia Fei said was true, then Big Dipper was truly the stupidest chairman of the Spiritualist Association in history. Everyone knew that the dark spiritualists were aiming for the association, but the chairman of the association, Big Dipper, was protecting the dark spiritualist people. This was the greatest joke in history, let alone resigning. It wouldn't be excessive if Big Dipper committed suicide out of shame. This is slander. Who doesn't know that we serve the Spiritualist Association? How could we collude with the dark spiritualists? That's right, Chairman. Don't believe his words. Xia Fei is willing to do anything to take unrestricted for himself. Basalt and Lingxing quickly shouted out, swearing that they were loyal to the association. On the other end, Big Dipper seemed at a loss, probably dizzy from Xia Fei's verbal offensive. There was a cold laugh. Xia Fei sighed and said, "Old Fuchin, have you seen it? Do you understand now why I have to close down this accursed unrestricted spirit?" Xia Fei turned his sharp eyes to Basalt and Lingxing, declaring loudly, "As Fuchin's disciples, shouldn't you have a little more self-respect? If you want to collude with the dark spiritualists, go ahead, but be men about it. Don't turn yourself into dogs of the Spiritualist Association. Someone like you wants to command unrestricted? Has there ever been such a meek sect master for the unrestricted sect before? The illustrious Orthodox spiritualist lineage. The owners of the unrestricted soul spirit mark. I wasn't the one who made you turn them into such a mess." Whoosh. After all that was said, everyone suddenly had an improved opinion of Xia Fei. Warriors had their dignity. They were disciples of the unrestricted sect, yet they were swearing fealty to the Spiritualist Association. Lingxing and company had thrown away all of the dignity of the unrestricteds. "Now, I will tell the whole universe about what you've done." Bang! Xia Fei threw a ball into the air. The ball released a 360-degree projection that displayed Lingxing's meeting that day with Master Ninshatsi. Ulan was furious. Those guys wanted to destroy him and the plant lineage. The Skywings were furious. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been so brutal. It turned out that these people had been targeting them. Big Dipper was also furious. The mighty chairman of the Spiritualist Association had been played worse than a monkey. Xia Fei pointed and ordered, "No survivors." The wolf pack formation rumbled to life, and the plant spiritualists also turned vicious. To see the plant spiritualists fighting alongside others was truly rare, but it was just a sign of how wicked Fuchin's disciples really were. To everyone's surprise, spiritualist chairman Big Dipper was leading the charge. This was what it meant for a cornered dog to be capable of jumping over the wall. Big Dipper had been utterly humiliated, and he felt that if he could personally kill Lingxing's group, he might be able to salvage a little of his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show himself in daylight again. Thus, Big Dipper's reaction was the most intense, starting off with his strongest move, 7-star flight. The sky rumbled as Big Dipper thrust his hands forward and used his most famous skill. Spirit power turned into 7 stars, which took the shape of scimitars and swept toward Lingxing's crew. Lingxing and his comrades had been pushed to the edge of a cliff and had nowhere to run. They had all heard of how powerful Big Dipper's 7-star flight was, and they did not dare to take it directly. so they decided to just jump off the mountainside. Oh no, they're getting away, Xia Fei bellowed as he led his men in pursuit. He had just arrived at the cliff edge and was about to jump down, when suddenly there was an eruption of wind, an air current so strong that Big Dipper's 7-star flight was blown up into the heavens. Big Dipper scowled. Could he be any more humiliated today? Even his ultimate move had been countered. Who was it this time? The Skywing wolves instantly sensed that the situation was bad and fell back, but Big Dipper clenched his teeth and continued forward, swinging his arms around as he prepared to make another move. Rumble. But the wind only intensified, seemingly intent on tearing apart the heavens. A giant gap was torn out of the sky over Spirit Mountain, revealing the countless stars above. Even this planet's atmosphere was no match for this opponent's power. Bang! A second later, a warship emerged from the base of the mountain. A group of people stood on it, one of them using his hands to tear apart the sky, a savage look on his face. Master Ninshatsi, the #1 dark spiritualist. Some people cried out in shock. Yes, the newcomer was none other than Master Ninshatsi. With him were several dozen dark spiritualist experts, their hands held behind their backs as they surveyed the crowd coldly. As for Lingxing's group, they had landed on the warship and were currently sitting on the deck. Finished. Spirit Mountain is finished. Someone quickly caught on to the situation and ran off. Battles between spiritualists were often extremely bitter. Even fools knew to stay as far away as possible. Spirit Mountain was thrown into chaos. Big Dipper steadied himself and demanded, Master Ninshatsi, what are you trying to do? Do. Master Southsand replied coldly. The person I was waiting for didn't come, but you showed up instead. You're quite the bold one, coming alone to Spirit Mountain, and even showing yourself. Today, all 37 peak spiritualists of my dark spiritualist lineage are here. What do you think I'm going to do? Today, all 37 peak spiritualists of my dark spiritualist lineage are here. What do you think I'm going to do? Master Ninshatsi exclaimed excitedly. Xia Fei's face darkened. It was clear that Master Ninshatsi had noticed that Big Dipper was alone, so he had decided to move up the decisive battle up to today. That was a very normal line of thinking. Xia Fei would have used this chance to kill the chairman of the Spiritualist Association and damage his foe's morale. Moreover, the dark spiritualists really did have the capability. Standing across from him was none other than the dark spiritualist's strongest fighting force. Besides Master Ninshatsi and Shu Yuha, who Xia Fei recognized, there were more than 100 dark spiritualists that he didn't know, several dozen of whom were peak spiritualists. How many peak spiritualists were there in the entire universe? The unrestricted sect had 4 if you included Fuchin, Heavenly Might had 6, Spiritualists of Purity had 5, and Purple Jade had 3, of which 1 had been killed. Ulan, who was the sect master of the plant spiritualist lineage, was only level 8, and the other smaller sects and lineages were even worse off, being gifted if they only had 1. But the Spiritualist Association had unfathomable strength, and the exact number of peak spiritualists it had always been a mystery. Now the dark spiritualists had brought out 37 peak spiritualists. If one counted the 3 traitors of the unrestricted sect, they had a whole 40 people. How could that not be shocking? The situation had become difficult. Big Dipper had no choice but to retreat 3 steps, his face falling. He called out, Master Ninshatsi, do you really think I came alone? You would be gravely mistaken. All the heroes present have received the protection of the association before. Go, take down this demon for me. Big Dipper's voice wasn't soft, but alas, there were few respondents. Xia Fei turned his head and saw that not many people were left on the summit of Spirit Mountain. The vast majority had fled as soon as they saw the situation turning sour. The remaining few left were mostly people connected to the association or to Xia Fei. For instance, Cloud Knight had loyally stayed, standing around with a very worried face, but he had yet to throw himself into the battle. As for Zesser Knight, she was pale with fright. Big Dipper's call to action had drawn only several dozen fearless warriors to his side, leaving him in an awkward spot. Master Ninshatsi swept his eyes over the summit and then laughed. Qiu Xingbang, are you standing on Big Dipper's side? Heavenly Might Spiritualist School's twin dragon Xingbang was part of the group that hadn't left. This was a force with 3 peak spiritualists, which was why Master Ninshatsi had asked the question. Qiu Xingbang smiled and replied loudly. Heavenly Might is simply a school, and it is not worthy of participating in this struggle. Moreover, Heavenly Might has always maintained neutrality, solely concerning itself with raising the next generation of spiritualists. We have not left simply because all of you are illustrious figures. If someone dies, they will need someone to take care of the funeral. It is not right for spiritualists to go unburied. And since we are all spiritualists, this Qiu is willing to send my friends on their last journey. Qiu Xingbang spoke very eloquently, indicating that he didn't favor any side and was simply looking out for the dignity of the spiritualists as a whole. But this wasn't what he was actually thinking. He was staying to see how Xia Fei died. Whether it was him or Qiu Yang, they already regarded Xia Fei as their mortal foe. Master Ninshatsi turned his head and said to Xia Fei, "Young friend, I know that you want to kill Lingxing, Basalt, and He Wuji, but they are my people. If you insist on killing them, I will kill you and all the people with you." The 20-odd members of the Aurora clan turned to Xia Fei, their eyes full of hesitation. They had been gathered here by Xia Fei, and Xia Fei had made the decision to attack Spirit Mountain. All of them had done as he had ordered, but they had yet to see any of that better future that Xia Fei had promised. On the contrary, more and more enemies were showing themselves, getting stronger and stronger. The Aurora clan didn't seem strong enough to meet the challenge. Was it really as Xia Fei had said, that he had invited all these hermits of the Aurora clan to come and die? Besides the madmen of the Skywings, everyone was hesitating. The dark spiritualists were clearly targeting Big Dipper, and Xia Fei still had time to leave. Moreover, everyone could see what sort of person Big Dipper was, so it wasn't worth dying together with him. Xia Fei chuckled softly, his eyes as determined as ever. As I said, today the three of them must die? I don't want to repeat myself again. Good. Master Ninshatsi couldn't help but cry out. You've got guts. Then today, you and all your people will be buried with Big Dipper. Don't think that you're the only ruthless one in the universe. I became famous because I was more ruthless than anyone else. As Master Ninshatsi roared, his entire demeanor changed. Everyone knew those famous words of Master Ninshatsi's. So long as I live, none of you will survive. He was among the most ruthless of the ruthless characters in the Alpha universe. The dark spiritualists all laughed, and a somber mood filled the air. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the dark spiritualists already had a huge advantage in morale. Ulan was worried and wanted to say something to Xia Fei, but Xia Guanghai pulled on him and whispered, "Remember, the more difficult the situation, the more you shouldn't trip up your own side. Trust in Xia Fei. He's no fool. On the contrary, he's an incredibly vicious person." These words seemed to bring Ulan to his senses, and he exhaled. He could see that Xia Fei's composure wasn't being faked at all. It meant that he had a trump card. Xia Guanghai had said this on purpose. He hadn't spoken too loudly, but just loud enough for the Aurora clan hermits to hear. Those old guys who had been in seclusion for eons and had seemingly all gone senile. With the plant lineage, skywings, and hermits all here, they felt like Xia Fei had already played all his cards. How could he have had anything else? Was it the Night Clan? Wistful Hyzus smiled bitterly at the thought. It was true that the Night Clan was a first-rate clan, but did they have the ability to change the situation? The enemy was a force of 40 peak spiritualists. Rumble. Before everyone could understand, something attacked, throwing the situation into chaos. Surprisingly, the first to strike was Furball. Like a madman, he charged at Master Ninshatsi's holy beast, the Lone Gleam Eagle. The Lone Gleam Eagle flapped its wings and took to the skies to do battle with Furball. The two holy beasts had truly intimidating auras. The moment they started fighting, they did so with lethal intent, Furball's energy attacks and the Lone Watch Eagle's light attacks mixing together. It seemed like numerous suns had suddenly appeared in the sky, their light illuminating all the land. What was a holy beast? A peerless existence. These creatures were simply too arrogant, and there had never been a friendship between holy beasts. The moment they met, they would have a fight to decide who was better. Furball and the Lone Gleam Eagle had already battled in the expanse of the Founders. In that battle, the Lone Gleam Eagle had its nose bitten off by Furball, and Furball himself had been exhausted to the point of weakness. From that moment on, an undying grudge had been formed. Now, their battle could continue. In attacking, The two holy beasts were essentially blowing the war horns of their respective sides. Both sides moved, hundreds of spiritualists and soul practitioners beginning to battle. Xia Fei and the Sky Wings under Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing formed a team. While they weren't the strongest, they were the fastest, and their attacks the most sinister. After several exchanges, their guerrilla strikes had succeeded in taking the lives of several of the weaker dark spiritualists, while being completely uninjured themselves. The hermits of the Aurora clan formed their own team, one that specialized in long-distance attacks. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. The hermits were truly quite interesting, all of them using the same move. Aurora Horizon was the strongest soul hunter art of the Aurora clan. Only someone with peak soul practitioner cultivation could hope to use it, and all of the hermits of the Aurora clan happened to fit the bill. The light of the Aurora was truly dazzling. Merely the first Aurora Horizon could break the darkness arts of Venus of Eternal Night, the Azure Nebula Waterfall. Aurora Horizons from over 20 peaked soul masters. They were like a firing squad, one team firing while the other team reloaded. It was all about attack, attack, attack. Xia Fei suddenly realized that he had underestimated the power of the Aurora clan. So Aurora Horizon could be used like that? The more people there were, the stronger it was. Moreover, Xia Fei also noticed that the essence of the Aurora clan's fighting style wasn't in defense, but in overwhelming firepower. It was all about returning attacks with attacks. It used powerful spectrum soul energy to tear through the enemy defenses and attacks. It was brutish violence, completely at odds with the kindly nature of the Aurora clan. In truth, when they were first founded, the Aurora clan hadn't been some clan of gentlemen, but a pack of warriors with high cultivation who had relied on their brutal and mass attacks to stand tall in the Alpha universe. Eventually, the Aurora clan found that it was losing ground. That was because they discovered that the universe was very large and they had too many enemies. There was no end to their foes, and the people of their clan were exhausted from running around and fighting all the time. A smart person in the clan thought about whitewashing the clan's reputation. First, they had the blood-stained experts of the clan feign death, with their descendants learning how to endure and return evil with kindness. Of course, some people thought that the Aurora clan had suddenly become weak and attacked them, but those experts who had faked their deaths intercepted them, creating many gruesome massacres that had shocked the universe. But as those incidents had nothing to do with the Aurora clan, nobody linked the clan to them. It could be said, with some exaggeration, that the Aurora clan was the first to think of the concept of hermits, its original purpose being to deal with situations in which they had too many enemies. As time passed, the reputation of the Aurora clan as butchers was gradually forgotten, and they made a name for themselves as humble gentlemen and cultured scholars. Alas, they still had too many enemies, and quite a few of that earliest batch of hermits had died in battle. Otherwise, the Aurora clan would have still been one of the clans with the most experts in hiding. This volley fire that they were using had once been the Aurora clan's strongest weapon. After many years, it had now reappeared. The explosive firepower of the Aurora clan was of great assistance in allowing Xia Fei's side to establish a foothold. After all, this was an ancient tactic that few people in the present knew about. The Aurora clan's sudden use of this tactic had taken their enemies by surprise. Ulan and his plant spiritualists weren't as lucky. Even with the protection of the Bittervine Sky and Tangler, the 5 plant spiritualists had still fallen back to a corner and were barely protecting themselves. The worst off was Big Dipper. Those fearless warriors who had answered his call were all of the soul system, and were the main target of the dark spiritualists. Plush. The warriors around Big Dipper were being cut down like weeds. But the battle was so chaotic that nobody noticed that Big Dipper's side now had 6 more people than it had started with. While the battle seemed fierce and lively, it was actually quite eerie. At some point, Spiritualist Association Chairman Big Dipper had 6 extra people at his side. There were far too many people participating in this battle, and so only a few sharp-eyed people, one of them being Xia Fei, sensed this addition. Big Dipper seemed to be in grave peril, under fierce pressure from the enemy, but these 6 new warriors had been an extremely stabilizing presence for his side. Big Dipper remained composed, and those attacks from the dark spiritualists began to slow down. Stand aside. Nanshatsi suddenly roared and jumped off the warship, charging straight to the front. Perhaps because he had been too confident in his subordinates, he had not joined the battle at the start. Whoosh! The dark spiritualists immediately stopped and opened a path. Nanshatsi laughed madly as he walked up to Big Dipper. Excitedly pointing at the dozen or so surviving warriors, he asked, "The 6 great masks?" I said that the master of the Spiritualist Association couldn't possibly have been all alone. So it turns out you brought the 6 great masks. Everyone was startled. Xia Fei had also heard the rumor about the 6 great masks. They were said to be suicide soldiers of the Spiritualist Association, and they were only loyal to the current chairman, wielding astounding strength, and were also stealth experts. Whenever the Spiritualist Association chairman was out and about, they would be a peddler selling fruit on the side of a road, manager of a store, or even stone on a mountain, or a turtle on a shore. In short, the 6 great masks did not like showing themselves. They could use any methods to hide in plain sight, and they would only appear when needed. Today, even at this stage in the battle, the vast majority of people did not know that the 6 great masks were already on the battlefield. Nanshatsi exuded a fierce aura, his eyes glinting as he made a challenging gesture. I've long heard of the power of the Spiritualist Association's 6 great masks. As guards of the current chairman, you have achieved many great feats in battle. Today, I, Nanshatsi, will personally kill you. Take this. Such an intimidating aura. Nanshatsi was challenging Big Dipper and the 6 great masks. He really had this kind of power. Rumble. Nanshatsi took out a sword and pointed it at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and then a bolt came out of nowhere, hurtling toward the sea of stars. What a powerful weapon. Even when it's just being taken out, it's already this powerful. Xia Fei mentally exclaimed. This isn't good. That isn't the gilded Sansi that Nanshatsi normally uses, but rather a new weapon, a very powerful one at that. Ulan's shocked voice resounded in Xia Fei's ears. Big Dipper was ghastly pale as he asked gravely, "You got your hands on an Annihilator-grade soul weapon?" Annihilator. A weapon a level higher than that of the Alpha Universe's best weapons. Everyone was alarmed. No wonder Nanshatsi was so arrogant. He had an Annihilator-grade weapon. Rumble. Nanshatsi did not waste words on Big Dipper, attacking straight away with his sword. Plush. Plush. Before anyone had time to return to their senses, the warriors around Big Dipper had fallen. If one looked closely, one would find that there were only 6 people left at Big Dipper's side, presumably the legendary 6 great masks. They were all disguised as ordinary warriors, and there was visually nothing that might distinguish them from the others. Nanshatsi truly had sharp eyes, instantly clearing out the riffraff around Big Dipper and revealing his final trump card. 7-star flight. Big Dipper knew that he was facing a formidable foe. Not daring to be careless, he hastily used his most famous move. Whoosh! He leaned forward. His dark energy surged like 7 comets, nimbly moving around. Idiot! Using the same move on me twice is seeking death, he roared. Big Dipper was unmoved. At that instant, Xia Fei saw a flash of cunning light in Big Dipper's eyes. It was akin to, before everyone could react, the 7-star flight linked together into a single comet, a falling star. Even more shocking was that the 6 great masks immediately followed that comet. The first person pressed themselves on the ground, the second positioned themselves a little higher than the first, the third squatted, and so on, forming a human pyramid. Such a bizarre move. Nobody understood what they were trying to do, but they all could tell that it was definitely some ultimate move of the 6 great masks. Big Dipper's 7-star flight was the vanguard, opening the path, and the 6 great masks were responsible for executing the final combination move. Shift, Nanshatsi called, pointing his sword at Big Dipper's 7-star flight and the 6 great masks. This sword had possessed an intimidating aura, but its outward appearance was nothing too astonishing. However, as Nanshatsi spoke, that sword suddenly exploded and turned into countless motes of silver sand. An innumerable number. A second later, Nanshatsi made a light thrust. Bum! The sword shot out, half like the dazzling tail of a comet and half as though someone had poured out a basin full of water. Silver light erupted. This silver light flashed, and everyone cried in alarm. Spirit Mountain was torn open. A neat chunk had been sliced away as if someone had taken a mountain-sized axe and hacked a chunk out of it. one strike cleaving a mountain. Such power. The 6 great masks of the Spiritualist Association would forever be frozen in that moment. Each one was missing half their body as though they had been devoured by countless man-eating ants. Everyone had had a gruesome death. In the distance, Big Dipper was clutching his shoulder, one knee on the ground, his face pale. As for that 7-star flight he had unleashed, there was no trace of it. Ninshatsi's more powerful storm had obliterated it. What sort of development was this? The number 1 dark spiritualist, Ninshatsi, had needed only one strike to kill the 6 great masks and heavily wound the Spiritualist Association's chairman. Plush, Big Dipper threw up blood and said in frustration, "Curse you, Ninshatsi. So you already reached the Annihilator tier." His words were like bombs exploding in everyone's ears. Ninshatsi was an Annihilator. Should Annihilators not have gone to the Gemini Star universe? What was he still doing in the Alpha universe? One Annihilator could bring down the Spiritualist Association's chairman and annihilate the 6 great masks. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Ninshatsi sneered. "Yes, this old man has reached Annihilator a long time ago. I only stayed here so that I could settle accounts with you people who drove my dark spiritualists out of the traditional lineages." Rumble. Ninshatsi did not even give Big Dipper a chance, launching his attack as he spoke. However, this time, he was aiming at Xia Fei. Ninshatsi's transforming sword suddenly turned and shot towards Xia Fei's position. He had already noticed that Xia Fei's group relied on their astounding speed, and he would need some trick to take down Xia Fei. After all, speed warriors could both attack and retreat. If Xia Fei decided to retreat, Ninshatsi really was not certain if he could hold him back. Ninshatsi had quite the vicious personality and had no plans of letting Xia Fei leave this place alive. Thus, he threw aside his prestige and status and made a sneak attack on the young man. He feigned an attack on Big Dipper, yet was actually gunning for Xia Fei as he suddenly turned around halfway to deal with him. Peacock Blue. Xia Fei reacted quickly, the weed bursting forth from his right arm. It instantly formed a wall of green plant matter to fend off Ninshatsi's attack. Rumble. Ninshatsi's sword instantly tore through Peacock Blue. The weed, which had been severely wounded in the battle against Water Dragon King Shui Niao, had barely recovered 30% of its power. It was simply incapable of blocking an Annihilator, let alone this transforming divine sword. Ninshatsi had immaculately calculated the speed and angle. Xia Fei could not dodge, for behind him were the Skywing Wolves, the Spiritualists of Botany, and the Aurora clan. If Xia Fei did not block this sword, everyone behind him would die. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He was ready to have little Goldie open a gate to dark space and suck in Ninshatsi's sword. This would work, but it would definitely put the demon Chrysalis life in grave danger. Life or death would be decided in this instant. Little Goldie would die, or everyone else would die. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei thrust his hand into his sleeve. Rumble. At this moment, another plant erupted from the ground and formed a second wall. It was none other than Ulan's plant-type soul weapon, the Bittervine Sky Entangler. The Bittervine Sky Entangler also could not completely block Ninshatsi's sword. Countless holes were punched through it, and the sword sliced it to bits. It seemed like he had no other choice. Would Xia Fei really have to make little Goldie sacrifice its life today? There was no time. The divine sword was coming. In this moment of crisis, 2 shriveled figures suddenly came out of nowhere. Like 2 walls of tornadoes, their arms and legs flew as they moved. They managed to stop Ninshatsi's attack. If Ninshatsi's sword had a special attribute, it was capable of turning itself into countless grains and firing itself like a shotgun blast. This was rather similar to Ulan's Bittervine Sky Entangler, but the Bittervine Sky Entangler was a plant, lacking the sharpness of the sword, and it could not be imbued with spirit energy. When those fragments of metal were imbued with spirit energy, they would have terrifying power. Big Dipper's 7-star flight, Xia Fei's Peacock Blue, and Ulan's Bittervine Sky Entangler had been unable to stop this sword because of Ninshatsi's spirit energy. Xia Fei saw who the 2 people were and grew extremely excited. It was the custodian slaves from Unrestricted Pavilion, the 2 mindless zombies. These truly were existences that had cultivated their bodies to the apex. With brute strength, they blocked Ninshatsi's sword. The custodian slaves had no souls, And since Ninshatsu's spirit energy was the most effective against the soul, these two soulless entities did not fear spirit attack. These fragments of metal merely ordinary weapons to them. No matter how powerful the spirit energy imbued in the sword, it was no good against them. At most, it could make their bodies a little sore. Everyone was dumbfounded. The two zombies seemed to be playing a game, piling up those metal shards with a simple push of their hands. On top of all that, they possessed absurd speed and agility. They did not fear spirit energy attacks, and also had incredible speed and agility. These two abilities put together created a formidable and awesome effect. The second round of battle on the Spirit Mountain was simply breathtaking. An Annihilator-grade weapon had appeared. The 6 great masks had died. Big Dipper had been heavily injured. The custodian slaves, with the strongest bodies, had come out of nowhere. Coming like a fierce storm but ending with a gentle breeze, the 2 nameless guardian slaves had come out of nowhere and turned the tables. No one could have expected a pair of walking corpses to hold out against the #1 dark spiritualist, Master Ninshatsu, and his fierce Annihilator-class soul weapon. They did not have souls and were above laws. Precisely because they did not have souls, they did not fear dark energy attacks. Those attacks, which could strike at a person's soul and could leave them in excruciating suffering, were no more than scratches to them. Hurrah! These 2 corpses were so cool. Zombies? I'm a fan. The Skywing wolves erupted in untimely laughter, causing other people to look over at these madmen in confusion. After all, those were 2 soulless zombies that they were talking about. The Aurora clan and spiritualists of botany gawked at them. Even though these 2 corpses had saved them, they were still corpses, and they mentally found them difficult to accept. However, nobody among the Skywings cared about this. These madmen cared only about the outcome. If they had been helped, they had been helped, and even if the one to do it was a kitten or a puppy, they would still praise it a little. Besides, these 2 guardian slaves really did have graceful movements. They did not have the heaven-defying speed of the Skywings, but their reactions had gone past the limits of the body. The beautiful arcs their hands and feet made were able to block all the silver particles of sand. The guardian slaves seemed capable of understanding the Skywing wolves, and their bodies slightly trembled as if in surprise. They had become things that were neither dead nor alive, and they were still being appreciated? Ninshatsu scowled. These 2 soulless freaks meant that he could not use the soul-devouring that he was so good at. Rely purely on techniques and physical strength to break the peak bodies of the guardian slaves? These dark spiritualists felt their heads aching at the mere thought of it. So this was your trump card. When did you manage to tame the custodian slaves of the unrestricted sect? Asked Ulan, shocked and amazed. These 2 custodian slaves were real treasures. Ninshatsu would have to bring out 10 peak spiritualists to deal with them. Things were clearly turning in favor of Xia Fei's side. I've taken a liking to these 2. Once the fighting is over, I want to get to know them more. They're even fiercer than us, the Skywings, when they attack. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing said with a smile. The Skywings were speed warriors, and they specialized in close combat. The divine display put on by the 2 custodian slaves had opened their eyes. The Grand Ancestor even wanted to learn from them. They certainly did not care that the custodian slaves had no souls. Anyone who helped them was a brother. Everyone was happy over the arrival of these powerful allies, so they failed to notice Xia Fei's expression turning grave as he said softly, "Wrong. They actually aren't my trump cards. Teacher, these guys are very troublesome. Let me handle them." Shu Yuha stepped forward and told Ninshatsu. Ninshatsu sneered. You? While you've now acquired decent physical strength, you're no match for them. They're the legendary custodian slaves of the unrestricted sect. Monsters without souls. They're the custodian slaves? Asked the dark spiritualists in shock. The custodian slaves were legendary existences that only the unrestricted sect's sect masters truly understood. Outsiders only knew that both were corpses without souls, so they did not fear dark energy attacks at all. Ordinary spiritualists could not deal with them at all. However, no one had ever heard about the custodian slaves leaving unrestricted pavilion. Today was truly a weird day, with too many insensible things happening. Ninshatsu laughed, a sinister light gleaming in his eyes. Xia Fei, you can even mobilize the soulless guardian slaves. You've truly left this old man surprised, but you may not have realized that you've essentially signed their death warrant. Whoosh! Nenshatsi returned to his ship, grabbed Basalt and Lingxing, and then returned to the battlefield. Master Shatsi, what are you doing? We've already betrayed the unrestricteds. You can't stab us in the back now. Basalt and Lingxing turned pale as they cried this desperately. Everyone found their behavior to be very shameless. These were Fuchin's disciples, but now they were even worse than dogs. Where was even a shred of the dignity that a spiritualist should have? I'll be killing these 2 custodian slaves in front of you. I wonder what you'll feel. In any case, I'll be feeling happy, said Nenshatsi with a sinister smile. Whoosh! Xia Fei frowned inwardly. He had truly run into a worthy adversary this time. Xia Fei had always been known for being ruthless, but it seemed like Nenshatsi was just as ruthless. The 2 custodian slaves did not seem to understand Nenshatsi, continuing to dumbly stand guard in front of Xia Fei. Whoosh whoosh! Nenshatsi threw Basalt and Lingxing as if he were throwing sandbags. Basalt and Lingxing were both peak spiritualists, but they were so afraid of Nenshatsi that they did not dare to resist. Oh no! Xia Fei realized at once what the enemy was trying to do and desperately charged forward. However, the 2 custodian slaves reacted even more quickly. The moment both saw Basalt and Lingxing being tossed out, they moved forward in unison to catch them. Yes, this was not unrestricted pavilion, so the custodian slaves did not need to kill everyone who lacked the sect master's seal, but they were also custodians to the unrestricted sect, and they had a responsibility to their martial brothers. When they saw Basalt and Lingxing in trouble, the 2 zombies went out to save them. Xia Fei's heart thumped, for at this moment, Nenshatsi attacked from behind Basalt and Lingxing. He was using them as cover to execute a lethal move on the 2 custodian slaves. It was far too difficult. The custodian slaves needed to save Basalt and Lingxing while also avoiding Nenshatsi's annihilator-level attack. How was this even possible? In this dangerous moment, the guardian slaves naturally chose to save people, for in their eyes, no matter how wicked Basalt and Lingxing were, they were still disciples, fellow martial brothers. Law of primal chaos. Xia Fei immediately used his reversal power, sending his law of primal chaos to hold off Nenshatsi. When Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. The power of the level 7 law of primal chaos was not to be underestimated. If Nenshatsi insisted on attacking the 2 custodian slaves, he would reveal a weakness that Xia Fei could exploit to make a lethal strike. While flying through the air, Nenshatsi smiled craftily. He stopped attacking the guardian slaves and turned his attention to Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. Rumble! Nenshatsi's sword splintered apart and flew at Xia Fei. Law of primal chaos versus annihilator class divine sword. Both of them went all out. Although Xia Fei was charging forward with his physical body, the law of primal chaos could extend outside his body. Moreover, he did not have to worry about anyone behind him anymore. Meanwhile, Nenshatsi would not hurt his own men, no matter how formidable his sword was. Everything had happened too quickly to see what was actually happening. But in fact, Nenshatsi and Xia Fei had both landed on the ground at about the same time and were now glaring at each other. Nenshatsi's divine sword was missing a chunk, whereas Xia Fei's clothes were in tatters. However, the latter's body was injured, for underneath was a black tight suit, as thin as a cicada's wing. Fiend Scar. The law of primal chaos and Fiend Scar had allowed Xia Fei to get out of Nenshatsi's attack unharmed. Annihilator-grade armor. You're wearing Annihilator-grade armor. Nenshatsi gasped in resentment. Xia Fei did not deny it, instead raising his head and saying loudly, "Correct. Don't think that you're the only one with an Annihilator-level soul weapon. I have one too." As he spoke, Nenshatsi's sword shattered. Xia Fei had secretly wounded the hair-thin fiend lock around the sword, and with a light tug from him, Nenshatsi's supreme sword broke. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. What had that sword been? It was a weapon that had nearly wiped out Xia Fei's entire force. However, right at this moment, it had been destroyed. No one had expected Xia Fei to have an Annihilator-grade soul weapon, and more than one at that. Nenshatsi shook his head and glared venomously at Xia Fei. "I admit that you're pretty good, but as the saying goes, old ginger is sharper than new ginger." Watch. Xia Fei was startled. He followed Ninshatsi's gaze and saw the two custodian slaves dumbly hugging Basalt and Lingxing, their faces blank. As for Basalt and Lingxing, they appeared to still be trying to calm themselves down. Suddenly, two daggers whistled out, stabbing into the hearts of the two custodian slaves. Xia Fei's mind went black. It turned out that Basalt, Lingxing, and Nanshatsi had been putting on a show. Nanshatsi had intentionally thrown out Basalt and Lingxing so that the two custodian slaves would grab them, at which point, Basalt and Lingxing could make lethal blows. Whoosh! With their attacks succeeding, Basalt and Lingxing retreated behind Nanshatsi. Raising their hands, they celebrated together with the old man. Moreover, the divine sword that Xia Fei had shattered also returned to its original form. Master Shatsi is still the formidable one. Knowing that the two zombies wouldn't hurt us, and that Xia Fei would go and save the custodian slaves. You planned everything out so thoroughly, Lingxing fawned. Basalt goaded. Those two zombies were really dumb, not even counterattacking after we stabbed them. So useless. That's right. What was our ancestor thinking, getting those two pieces of trash to watch the unrestricted pavilion? I can't believe we brothers were too afraid to go in. That's what they deserve. Lingxing spat on the ground after he said this. His words were like nails, piercing Xia Fei's heart. The two custodian slaves still seemed clueless, just standing there, but blood was clearly coming out from both their chests. There was nothing wrong with being pure and simple. The one in the wrong was the unrestricted sect for producing two scoundrels like Basalt and Lingxing. They had actually attacked the two loyal custodian slaves of their sect. Screw your grandmother, roared Xia Guanghai, his eyes going red. He pulled out his giant hammer, ready to charge up and fight to the death with Basalt and Lingxing. The Skywings were all enraged. Fiendish energy exploded in the air. All of you halt. Just when the situation was about to reach its breaking point, Xia Fei yelled in a voice brimming with killing intent. Raising his head, Xia Fei stared at Nanshatsi with crimson eyes. Remember, everything has its price. First, with them around, I wouldn't have been able to kill you, for they would protect you. But now, they could no longer save you. Second, the guardian slaves have no hearts, so your stabs won't kill. Still, I presume that they're feeling very sad right now. As such, for today, I'll be killing all of you in front of them. Killing intent erupted to the heavens. Xia Fei, who had gotten thoroughly enraged by now, started to disregard everything. He was like a berserk demon beast. Rumble. Even Spirit Mountain began to shudder, as if it were experiencing a 9.9 magnitude earthquake. At this time, a fiery soul eye flew out of Xia Fei's hand. Spirit Mountain was a solar ray, a superformation that occupied half the planet. The searing eye was also a solar ray, a top-class mobile pursuit array. The furious Xia Fei had finally used his trump card. Dual-layer solar ray, activate. Sometimes, things were just strange. Fuchin's Marshall brothers should have been protecting the unrestricted spirit lineage, but they had betrayed it instead. The two soulless custodian slaves should have lived quiet lives, but they had become sacrificial offerings in this battle. The custodian slaves were clearly not as smart as Fuchin's disciples. With two bloody holes in their bodies, they still stupidly stood there, looking confusedly at the blood flowing out of their bodies. They could not understand it. Why had the people they had saved stabbed them? As everyone watched, the two custodian slaves sighed and then stiffly walked away. This universe was too complicated and not suitable for simple people to live in. It was best to return to the unrestricted pavilion. While there was no sunlight there was also no betrayal. Discouraged, even the stupidest person could hear the despair toward this universe in the size of the custodian slaves. Xia Fei had gone to great lengths to get these soulless custodian slaves to open the door, but the total betrayal of Basalt and Lingxing had caused this door to be slammed shut. All of you will die today. A furious roar. That reckless Xia Fei. That crazy Xia Fei. That heedless Xia Fei. He had returned. His eyes had gone completely red, radiating infinite killing intent. Behind him, a pair of damaged fiend wings unfurled. Fiendish energy exploded. The fiend wings were damaged wings, and it was precisely because they were damaged that they were unique. From the day they had been born, they were already imperfect, nor would anyone praise them as beautiful. Still, no one could deny that this pair of unsightly wings was like a battle-hardened warrior, covered in wounds and brimming with glory. Rumble. Spirit Mountain trembled as if it were experiencing a 9.9 magnitude earthquake. The ancient array, which had been there since the creation of the sect, had been activated by Xia Fei. Nonetheless, this was not all. A brilliant red eye flew out of Xia Fei's hand, like the blazing flames of the underworld. This was the Searing Eye, the strongest soul eye in the Alpha universe. The ancient solar ray and the Searing Eye created a dual-layer solar ray. As was often said, when Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. Rumble. The sky was engulfed by what seemed to be an enormous rainbow of soul marks. Upon counting, there appeared to be 9 in total. Not good. This is a 9-level unrestricted soul spirit mark. Xia Fei has activated Spirit Mountain's soul array. He Wuji paled as he cried. Not even He Wuji knew when the Spirit Mountain array had last been activated. This was the first time he had seen someone activate it, but he could have never imagined that this had not been done by Fuchen, but rather by Xia Fei. Teacher, that red thing is a soul eye, which forms the strongest pursuit soul array in the world. Shu Yuha became rather frantic, urgently whispering into Nenshatzi's ear. What are you panicking for? Nenshatzi shot back stiffly. He pointed at Xia Fei and shouted, Idiot! Those 2 zombies who can block dark energy attacks are no longer here. You've lost your biggest trump card. Don't think that you can stop me now just because you've activated Spirit Mountain's array. You've played all your cards, but you still haven't seen my full hand yet. Everyone was stunned and looked at Xia Fei. The guardian slaves had come in pair, as had the solar rays. Were these really all the cards Xia Fei had to play? Even in this situation, things were still very bad. There were 40 peak spiritualists on the other end, and while the 2 solar rays might be able to do some damage to the dark spiritualists, they would not be able to annihilate them completely. Xia Fei threw his head back and roared, his aura exploding. He stared at Nenshatzi coldly and bellowed. 1. I had no idea that the guardian slaves would take part in this battle. 2. You're all still going to die. At this point, Xia Fei had no good reason to hold anything more back. The dual-layer array had been activated, and now, no one could leave Spirit Mountain until the outcome was decided. The battle had entered its cruelest phase. When Spirit Mountain's soul array activated, it boasted a truly impressive power. Xia Fei had to expend almost all his energy just to operate it. And he also had to put the rest of his focus on controlling the Searing Eye. This was a whole new level of challenge. Every second, Xia Fei's brain needed to resolve tens of thousands of problems, executing countless combat decisions. Fortunately, Peacock Blue and the fiendish blade Nirvana all had minds of their own. They could move by themselves, attacking or defending based on their own judgment. After all, humans were not computers. At times like this, all the companions Xia Fei kept at his side showed their worth. Without him controlling them, Peacock Blue and Nirvana continued to battle fiercely. They all went around and displayed their might. Xia Fei had also let out Little Goldie. This guy was not very smart, only knowing how to charge around mindlessly. It was unlike the cunning furball, who knew how to make feints. To tell the truth, even Peacock Blue knew how to use its plant nature to hide under the ground and catch the enemy by surprise. Yet Little Goldie did not know how to hide itself in dark space and make sneak attacks from there. However, the battlefield soon bore witness to a surprising development. Peacock Blue and Little Goldie seemed to have developed some sort of mutual understanding. Little Goldie simply charged forward, serving as the vanguard, while Peacock Blue hid under the ground. And when Little Goldie sowed chaos in the enemy lines with his charges, it would make a sneak attack. Little Goldie seemed to share some sort of mental connection with Peacock Blue, always moving to the right place. It was as if Peacock Blue was charting out a course, which was aimed right at the enemy's weak points, for the demon chrysalis. Had Peacock Blue grown more intelligent with the passing of time? Since they were not human, Xia Fei had no way of knowing what Peacock Blue and Little Goldie were thinking. But for 2 of his powerful allies to develop a mutual understanding, it could only be a good thing. In the past, Little Goldie could only work with Furball, and this was because the demon chrysalis adored Furball and regarded the latter as its teacher. Now, it had formed a relationship with Peacock Blue. Was this because Little Goldie had recently improved? The shrinking of its body had led to an explosion in mental strength. The most wondrous property of Spirit Mountain's ancient array was that it had 9 gigantic soul marks, and each one was identical to the unrestricted soul spirit mark. The insides of these 9 great soul marks were in constant motion, creating a spectacular sight. Each soul mark had the combat might of a peak spiritualist, and they did not have lives, so they had no fear of death. If the enemy made a long-distance attack, the soul marks could block, serving as walls that protected everyone from harm. If some reckless fool got careless and was captured by a soul mark, the unrestricted soul spirit mark would act like a meat grinder and rapidly annihilate the enemy. As for the searing eye, it was fearless, like a crimson net. It wreaked havoc among the enemy, opening up its giant net and taking the lives of the enemy. The searing eye could deal incomparable damage to the soul, let alone destroying it. Even touching that crimson net would place one in excruciating pain. In a flash, the dark spiritualist ranks were thrown into chaos by the searing eye, with even incidents of friendly fire occurring. The summit of Spirit Mountain was in a chaotic stalemate. In the space of 2 minutes, one spiritualist of botany was surrounded and killed by the dark spiritualists because this one had been standing a bit too far away. Countless people were also heavily injured. While the dual-layer soul array had impressive power, surprisingly, the collaboration between the Aurora clan and the Skywings was also quite potent. The Aurora clan was strong in long-distance attacks, the barrages of Aurora Horizons serving like laser fire, striking wherever the clansmen pointed. As for the Skywing wolves, they specialized in close combat and guerrilla tactics. Gradually, the two clans came together. As the Skywings used their exceptional close combat abilities to remove nearby enemies, the Aurora clan slowly moved up the front line. With the protection of the Skywing wolves, the Aurorian did not need to stay too far away. At a close distance, Aurora Horizon was even more powerful, and the area struck was larger. This was a result that no one could have anticipated. This was a wolf pack aided by cannon fire. The cannons struck the enemy formation and threw it into disarray, after which the Skywings wolves struck. The enemy would see that the Aurorian had no protection, so they would charge in, after which the cunning wolves would fall back and enter into melee with the enemies. This back and forth produced an unexpected stalemate, allowing Xia Fei to hold out against the dark spiritualists despite his smaller force. The battle at the summit of Spirit Mountain did not just have combatants, but also spectators. For example, Qiu Xingbang of the Celestial Might Spirit Academy was watching. He was astonished, for he had yet to see any signs that Xia Fei might die. The dark spiritualists were playing card after card, but Xia Fei had played his own cards to counter each of those. Qiu Xingbang was left quite disappointed. There was also the Night Clan. They were extremely worried, particularly Zesser. She had tried several times to rush in, but Cloud Knight had held her back. The battle was full of twists and turns, each side deploying their trump cards, and the chief tacticians, Xia Fei and Nanshatsi, were both known for being ruthless and cunning. Equally matched, they had ended up in a draw. Humph. Nanshatsi snorted coldly. It was rather shameful to have been pushed to this point by Xia Fei's force, but he had to admit that Xia Fei's dual soul array was quite powerful. Spirit Mountain's array was one thing. That was laid down by an unrestricted spirit ancestor and was known far and wide. But that searing eye was truly wicked, rushing around with a pain that burned away at the soul. His disciples would run away whenever they saw that searing eye approaching, for the torture it inflicted on the soul was truly difficult to bear. Nanshatsi understood that he needed to break the array if he wanted to win. The original owner of the searing eye had to have died with enormous hatred, an explosive rage, and spiritualists relied on mental energy to survive, so they took far more damage than ordinary warriors. It was clear that the searing eye was an existence that specifically targeted spiritualists. At this stage in the battle, Big Dipper had become a side character, hiding behind Xia Fei and constantly firing long-range attacks. However, compared to the main force of the Aurora clan and the Skywings, he was much weaker. Such a minor character. So why was he so hard to deal with? Nanshatsi furiously waved at Shu Yuha, and after a moment of shock, Shu Yuha grew excited. The dark spiritualists were frustrated and angry over how slow their progress had been. They were now willing to resort to any method possible in order to win. Rumble. Shu Yuha pressed the button in his hand, and the cargo bay of that warship hovering above the cliff opened, for people jumping out of the pitch-black hangar. For hunchbacks, Xia Fei was like an unkillable cockroach. His side was clearly weaker, but the dark spiritualists simply could not win this battle. Nanshatsi had an Annihilator-grade soul weapon, but Xia Fei had two. Nanshatsi had more men, but Xia Fei had the two custodian slaves and the dual-layer soul array. Nanshatsi was cunning, but Xia Fei was even more cunning. What sort of situation was this? Nanshatsi was known as the #1 dark spiritualist because 1. He was very powerful, and 2. He possessed extraordinary resolve and ruthless methods. However, Xia Fei was equal to Nanshatsi in his field of greatest expertise. Under Xia Fei's command, his weaker force had managed to hold out against round after round of assault from the dark spiritualists. In terms of casualties, the dark spiritualists had it much worse. Shu Yuha commanded 4 hunchbacks out of his warship. The dark spiritualists were invigorated at the sight of these 4. Their eyes became filled with scorn as though they believed that Xia Fei's side was done for now that these 4 hunchbacks had appeared. Xia Fei had seen one of these 4 hunchback before. It was that one night when the dark spiritualists had paid a visit to the unrestricted spirit pavilion. However, as he had been rather far away, Xia Fei did not dare to use ocular cognition, so he had been unable to get a clear look at him. Now that he had a clear look, he was aghast. These 4 people could not even be called human beings. Were the soulless custodian slaves not weird enough? These 4 were basically demonic beasts. Their faces were twisted, their backs hunched up high, their faces expressionless, their talon-like fingers had barbed fingernails, and their black eyes glinted with savage lights. In a flash, Xia Fei had thought of something. It was something that could make the heavens pale and heroes quiver in fear. Similar. Too similar. Xia Fei cried mentally out of shock. Nanshatsi laughed, a savage glint in his eyes. You've done very well so far, but I'm tired of playing games with you. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I'll be taking your and Big Dipper's heads and leaving. Do you think that I can't do it? Such a brash tone. 40 peak dark spiritualists had been unable to get Xia Fei. So how could these 4 hunchbacks kill him and all of the people behind within 3 minutes? No one believed it, but nobody dared to argue. For the one speaking was Nanshatsi, the #1 dark spiritualist, a transcendent annihilator. Even if a big shot like this was just boasting, nobody would dare to look down on him. Xia Fei made a subtle motion, feeling something in his sleeve. A look of shock appeared on his face, and then he laughed even more brazenly than Nanshatsi. Good. I'll make a bet with you today. You said that you'll be taking me down in 3 minutes. Then I say that I'll kill you in 1 minute. Do you think that I can't do it? This was the most brazen thing Xia Fei had said today. Besides his killing intent, the detail-oriented Skywing wolves had noticed that his aura had changed. Xia Fei had been suppressing his own frenzied rage this entire time, even during the most bitter parts of the battle. But now, he was suddenly bursting with confidence, for he no longer needed to hold anything back. He could finally throw everything into the battle. The dark spiritualist naturally did not believe his claim, and they all chortled in disdain. What they failed to notice was that one person suddenly had a rather ugly scowl. Qiu Xingbang, the #1 expert of Heavenly Might's spiritualist school, reached into his sleeve and then shot a glance at Xia Fei, one vicious enough to kill. For some reason, Grandmaster Qiu was so enraged that he was shaking visibly. Nanshatsi put a hand on his head and chuckled. Shameless, truly shameless. To think that an old man like me would be threatened again and again by a little boy in his 20s, and that I wouldn't be able to kill him immediately. He seemed to be mocking himself. All the dark spiritualists hastily looked over, but they found that Nanshatsi did not seem to be joking. On the contrary, he was quite serious. All right, Nanshatsi raised his head and looked straight at Xia Fei. I'll take this wager. He had barely finished speaking when Qiu Xingbang led Duet and Han Pin into the battle, and on Xia Fei's side. Nanshatsi was shocked. Mr. Qiu, you're the master of Heavenly Might, and yet you're going back on your word. Or is this what you mean by neutrality? Qiu Xingbang's stance had everyone's eyes popping out of their sockets. He ignored Nanshatsi and gave Xia Fei a very reluctant nod. His face had gone pale from extreme rage at this point, and he glared viciously at Nanshatsi. Everyone could tell that something was wrong with him, but he refused to say a word. As for Duet and Han Pin, they were at a total loss on what had caused their teacher to bring them into this mess. They were sullen, but none of these two dared to ask any questions, so they stood sullenly together with Qiu Xingbang. The famed twin dragon Xingbang of Heavenly Might's spiritualist school referred to none other than Duet, Han Pin, and Qiu Xingbang. They were all peak spiritualists, and Qiu Xingbang was someone just as famous as old monsters like Big Dipper, Ninshatsi, and Fuchen. It was very strange that this trio had chosen to stand with Xia Fei. Truly, this battle had become somewhat weirder. They had been spectating this entire time, so why had they picked sides now? It must be understood that Ninshatsi had taken out his trump card and intended to kill Xia Fei in the next 3 minutes. This was no empty bluster. If Ninshatsi dared to say it, it meant he was confident that he could pull it off. Not even a fool would choose this moment to stand on the weaker side, and Qiu Xingbang was no fool. From the look on his face, he had clearly been forced into this. Who had forced him? Was Xia Fei hiding something else? Ninshatsi lived up to his reputation, and his formidable brain instantly thought of countless possibilities, followed by an indescribable fear. This Xia Fei was not as simple as he believed. At this moment, the Spirit Mountain array flashed as if it had been struck by a shockwave. The dark spiritualists did not sense anything, but Basalt, Lingxing, and He Wuji instantly went pale. Oh no, someone has entered the array. It might be Master. Basalt shouted, but then he realized that he had spoken improperly. Changing his wording, he said, "It must be that old thing Fuchen. He's the only one in the sect to have inherited knowledge of the array. No one else could have so quickly opened Spirit Mountain's array, then closed it again, and from the outside to boot." Arrays were profound, and soul arrays were the most profound of the profound. Arrays differed from sect to sect, but they all shared one thing in common. They were not transmitted to outsiders. It was not impossible for someone to get through the Spirit Mountain array, but it could never be this easy. This was why Basalt and the others had immediately thought of Fuchen. Whoosh! Someone floated over. It really was Fuchen. He appeared much more relaxed than before, and he even had a smile on his face. In the past, Fuchen would undoubtedly have been racked with heartache over the devastating appearance of Spirit Mountain, but today, he simply glanced at the buildings left by his ancestor before ignoring them. Was this the Fuchen who had been so anxious to avenge himself? No, this was an otherworldly master. To describe him as a transcendent immortal would not be excessive in the slightest. Fuchen, old thing, Xia Fei and Ulan, who were both startled, shouted this at the same time. Fuchen nodded slightly at them. He looked at Ninshatsi and then said, "Let's save the talk for later." Ninshatsi's sword is called the Silver Cup 999, a Grade 2 Annihilator item. It was forged on Bitter Cold Mountain from Silver Cup soul metal. It can divide in 999 segments, from whence it gets its name. Xia Fei, your Nirvana can contend against it, but you have to call Radix back first. After not seeing Fuchen for a few days, he had suddenly become a weapon master? The same question appeared in everyone's minds. He had just arrived and had not even seen Ninshatsi use this sword. So how was he able to explain its background so clearly? Xia Fei was startled, and then he nodded. Fuchen continued, "Leave the Spirit Mountain array to me. Focus on controlling the Searing Eye and Nirvana. Remember, this is your chance." The first half was easy to understand, but the second half was inexplicable. What chance was Fuchen talking about? Regardless, this battle had developed in a direction that the dark spiritualists had not wanted to see. In the space of a minute, Xia Fei had added 4 peak spiritualists to his side, to even being factional leaders. Fuchen was the unrestricted spirit sect master, and the array would definitely be more powerful under his control. Xia Fei would also be more powerful now that he did not need to divide his attention. The Wolfpack formation would be in its strongest form, with 2 lone wolves. The dark spiritualists got furious. They had taken out their 4 hunchbacks, but they had not been able to hold their advantage for even a minute before Xia Fei had summoned 4 peak spiritualists, evening the odds once more. In terms of strength, they were equal. There was no telling how many more cards Xia Fei was hiding. They were coming out one after another, and defeating him had now become excruciatingly difficult. Ninshatsi shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "You truly are quite troublesome, and you have plenty of trump cards, but this should be it, right? Though you have Fuchen and Qiu Xingbang on your side now. that's still not enough. Waving his hand, Ninshatsi said with a measure of disgust, "Go, kill them." It was hard to blame Ninshatsi for feeling frustrated. This situation was truly too embarrassing. Every time he took the upper hand, Xia Fei would pull out another card, closing the gap. It was as if they had both been holding pairs at the start, but Xia Fei was now holding several pairs. Ninshatsi had never met any opponent this troublesome before. In truth, Ninshatsi was still underestimating Xia Fei. He had barely spoken when there was a new development. Several figures suddenly appeared among the dark spiritualists like ghosts. These were grim reapers, the blades in their hands needing only to swipe lightly across the necks of their targets to take their lives. The dark spiritualists were instantly thrown into disarray. "Teacher, it's Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin." Shu Yuha shouted. "Lone Peak Shun, Turbid Shadow Lin." Ninshatsi was about to go crazy. There was a mysterious force in the 19 states of Wind Cloud called the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization, and Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin were its leaders. Even the name of the group was a combination of their names. Rumble, as if it had all been planned. The moment the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization attacked, Xia Fei's group charged. Ninshatsi suddenly remembered Xia Fei's words. "I'll kill you in 1 minute." Hidden. Incredibly well hidden. After taking out all these trump cards, Xia Fei had been hiding one more ace. How was it even possible that Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin were also on Xia Fei's side? In 1 second, the tables had completely turned. Xia Fei was no longer on the defense. They were chasing down the dark spiritualists. They had released the 4 hunchbacks with plans to finish off Xia Fei, but this ended up being a prelude to the enemy's offensive. What sort of fiend was this? The spiritualists of botany, the Skywings, the Aurorian, Annihilator-grade soul weapons, custodian slaves, a dual-layer soul array, Heavenly Might Spirulous School, Fuchin, and Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. Xia Fei had laid down 9 trump cards for this battle. There was no stopping the battle of Spirit Mountain now that it had started, and this sudden appearance of the Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization had turned the tables. It was actually not right to deem this as turning the tables. To be more precise, Xia Fei had had them in reserve the whole time, and right now just happened to be the time to clean things up. Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin had not brought many people, only a dozen or so men, but these people were all experts, and they had been well hidden right from the very start. Now, they were right in the middle of the dark spiritualist formation, their ambush far more effective than if they had been in a proper battle. There was no need to ask about how Xia Fei had gotten the help of the most mysterious Lone Peak Turbid Shadow Organization of the 19 states of Wind Cloud. All they needed to do was attack. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. The first to win was Furball. He had been battling against the Lone Gleam Eagle for some time. Holy beasts were very proud, and they did not allow anyone to intervene in their battles. Even when Xia Fei wanted to help, Furball would roar and reject it. Furball was no longer a cub. He was an adult, and his pride was only getting worse. Even though he was facing the Lone Gleam Eagle, which was a whole level above him and was a holy beast known for its savagery, he did not give an inch. This was the personality of holy beasts. Someone had once said that if all holy beasts were put together, only one would come out alive, for these guys were proud loners that did not get along with one another. When they met, death was the inevitable outcome for the rest save for one. Today had proven that theory, but the one dying was the Lone Gleam Eagle. Plush. Furball opened his mouth and bit down on the Lone Gleam Eagle's neck. The battle was at the point where they were using teeth to fight. Such unskilled ways of fighting were a sign of just how bitter the battle had devolved. Furball, who had seemingly gone crazy, refused to let go, and the Lone Gleam Eagle screeched in pain. It rapidly plummeted into the valley below, crashing in a cloud of dust. Furball had learned a lot from Xia Fei over the years, and one of such lessons was how to be ruthless. No matter how the Lone Gleam Eagle struggled, Furball's teeth kept their grip on its flesh. The Lone Gleam Eagle rammed its body against a rock, desperately pounding itself against the ground, but Furball was unmoved, staring with his beady little eyes at his opponent while biting down until the very end. Gradually, the Lone Gleam Eagle grew weaker and weaker, but Furball still kept biting. Plush. When the Lone Gleam Eagle was on its last leg, Furball gathered his strength and bit through its neck. With his mouth dripping blood, He let out a crazed and fiendish roar. This was the first time Furball had killed an adult holy beast. This was an immense honor. He was now an authentic top-class holy beast, standing at the very apex of exotic beasts. Nonetheless, Furball did not waste much time on the Lone Gleam Eagle, only roaring twice to express that he was the king of holy beasts, after which he returned to the battlefield. His battle had ended, but his master was still locked in battle. Exotic beasts were loyal to their owners, and while Furball was the mischievous sort, he was also very loyal. He found out that he could not get through Spirit Mountain's solar ray, so he began to ram heedlessly at it, injuring his body as he tried to get through. This attitude could not be faked. It was a sign of how deeply he loved Xia Fei. Rumble. When Xia Fei used the law of primal chaos to block one of Nanshatsi's attacks, Furball awoed bitterly, his eyes going red. Bum! Xia Fei used the fiendish blade, Nirvana, to block Nanshatsi's blade, and Furball roared in celebration this time. In short, while his body was outside, his heart was with Xia Fei. At this moment, a dark space tunnel opened up next to Furball. It was Little Goldie. This pet of Xia Fei was a demon chrysalis, and going between conventional space and dark space was its specialty. Other people might be unable to go in and out, but it was no problem for Little Goldie. The two guys returned through dark space and immediately rushed to Xia Fei's side. One human, one ghost, one bug, one ball, and one blade of grass. They comprised Xia Fei's strongest fighting force. The battle was far more chaotic than expected. As Xia Fei was wrangling with Nanshatsi, Fuchin charged at the three traitors of the unrestricted sect, Hei Wuji, Basalt, and Lingxing. Was this still Fuchin? He was facing what had once been his most beloved disciples. Yet in this 1 versus 3 fight, every move he made was lethal. Plush, a dark spiritualist corpse toppled over in front of Basalt. The one who had done the deed was none other than one of the specialists from Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, scaring Basalt out of his wits. The people of Lone Peak Turbid Shadow were seemingly able to tell that Fuchin wanted to take care of these traitors on his own, so they did not touch Basalt and the other two. You're not allowed to call me master. The unrestricted sect doesn't exist anymore, so I no longer have any disciples. Lingxing had accidentally called master, and Fuchin had swiftly roared back in anger. Such powerful killing intent. Fuchin had once gone easy on his disciples, not even cursing at them when they banished him from the sect, enduring all the injustices on his own. But today, he was striking to kill, leaving no room for negotiations. While Xia Fei and Fuchin were fighting, the Skywing Wolves had run into a real opponent, the 4 Hunchbacks. For some reason, these guys had an incomprehensible aura, and even with the Skywings' combined power and speed, they were only barely able to hold down these 4 heaven-defying existences. It was a very tough mission, for these 4 Hunchbacks were just too formidable. If they were to join the battle, the other parties would all be put in difficult straits. The situation was not very optimistic, for the Skywing Wolves had noticed that these 4 Hunchbacks did not use law force or dark energy, but rather something else entirely incomprehensible. Their offensive power was truly powerful. The Skywings had to rely on their guerrilla tactics to hold the enemies down and spent most of the time in the defensive. As for Qiu Xingbang and the twin dragons of heavenly might, they surprisingly threw everything they had into the battle. After watching on the sidelines in amusement for so long, they were suddenly striking with lethal force? It was truly inexplicable. Moreover, Duet and Han Pin had noticed that their teacher seemingly had some rage that he was choosing to vent on the dark spiritualists. Qiu Xingbang was even cursing as he fought. Moments where he lost composure like this were exceptionally rare. It all sounded very complicated, but it was settled almost instantly. In less than half a minute, the dark spiritualists started to crumble. Xia Fei's side was getting stronger as the battle went on, but at this moment, 3 figures had appeared in the air. They arranged themselves in a triangular offensive array. 3 spirits had gathered. The trio unleashed their power in unison, wielding their weapons and fiercely attacking the Spirit Mountain's array. Rumble. Such power in this attack. It completely shattered the defenses of Spirit Mountain's array. Xia Fei was very suspicious, for he could see that these 3 were all using Annihilator-grade soul weapons. In other words, they were Annihilators. Startled, Xia Fei put a hand into his sleeve. Forget about the others. Take down Basalt, Lingxing, and He Wuji. Catch the others if you can. But if you can't, just let them go. Xia Fei yelled. Let their enemies go. This was not his style. Had something happened? At the same time, those three people in the air waved their hands, and the beaten dark spiritualists began to jump up and flee. Surprisingly, the first to run were the four hunchbacks. It was as if the orders of that skyborn trio had priority. Withdraw. Nenshatsi made a feint attack and then ran, trying to run away. It's not that easy. While the likes of Qiu Xingbang sighed in relief, Xia Fei and the Skywing Wolves doggedly pursued these enemies. The Skywing Wolves charged furiously, with Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing swinging his staff at one of the hunchbacks and knocking it out of the sky. The Skywings then instantly converged and killed the hunchback. The four hunchbacks were truly formidable. If not for the abrupt summons from that trio, the Skywing Wolves would have never had this chance to kill one. Alas, there was only one chance. The other three hunchbacks ran without looking back, caring not for their companion. That was just how chances were. Only people who were fast enough could seize them. Xia Fei took advantage of Nenshatsi's feint to release Nirvana and have it chase him down. Fuchen had said that he wanted Xia Fei to use Nirvana, and this was just such a chance. Xia Fei initially had not paid much attention to his words. After all, his strongest weapons were clearly Fiend Scar and Fiend Lock. When had it ever made sense not to use one's strongest weapons first? It was only at the final moment that Xia Fei had decided to throw out Nirvana. As for Radix, he had long ago retreated to the side. Without a thought, Nenshatsi struck at Nirvana with his Annihilator-class sword. Bum! There was an explosion that rapidly crescendoed. Nirvana seemed to go crazy, keeping close to Silver Cup 999 and greedily draining its energy. Xia Fei's eyes flew open. Only at this point did he understand what Fuchen had been getting at. It turned out that the fiendish blade Nirvana had been on the edge of advancing. It was about to get an upgrade. It was as if the fiend blade had not killed enough people, yet the fiendish blade Nirvana had not advanced in all this time. Xia Fei initially thought that it had finally reached its limit. After all, he had forged this weapon back in the Law Realm, and he had never once harbored any delusions of it being enough to dominate a universe of a higher level. Rumble. In a flash, a new sun rose in the sky. The fiendish blade Nirvana had really gotten an upgrade. The Battle of Spirit Mountain had been long, but it had ended very quickly. Not even Xia Fei had expected that the upgrading of the fiendish blade would serve as a period to this campaign. Nirvana unleashed an explosive power, of which the shockwave almost flattened Spirit Mountain. Some of the dark spiritualists used this chance to run, and the remainder were captured alive. The dark spiritualists had lost a third of their power, whereas Xia Fei had won a total victory and was cleaning up the field. However, everyone quickly realized that the young man was gone even while his Nirvana was still on the battlefield. In a corner of the mountain, Xia Fei looked helplessly at White Haze. What's the meaning of this? Why did you make me stop? The battle isn't over yet. White Haze smiled. It's not my idea to make you stop, but rather the will of those above. They decided that this battle must be stopped. Why did we have to stop? If we had made one last charge, while we might not have been able to keep those three experts who came out of nowhere, we could at least have kept half of the dark spiritualists. Xia Fei felt vented, feeling like he had suffered a great loss. You can't keep them. Absolutely not. White Haze frantically waved his hand. Xia Fei was confused, asking, why can't I? Are those three existences I can't afford to provoke? White Haze sighed, and then whispered into Xia Fei's ear, you've already done a very good job. The people behind the dark spiritualists have been forced to flee, but just like you, those three new arrivals are dragoons. Dragoons? Xia Fei was stunned. He had not imagined that the three people who had saved the dark spiritualists would be dragoons. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, shouldn't dragoons be elites of the New Hero Alliance? Why are they standing opposed to us and appearing in the Alpha universe, too? White Haze was also confused. Stroking that ugly wool ball on his hat, he said, you're asking me, but who am I going to ask? I'm simply one of the liaisons used by the dragoons, but from the tone of my superiors, I feel that the dragoons may not be internally united, and the political struggles are exceptionally fierce. The string of incidents that has taken place in the Alpha universe may be an extension of the political battles taking place above. Xia Fei nodded. The dragoons called themselves the strongest fighting force, and they were a force formed in preparation for the day of the Universal Dragon's return. The person currently in command of this force would take control of the lower 5 stars and the Gemini universe, 2 entire dimensional planes. Political conflict among the upper echelons was very normal. Intelligent life was very skilled at internal conflict. Xia Fei had understood this all the way back when he was still living on Earth. You are currently a neophyte of the Devil Shadow Dragoons and have yet to enter the ranks of Annihilators, so you've been left in Alpha. There are a few Dragoons in your situation, but they all belong to other forces, like the Holy Light Dragoons or the Destiny Dragoons, so I'm not sure how many of them there are. Besides that, there are some Dragoons who have reached the Annihilator tier, but have remained here for reasons unknown. In summary, the Alpha universe doesn't have a lot of Dragoons and Neophyte Dragoons, but it's not a small number, either. There are several dozens, or perhaps even more than 100 at least. Xia Fei was rather surprised. The Alpha universe may have more than 100 Dragoons in hiding? That's a force that can't be underestimated. White Haze said indifferently. What's to be surprised about? The universe is very vast, and the lower 5 stars happen to be 5 universes. After thinking it over, Xia Fei realized that he was right. Let alone 100 people, even 10 billion people could be easily hidden. Nonetheless, for 5 Dragoons to have appeared on Spirit Mountain, him, Qiu Xingbang, and those 3 strangers, was quite strange. Seeing that Xia Fei was deep in thought, White Haze could not help but remind. Regardless of what our superiors think, it's a fact that Dragoons from the lower 5 stars participated from the collapsed expanse of Founder's string of attacks to the Dark Spiritualist's assault. It's very possible that you may be assigned several missions and for your opponents to be Dragoons. Xia Fei was shocked again. Dragoon versus Dragoon. White Haze replied. That may be the only way. Those above will definitely use their forces to resolve the Dragoons' internal matters and won't allow any other factions to interfere. Xia Fei said. That's truly rather problematic. Putting aside Yuan Liao, I don't get along with Qiu Xingbang at all. If you had me work with him, I'd never agree. I can only leave my back to people I trust. Even if we're all Dragoons, I won't trust them just because of that. White Haze gave Xia Fei a profound look. I can understand that, and you don't need to worry too much. After all, you're a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Let alone the Alpha universe. Even the Devil Shadow Dragoons in the Gemini universe can be counted with one's fingers. You may receive special treatment. White Haze was just a liaison, and he could not say much about the affairs of his superiors. After talking with Xia Fei for a while, White Haze took his leave. When he returned to Spirit Mountain, everyone was waiting for him. The Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization had already vanished without a trace. These people were not part of Xia Fei's faction. Instead, the Blue Blood Soza of the Annihilator universe had arranged them as backup for Xia Fei. The matter was resolved, and Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin did not have any relationship with Xia Fei, so it was very normal for them to leave without saying goodbye. Also, it fitted with their mysterious style. Qiu Xingbang had also left. It was said that he had left with an extremely ugly expression on his face. As a Dragoon, Qiu Xingbang had suddenly received an order to obey Xia Fei's commands, which made the former feel somewhat humiliated. After all, Xia Fei had only been a Dragoon for a few days, whereas Qiu Xingbang had been a neophyte for several hundred years. Let alone the fact that he had not received the chance to be sent to the Annihilator universe. He had to listen to Xia Fei's orders, too. Qiu Xingbang's dignity received a heavy blow. Seeing that Xia Fei had returned, Cloud Knight brought Zesser Knight and Anzu Knight to welcome him. Cloud Knight was somewhat remorseful now. If he had known that Xia Fei was backed by such a powerful force, even legendary figures like Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Shin coming to his aid, he would have chosen to stand on Xia Fei's side long ago. Zesser Knight was very excited while Anzu Knight was very afraid, worried that Xia Fei would take revenge. The people of the Knight clan were sure that someone of Xia Fei's personality could do anything. However, while Xia Fei avenged any wrongdoings to him, he was also a man of his word. He said that he would not seek to settle accounts with Anzu Knight, and he really did not do anything to him. But from start to finish, Xia Fei had never looked at the other. Clearly, the man was already dead to him, and from now on, Xia Fei would not listen to a word the other said. Zesser Knight was feeling quite torn. No doubt Xia Fei's numerous dazzling performances were something this girl would always remember, but because of her brother and Zhu, the Night Clan's relationship with Xia Fei had become somewhat estranged. Xia Fei was a man who had a very clear understanding of relationships. He did not touch Anzu because Cloud Knight had once helped him deal with Aquamarine. Now that this debt had been settled, there was nothing between them. As for Zesser, he had never even thought about her. A true man would travel far and wide to make his mark. How could he suddenly lose himself in lust just because he saw a pretty girl? Cloud Knight exchanged a few words with Xia Fei before leaving with his grandchildren, and Xia Fei showed no emotion at all toward their departure. Zesser Knight suddenly felt her heart wince, but for the reason this Night Clan's young miss did not know. Spirit Mountain had been completely changed. The base that the unrestricted spirit lineage had used for eons was destroyed, and the Skywing Wolves, as well as the Aurora clan, were in the middle of sweeping up the battlefield. In this victory against the Dark Spiritualists, they were bound to gain a large number of soul weapons. These two clans had essentially struck it rich. However, Xia Fei did not care. He was already starting to use Annihilator soul weapons, so such low-grade products were not worth his attention. Fuchin was dazedly staring at Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana. Xia Fei did not go and talk to him, just letting the other be alone with his thoughts. The loss of the unrestricted spirit had likely affected him the most. Instead, Xia Fei turned to Ulan. Ulan was grief-stricken, as were the other three spiritualists of botany. The plant lineage was on the decline, and there were only 5 of them. Now one of them had died. It was easy to imagine what the survivors were thinking. Xia Fei generously comforted each of them, and then said, "Although your great master has passed away, the plant lineage is reborn because of him." Ulan turned to him. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Fei replied, "It's very simple. In the Battle of Spirit Mountain, the plant lineage stood out even more than Big Dipper, the Spiritualist Association chairman. All of you used your actions to reveal the true nature of the spiritualist of botany, so no one will dare to underestimate you from here on." Ulan nodded. To be forgotten was always a painful affair. However, though the plant lineage now had a reputation, Ulan was still pained by the loss of a junior brother. In the future, many spiritualists did come to join the plant lineage, and while it remained weak, it at least had successors, avoiding the tragedy of gradually dying out. Of course, this was all a matter for the future. After a pause, Xia Fei asked suddenly, "Right, where's Big Dipper?" Ulan snorted coldly. The illustrious master of the Spiritualist Association was beaten black and blue, and even the 6 great masks, which the guild was so proud of, lost. You really think he'd have the face to stay? The spiritualists of botany felt much better after hearing that. In this battle, they had put up a much better performance than Big Dipper's side, which made their sacrifice worthwhile. Ulan needed to bury his junior brother, so he said farewell to Fuchin and the others. Those killed by the Dark Spiritualists could not be reborn despite them having seeds of life. So in this aspect, one was no different from someone like Xia Fei, who did not have a seed of life. No one could survive damage to the soul, and not even the law of life could fix that. After all, law force represented physical power, which had nothing to do with the soul. Once Ulan was gone, Fuchin continued to stare blankly at the fiendish blade Nirvana. Xia Fei chuckled and placed a hand on Fuchin's shoulder. "Is my Nirvana that enchanting?" Fuchin said coolly, "See for yourself. Nirvana has unfurled 6 blades. Although it's not a soul weapon, I can't see that it's not weaker than a soul weapon. Soul weapons are called soul weapons because of the damage they can deal to the soul, and your Nirvana can both drain the soul and physical energy. In this aspect, it's truly surpassed the power of a soul weapon. Plus, Nirvana can send part of the absorbed energy to you, meaning that the more people you kill, the stronger you become. You have to treasure a divine weapon like this." Fuchin was right on the mark. Other people were exhausted after big battles, but Xia Fei only grew more energetic. This was all because of Nirvana. Whenever he killed someone, Xia Fei would gain their energy. At the start of the battle, Xia Fei had only 6,000 units of spirit energy left in his brain region after his excessive cultivation. After the battle, rather than decreasing, his spirit energy reserve had increased by more than 1,000. This ability to get more energy the more one fought would truly kill some people with envy. Smiling, Xia Fei picked up Nirvana and found that it had gone from a cross to a six-bladed snowflake. Not only did it have more blades, it was also much lighter. The body of the blades were black, while the edges were silver. It was a profound black and a sharp silver, the combination quite imposing. Radix, try it out, Xia Fei said with a smile. Xia Fei's personal soul, Radix, immediately entered Nirvana, upon which the fiend blade flew around. Probably because Radix was overly excited, it accidentally destroyed an ancient pavilion on Spirit Mountain, massive booms ringing out as shrapnel flew through the air. Xia Fei frowned and said apologetically, the unrestricted spirit already didn't have many buildings left. Radix really needs to be more careful. No one liked seeing their home be dismantled, and this was not even considering that the Spirit Mountain was already in a miserable state. Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. From now on, there will be no more unrestricted spirit. Just destroy it all. Seeing it will also make me sad. In fact, I have to apologize for burdening you. I originally planned to take you into the unrestricted spirit and give you a proper title, but now, we're the only two left of the unrestricted spirit lineage. I'm guessing that there's no need for that now. Xia Fei asked in surprise. Just the two of us? Then Lingxing and Basalt. Fuchen raised his head and stated firmly, I killed them. Fuchen suddenly exploded with a murderous aura. Was this still the same Fuchen? That old man who was hesitant, nostalgic, and cowardly was now a lethal weapon, his aura sharp. Xia Fei felt rather emotional. Had Fuchen's transformation not been forced on him? Lingxing, Basalt, and He Wuji truly deserved their deaths, forcing the indecisive Fuchen into a ruthless killer. However, after thinking about it, Xia Fei felt rather proud. Fuchen, who was on very good terms with him, was now a true warrior. In the future, he would probably be extremely helpful to his cause. As Xia Fei was inwardly making a naughty smile, Xia Guanghai came over with a grim expression and whispered, There's a problem. As we were sweeping the battlefield, we discovered that the corpse of that hunchback the dark spiritualists brought had disappeared. Smashed to bits. Xia Fei asked. No, that hunchback looked very weird. Our brothers took extra care to leave its corpse intact so that we could investigate it. If my guess is correct, someone must have secretly snatched it. That way, we wouldn't find out the hunchback's secrets, Xia Guanghai said sternly. The hunchback corpse had inexplicably disappeared. Once he was done listening to Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei turned in surprise to where the corpse had been lying. What was left were some dark bloodstains, the corpse itself having vanished. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was there, and he sighed as he said, I was so focused on having everyone gather the spoils that I forgot about that hunchback corpse. When I finally remembered it, it's already gone. Xia Fei squatted and, using a transparent bottle for storing medicine, gathered a few drops of the hunchback's blood. Once he was back in the warship, he would test it in the lab. He asked, I also found those hunchbacks to be weird. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. You guys fought against them. Did you notice anything particular about them? Xia Guqing replied, They had an unusual aura and didn't seem like humans at all to me. In fact, they're more like exotic beasts. Yes, they did seem more like beasts, but they're different from the exotic beasts we've seen before, for they're more savage. Plus, I'm thinking that they're not using 100% of their power. It's as if some power was suppressing them, as if they hadn't matured yet. Right? That's the perfect description. They really did seem like some sort of juvenile exotic beasts. Only in their juvenile, yet already that formidable. What would they be like as adults then? The Skywing wolves chattered on and on about the weird hunchbacks. Xia Fei listened and noted in his memory everything his brothers had experienced. Forget it. If the corpse is gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal. Anyway, how was the harvest this time? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Xia Guqing laughed. We're rich. I counted, and we managed to get 274 soul weapons this time. The vast majority of them are intermediate grade or above, too. I'm planning to keep half of them and let our brothers in the Aurora clan take the other half. Xia Fei nodded. Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hyzus quickly gave his thanks. With the battle over, the Auroras and Skywings had managed to establish a strong connection with each other. The Aurora clan specialized in long-range attacks, while the Skywings specialized in close combat. The two of them together created quite the powerful combo. The Aurora was Xia Fei's paternal clan, whereas the Sky Wing was his maternal clan, so neither of them could be considered outsiders. It was just that Xia Fei's personality caused him to prefer the Sky Wings. The fact that these two clans were now getting along was naturally a good thing for him. Moreover, Xia Fei had come to understand something after this battle. As if they were putting on a show, the Aurora clan acted like they were nice people, treating everyone kindly, but they had actually buried their knives very deeply under the ground. Meanwhile, the Skywings put on a fierce appearance, being incredibly unreasonable and willing to fight against anyone, but they were actually very shrewd and unlikely to fall for any schemes. One could not say that any method was better. It was difficult to make one's way through the universe, and both the Aurora clan and the Skywing clan were very shrewd when it came to leaving a few backup plans to preserve their strength. After today's battle, the Auroras and the Skywings had both raised their reputation in the Alpha universe. As for Xia Fei, there was no avoiding infamy for him, but he had never much cared about reputation. It was not like he could eat it. Once everything had been settled, they all decided to leave. The Aurora clan would return to Guard 83, while Xia Fei and the Skywings would head back to the Cosmic Gate. With one in the border region and the other in the core region, the two clans had agreed to look after each other, communicating at set intervals. What made Xia Fei even happier was that the Aurora's hermits had agreed to readjust the clan. The universe had become difficult to live in, and there was no advantage to continuing to play the nice guy. Moreover, in these last few years, the Aurora clan had been keeping to the teachings a little too well. All of the warriors of the clan were like scholars, lacking any ruthlessness, which had some of the old ancestors feeling very unhappy. Xia Fei had gathered a batch of low-grade soul weapons, more than 2,000, in the collapsed expanse of the Founders. He used this chance to split the batch in two, giving both clans a half to make them stronger. 100-some intermediate-grade soul weapons, and more than 1,000 low-grade soul weapons. The Aurora and Skywing clans were as well equipped as Tier 1 clans of the Alpha universe. After all, soul weapons had been a rare commodity as of late, and one would have to compromise just to get a few, negotiating with various spiritualist lineages of the Spiritualist Association. It was all very convenient, so Xia Fei had helped them out a lot this time. At some point, the two clans had both started to regard Xia Fei as an irreplaceable part of them. There was no choice. The two clans had a lot of people, but Xia Fei was their only spiritualist. After saying goodbye to the old monsters from the Aurora clan, Xia Fei and Skywing stayed for one day, as the matter with the two custodian slaves had not been settled. As for Xiagung's force, they had received the order to go back. Their warships were slow, so though they had left first, they would probably still need a few days to get back home. Once the Aurora clan was gone, Xia Fei went to the unrestricted spirit pavilion. While the Skywings were like brutish people, they had rather sharp eyes. They could tell that Fuchin was very sad, so they went over to chat with him, treating him like a brother. Fuchin could not bring himself to be happy, for the unity of the Skywings was truly heaven and earth apart from that of those beasts of his sect. Night fell, and the Skywing wolves went to rest. They could not grow more energetic the longer they pondered, unlike Xia Fei. Plus, the battle had tired them all out. After treating the two custodian slaves, Xia Fei returned to the Silver Spectre's command deck. Seeing Fuchin drinking tea, he went over and filled the other's cup, asking, "Where have you been all this time? How did you restore your seventh brain region?" "I'm very curious about the answer to this question." Fuchin awoke from his stupor. He looked at Xia Fei and replied, "I went to see a very skilled person. That person had some relationship with my master, and he's the one who passed down that food treatment to my master. Alas, my master wasn't willing to learn it, and it's only with me that it finally saw some use. It was thanks to this senior that I could recover my cultivation." "Oh, he's that impressive? You have to let me meet him in the future." Xia Fei chuckled. Fuchin thought about how Xia Fei had agreed to challenge the 10 Great Blades and felt somewhat apologetic toward him, so he said softly, "Relax. You will definitely meet him." Xia Fei could tell that Fuchin was unwilling to talk much about that person, so he changed the topic. "As long as I get the chance. In any case, you've recovered your power, which is a wonderful thing. Right. You seem to have become a weapons specialist all of a sudden. You recognized Ninshatzi's Silver Cup 999 at a glance, and you even noticed that my fiendish blade Nirvana was on the edge of advancing. This new ability of yours is truly formidable." Fuchin sighed. It's also all thanks to that senior's guidance. Now that I've thought about it, his venerable self is rather similar to you, learning an assortment of things and seemingly capable of doing anything. Right? He seemed to have a very high opinion of your fiend blade, too. How high? Xia Fei asked curiously. Fuchin answered, extremely high. From what that expert said, your fiend blade is not in the domain of soul weapons. Rather, it's on par with them, even superior in some aspects. More importantly, it can improve on its own. An average soul weapon certainly can't do that. If you care for it well, it'll have limitless potential. Don't be fooled by those high-level soul weapons that can't evolve. This is a universe of energy, and a fiend blade that can devour energy is extremely rare. Plus, it can even give you some of this energy, benefiting you as well. I was only gone for a few days, but you managed to jump by 2 levels. You forced such a rapid advancement with energy, right? Xia Fei nodded. Of course. I used up 4,000 units of spirit energy. Fuchin said in gratification, that's what I like about you. When you need to use energy, you don't hesitate. Though it's 4,000 units, you still did it to raise your level. Also, you understand how to control your progress. Stopping at level 6 is something many people can't do. Though levels 6 and 7 are only separated by a single tier, crossing that gap is like trying to overcome an abyss. If you try to force your way through, you may end up using up all 7,000 units of energy, yet still come short. If you're not careful, you can even injure yourself. It's just not worth it. For now, learn something else. Once your soul mark is stable enough, you can make the charge for level 7. Don't forget to practice your forging skills of soul weapons when you have the time, too. You're the soul spiritualist of healing. Now that you're at level 6, you should be able to forge a superb healing-type soul weapon. Don't squander your natural skills. Right, let's talk about treatment. How's the situation of those 2 custodian slaves? Fuchin asked suddenly. Xia Fei shook his head. Their wounds aren't on their body, but rather their hearts. I treated them and also told them a lot of jokes, but I could tell that their hearts were truly stabbed through. The despair was obvious in their eyes. Fuchin gritted his teeth. Diamante beasts. While the custodian slaves don't have souls, they've been guarding the unrestricted spirit pavilion for countless years. Though they didn't have any meritorious achievements, they at least worked hard. They actually dared to attack them. Xia Fei sighed. Don't even bring up those accursed things. Why don't you leave them be for tonight? You can go and see them tomorrow. I'm sure that while they don't have souls, they have hearts. Their nature is extremely pure, and it's too cruel to just leave them guarding the unrestricted spirit pavilion forever. Fuchin nodded. All right, I'll go check with them tomorrow if they want to follow the Sky Wings to the border region. Fuchin felt rather tired, so he went to sleep after he finished talking with Xia Fei. That night, Xia Fei had the blood from the dark spiritualist's hunchback tested in the Silver Spectre's lab, hoping to see what made up their DNA. The Silver Spectre had rather high-class equipment, but after a night, Xia Fei had still not made any progress. The progress bar was stuck at less than 40%, which left Xia Fei very confused. Normally, someone's DNA would not take this long to get analyzed. Moreover, the supercomputer seemed to be having a tough time with the calculations, buzzing and whirring in a constantly overloaded state. What is this thing? Is it really that hard to calculate the DNA's evolution? Xia Fei remarked inwardly. Around noon, Fuchin returned from the unrestricted spirit pavilion, and the Skywing wolves quickly went to ask him how things went. The Skywing madmen, who had taken a liking to those 2 soulless zombies, were elated to hear that Xia Fei planned to ask both to come with him. The Law Realm had just put down its roots. If it had those 2 ultimate weapons, which did not fear dark energy, to keep a watch on things, it would be incredibly powerful. Fuchin shook his head sadly. They just ignored me, and I wasn't able to do anything. Ha! Everyone sighed in disappointment and looked at Xia Fei. He was the one in the clan with the most ideas. If even he had no ideas, they would have to give up. However, Xia Fei was surprisingly straightforward. Since they're not willing to leave Spirit Mountain, we'll just bring Spirit Mountain back with us. Since they're not willing to leave Spirit Mountain, we'll just bring it back with us. Xia Fei said at once. The people from some other clans would have already fainted or criticized Xia Fei for being too far out there. Spirit Mountain was huge. How could it possibly be moved? These were the Sky Wings, though. Hurrah! The Skywing wolves cheered and praised Xia Fei on his superb idea. As long as they moved Spirit Mountain, those 2 custodian slaves would have to come with them even if they did not want to. Xia Fei put his arm over Fuchin and walked inside with him, asking, "You don't have any lingering attachments to Spirit Mountain, do you?" Fuchin was startled, and then he smiled bitterly. "It's rare to see you go to such lengths. I know that your desire to move Spirit Mountain away stems from not wanting to see those 2 custodian slaves be lonely for the rest of their lives, and from not wanting me to become sad whenever I see this sight." Xia Fei truly did have these 2 motives, so he simply chuckled and said nothing in response. "Do as you please. The Fuchin of the past is dead, and the unrestricteds are no more. Besides, I already know why I have yet to reach the Annihilator tier. From now on, I won't have any lingering attachments." Xia Fei asked curiously, "Oh, I'm curious about that. What's the secret to advancing to Annihilator?" Fuchin replied, "I'll tell you more than just the key toward advancing to Annihilator. There are many things that I need to tell you. But right now, you should take care of Spirit Mountain first. Take away what you can and destroy what you can't." Fuchin squinted, his eyes flashing with resolve. Actually, Xia Fei did not need to take all of Spirit Mountain. He just needed to chop off the part that had unrestricted Spirit Pavilion and then rent a large barge to ship it back. The clan was full of experts, and to the Sky Wings, rock was like tofu that could easily be cut through. Xia Fei first ran over to the unrestricted Spirit Pavilion and told the custodian slaves the news. Of course, they had no reaction. The Skywing wolves then got to work, cutting off a part of the left face of the summit and placing it on a rented barge. Xia Guanghai was put in charge of escorting it back. The barge was very easy to find. A call to Suzu Treasure of the Heavenly Treasure Trading Company was enough to settle everything. Xia Guanghai was very annoyed, for the Grand Ancestor was always giving him odd jobs like this. Escorting the barge would take days. However, Xia Guanghai did not dare to argue with Xia Guqing and could only unhappily take on the task. The second night after the Aurora clan's departure, the Silver Spectre and a large barge set off. Upon entering the star system's orbit, the ship stopped, and everyone stood by the deck window and watched as Spirit Mountain crumbled. The present Fuchin was truly no longer the Fuchin of the past. He himself had made the decision to destroy Spirit Mountain, and Xia Fei reckoned that such a decision must be extremely difficult. For Fuchin to have taken that step could not have been easy. "Come on, follow me to the cultivation chamber. On the journey back, I have some final things to say to you." After watching Spirit Mountain collapse, Fuchin waved Xia Fei over. Xia Fei was startled. Fuchin's choice of words left him rather worried. Final things to say? It was as if Fuchin were settling his affairs. "Let me go and see the results of that hunchback's blood test first. I'll meet you in the cultivation chamber in a bit," Xia Fei replied with a frown. Several minutes later, Xia Fei arrived and saw Fuchin meditating within the cultivation chamber. When Xia Fei came in, Fuchin opened his eyes and asked, "What were the results of the blood test?" Xia Fei shook his head. "There's none. It's so weird. It's been 24 hours, yet the supercomputer is still calculating nonstop. Is there something abnormal in that hunchback's blood, something that requires a large number of calculations to verify?" Fuchin pointed at the area across from him and said, "Sit down first. What will come, and what will leave. Xia Fei's heart was like a bright mirror, and he felt like he knew what Fuchin was going to say, but rather than exposing it, he quietly sat down and listened. "What I have to say first concerns soul weapons." Fuchin cleared his throat and said, "You're talking about Nirvana?" Xia Fei asked. "No, I'm talking about your 3 Annihilator-grade soul weapons," Fuchin refuted calmly. Xia Fei was startled, asking in surprise, "You must be a god. I really do have 3 Annihilator soul weapons, called Fiend Lock, Fiend Scar, and Fiend Tear, but I have no idea how to use Fiend Tear, so I've never used it before." "How did you know about it?" Fuchin replied, "I'm no god. The god is that senior of mine. I won't hide it from you. His entire lineage consists of top-class soul weapon researchers, and it's said that there's no soul weapon in the universe that they don't know about. They even made a list, the 1,000 Soul Ranking, which ranks the universe's 1,000 strongest soul weapons. One of your 3 soul weapons happens to be worthy of entering that list." Xia Fei's jaw dropped. The 1,000 Soul Ranking? Also, one of his weapons had the requisite to enter such ranking. This news was truly shocking. After thinking it over, Xia Fei took out Fiend Chain and Fiend Tear. He then placed them on the ground. Fiend Scar is my armor, so you should be talking about one of these two? Which one is it? Fuchin shook his head helplessly. That senior didn't tell me. He couldn't say for sure, but it's certainly one of them. You're already familiar with Fiend Lock. Why not use Fiend Tear? The one that's stronger should be the one he spoke of. Xia Fei could not help but laugh, and then he sighed. There's something you don't know. While I own Fiend Tear, I have no idea how to use it. This thing is like a shell, and I can't go around throwing a shell at people, can I? Does that really count as a weapon? Fuchin's interest was piqued by Xia Fei's words, so he picked up Fiend Tear and took a look at it. It really was as Xia Fei said, an intricate and translucent shell. It was very mysterious, its form and patterns inexplicably entrancing, luring the holder within. Even someone with Fuchin's experience did not know how to use the Fiend Tear to kill someone. It was not like it could really be used like a flying weight, as Xia Fei said, right? I also don't know how to use it, but this Fiend Tear soul weapon is very light, Fuchin remarked. Xia Fei replied, it's not light. Rather, it has no mass at all. No mass? Exclaimed Fuchin in shock. There's a mystical substance like this in the universe. No mass, yet it actually exists? You must know that even air has mass. How can this have no mass? Xia Fei shook his head. You don't know, and I don't know either. When I chose the three of them, this was the most important reason why. They may not be the strongest, but they're unique. As for Fiend Tear, it's not as if I could only pick two out of a set, leaving that one all by itself. Fuchin put down Fiend Tear and tested out Fiend Lock. This hair-thin chain was exceptionally tough and tenacious, and it was also extremely sharp. Moreover, it had no mass. The same was true for Xia Fei's Fiend Scar. No wonder that man said you had unusually good eyes. You really did manage to pick out the treasures. There's no need to rush, just take things slowly. I trust in your intelligence. One day, you'll be able to learn how to use Fiend Tear. That person has a strange temperament, but he'll never deceive me. Since he said that you'd acquired a treasure that could get into the 1,000 soul ranking, it must be the case, Fuchin said. After a brief pause, he added, plus, your Nirvana is also a divine weapon that can enter the 1,000 soul ranking. Each one is a super weapon, and every weapon in the candidate list of 10,000 is a domineering existence. Xia Fei was very happy at first, but then his face turned solemn the next instant. I'm naturally happy that I've got treasures, but is that 1,000 soul ranking public? If it's public, then I prefer my treasures not being selected. My years of experience have told me that if I'm not fearing thieves, I should be fearing the envious. The moment someone finds out that I have something good, they'll come and add to my troubles. Xia Fei always thought about things differently. A normal person would usually worry about other people not knowing of their nice things and would go ahead and show them off. Xia Fei, in contrast, was afraid that people would know about his wealth. If his hand had not been forced, he probably would have kept the fact that he was a spiritualist hidden. Fuchin was amused to no end by Xia Fei, pointing at him and laughing. You, when have you ever lacked for trouble? I'm thinking that you're just afraid of other people knowing about your trump cards and want nothing more than to conspire the deaths of all your enemies. Relax, your three fiendish weapons come from the fiend race, and the fiends are a taboo for annihilators. No matter how strong fiend weapons are, they will never be ranked on the 1,000 soul ranking. As for Nirvana, that's harder to say. That man said that Nirvana can enter the ranking isn't just based on its outstanding combat power, but also its unique trait. I hinted to you that Nirvana was about to advance because he wanted me to reveal that to you. After this upgrade, Nirvana has officially entered the candidate list, and it will keep improving itself. You must take care of it well. Xia Fei thought about this and asked, just who is that person you're talking about? Why does he seem to know everything? Fuchin chuckled. There are many masters like that in the universe. The master and disciple I speak of are obsessed with a variety of fields, from cooking to music theory to making up various rankings. They're capable of anything. You might have even met them before and not even realized. Apparently, they can even disguise themselves as ordinary people for their investigations. Xia Fei shrugged. This was not anything special to him. If not for their need to survive, the Skywings would get involved in all sorts of fields. Even Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was an exceptional wood artisan. One could extrapolate from this how multi-talented the Skywings were. Fuchin was quite the chatterbox on this night, saying many things to Xia Fei, explaining many cultivation problems for him, and telling him about the essence of the unrestricted spirit. Xia Fei could understand Fuchen's mood. Spirit Mountain was gone, as was the unrestricted sect. The things that Fuchen had cared about the most in this universe were gone, and it was very difficult for him to stand back up after such an enormous change. There was no night or day while traveling through the universe. 24 hours went by in the blink of an eye, a truly long conversation. Swallowing some saliva, Fuchen suddenly became more serious, as if he were about to turn to a more serious topic. At this moment, Xia Fei's communication device rang. The hunchback's blood test is done. Please wait a moment. I want to see what's so weird about that hunchback. Xia Fei jumped to his feet and rushed off to the lab, while Fuchen remained in the cultivation chamber. Xia Fei opened the door, turned on the screen, and looked at the final result. His face gradually darkened. After reading the report, Xia Fei became very grave. He printed a copy and returned to the cultivation chamber. As for the data on the computer, Xia Fei deleted it all out of caution. Upon pushing open the door, Xia Fei was surprised, and then he bitterly smiled. Fuchen was no longer there, and all that he had left was a stack of his writings on the floor. Radix, Xia Fei called, placing the hunchback's blood test together with the papers that Fuchen had left behind. Whoosh! The fiendish blade Nirvana swiftly flew over, and Radix popped out and said, Fuchen left. When you were still in the lab, Fuchen borrowed a small shuttle from me and ordered me not to tell you. He seemed to be very determined, as if he wouldn't rest till he's reached his goal. So, Xia Fei nodded. I don't blame you. I know that Fuchen wanted to leave. His mood hasn't been right these last 2 days. He's a free man, so I don't have a reason to keep him at my side. Radix pursed his lips. I was hoping that Fuchen and Ulan would stay around. Remember what Whitehaze said? When you next encounter an enemy, it may be another dragoon like you. If Fuchen and Ulan were around, we would fare much better. Radix was very worried about what Whitehaze had said that day. Internal turmoil within the dragoons meant that Xia Fei might get into a sudden conflict with other dragoons. This would be a dragoon versus a dragoon, a most bitterly contested battle. What will leave will eventually leave. A person mostly has only themselves to depend on, Xia Fei said coolly. Take a look at this report and see if it brings anything to mind. Radix began to read the report regarding the hunchback's blood, while Xia Fei picked up the letter Fuchen had left. 10 minutes or so later, Xia Fei and Radix both put down what they were reading, their faces both very grave. What did Fuchen say? Radix asked. He's left to make a charge at the Annihilator tier. According to him, he's been unable to make any progress in the last few years because he hasn't acted according to the law of Annihilators, Xia Fei replied. The law of Annihilators? What law is that? Radix asked curiously. To kill, Xia Fei answered simply. Just as Aquamarine said, killing is the means by which the strong prove themselves. Radix was startled, and then he nodded. No wonder Fuchen was so much more ruthless upon his return. Turns out that he finally knew why he's been unable to progress in all these years. Perhaps it's that senior Fuchen spoke of who reminded him. I wonder what sort of person that senior is. Xia Fei paused before continuing. I don't know who that person is, but he definitely doesn't have good intentions. That person asked me to use my Nirvana to fight against the 10 great blades of the 1,000 soul ranking. Of course, it's not now, but rather in the future, when I'm willing to try becoming an Annihilator. Besides that, he gave Fuchen a weird gift, the serpent-swallowing whale, and Fuchen left this gift to me. Radix was shocked, asking hurriedly. He wants you to challenge the 10 great blades? Does he have some sort of grudge against their owners or something? Xia Fei shook his head. No, from Fuchen's tone, it seems to be purely symbolic, for the 10 great blades represent the orthodoxy of soul weapons, but my Nirvana isn't the traditional sort of weapon. It symbolizes eccentricity, and that man thinks it'll be interesting if the soul blades of tradition fight against my fiend blade. Radix blinked. He suddenly realized something and said in surprise, There's a problem here. That guy seems to think that Nirvana has got the potential to challenge the 10 great blades of the 1,000 soul ranking, provided that your fiend blade constantly evolves. Radix looked suspiciously at Nirvana. Back then, for a variety of reasons, like the law of primal chaos mixing with the celestial zero hammer, and some other inexplicable things, Nirvana, this blood-sucking fiend blade, was able to improve itself constantly. This blade had the potential to challenge the 10 great blades. This was a little too unbelievable. Do you think it's possible? Xia Fei asked. Radix stroked his chin for a while. It's not completely impossible. Nirvana now has 6 blades, and it's able to absorb energy much faster than before, but I truly don't get it. Nirvana sends you 30% of the energy it takes in, and even if some energy is lost in the process, it should have 50% to 60% left for itself, but I normally can't sense that much energy, so where is it keeping the rest? If this keeps up, Nirvana may actually eventually be able to reach the top of the 1,000 soul ranking. Xia Fei said. Even stranger is this serpent-swallowing whale. All of Fuchin's food therapy skills originated from this book. Radix said hastily. No wonder Fuchin left without saying goodbye. He even recovered all his power when he returned to Spirit Mountain, because he sought a food therapy master. Serpent-swallowing whale, what a domineering name. Since it managed to restore Fuchin's power completely, it must be a real treasure codex. This tome should be of huge help to you. Quickly tell me, what method did Fuchin use to recover his power? Using a soul to heal a soul, Xia Fei replied. There's no other explanation. This is the highest realm of this serpent-swallowing whale tome. Everyone knows that exotic beasts have powerful mental energy, with divine beasts being above them and holy beasts having the most. Fuchin must have killed a divine beast with an attribute similar to his, perhaps even a holy beast, and then used its mental energy to repair the damage. Radix's blood ran cold. Eating a divine beast or holy beast to heal one's soul. It was a wicked-sounding idea. Also, would the blood of a divine beast actually taste good? Furball also broke out in a cold sweat. Although this holy beast did not know how to talk, he could understand what Xia Fei had just said. So when his master brought up eating a divine beast or a holy beast to heal the soul, Furball immediately thought of himself. Formidable, ruthless, wicked. These were the 3 evaluations Radix came up with of the serpent-swallowing whale once he had organized his thoughts. These 2 were the most important things Fuchin had passed on to Xia Fei. Besides these, he told Xia Fei to treat the 2 custodian slaves kindly, as they had served the unrestricted sect well. Some of the unrestricted spirit lineage ancestors were annihilators, but the factional requirements of annihilators meant that there were no spiritualist sections. In the future, if Xia Fei went up to the annihilator universe, he would have to be nicer and more polite to them. Radix and Xia Fei were both filled with regret. It seemed like Fuchin was determined to reach Annihilator or die trying. No turning back without success. This letter he had left behind sounded like a last will and testament. Radix and Xia Fei could do nothing except pray for Fuchin's success. Changing the subject, Xia Fei asked, "What do you think about the hunchback's blood test result?" Radix went pale immediately and whispered, "There's something really weird about this. Those 4 hunchbacks didn't seem human, but part of one of them's DNA sequence is clearly human, with genes from exotic beasts. There are even parts that I don't understand. Such a mess makes me think about Aquamarine's lab and those creatures that miserably died in it. Are those guys perhaps madmen who use humans as a basis to breed ancient demon beasts?" Xia Fei nodded and gave Radix a satisfied look. While Radix was a warrior, he had a very strong foundation in science. Otherwise, he would not have been locked away in Pinnacle's research station. I think the same. Aquamarine sought the universe's cruelest exotic beasts and mixed their strongest traits to breed vicious devils akin to the ancient dragon. If those people are indeed using humans as a basis, then we're in trouble, Xia Fei said worriedly. They won't succeed. The gap between sapient life forms and beasts is massive, Radix said with a shake of his head. It's hard to say. You forgot that sapient life forms have 2 special points that beasts can never have, Xia Fei said. What are those? Radix asked curiously. Cruelty and betrayal. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette. Radix froze. No doubt that humans were crueler than exotic beasts and were experts at betrayal. No matter how cruel and cunning Furball might be, he had never done anything bad to Xia Fei. On the contrary, he was the most worried of all whenever he was in danger. This was an innate trait of holy beasts. They normally did not recognize masters, but once they did, they would stick with their masters for life. As for humans, Fuchin's senior brother and disciples were prime examples. In this aspect, Humans were clearly more vicious than beasts. Using vicious humans as their base so that they could create their ideal demonic beast seemed like an unconventional idea, but it was also plausible. I get it. Radix shouted suddenly. You remember what Shu Yuha said? He chose 7th young master Xiao because he had a wicked energy. So when you killed him in the collapsed expanse of founders, Shu Yuha was even more worried compared to when his martial brothers were killed. Those 4 hunchbacks might have been built upon people like young master Xiao. Xia Fei had naturally thought of this already, which was why he regarded this report with such importance. It would be fine if they failed, but if they succeeded, they would create a supreme existence second only to the ancient dragon. Should we tell White Haze? Radix whispered. He's the Annihilator's liaison, and they should be very concerned about something like that. Xia Fei very firmly shook his head. Don't forget that it's the Dragoons who save the Dark Spiritualists, and they're the core power of Annihilators. I'm very distrustful of Annihilators right now. They seem to have run into trouble, beset by problems internally and externally. Since they couldn't even manage their internal affairs, why should I trust them? Radix stuck out his tongue. Xia Fei's habit of not trusting others was showing up again. He could not even trust the Annihilators. Xia Fei suddenly thrust his hand into his sleeve and then laughed. What a coincidence. We were just talking about White Haze, and White Haze is now calling. Whoosh. A screen appeared, and on it was the dishonest face of White Haze with his cute little wool ball. There's a matter I need to discuss with you, sir, White Haze said. Xia Fei smiled. Orders are orders. Why so polite? White Haze explained very seriously. In truth, I'm not here to discuss an order, for you are a Devil Shadow Dragoon, and Devil Shadow Dragoons that don't have any actual structure and are under temporary command of the Blue Blood race's Destiny Dragoons. In other words, Destiny Dragoons don't actually have the authority to give orders to Devil Shadow Dragoons, which is why I am discussing this with you, sir. If you are willing, that would be excellent, but if not, that is fine, too. Xia Fei felt rather amused at how cautious White Haze was behaving, but the other could hardly be blamed for it. White Haze was a liaison, so it was only natural that he would be careful. What is it? Xia Fei asked. White Haze replied. As sir knows, the lower 5 stars comprise 5 universes in total. My superiors wish you to leave the Alpha universe for a time and head to universe number 3, the Undercurrent universe, to take a look. Undercurrent. Xia Fei was startled, and then he laughed. Have you fried your brain? Undercurrent is another universe. Putting aside the amount of time it would take me to go from Alpha to Undercurrent, you want me to go and inspect a universe all by myself? I probably wouldn't be able to come back for the next 3 to 5 years. This is a key juncture in the conflict between the Dark Spiritualists and the Spiritualist Association. My people and I have all made our stance clear. While the Dark Spiritualists did suffer a setback, they still have their strength, so they may be able to strike back. Sorry, but I'm not going anywhere right now. Xia Fei was not joking in the slightest. He had dismantled Spirit Mountain and moved those 2 guardian slaves back with him primarily out of consideration for the future of the Skywings. Since they had formed a deep grudge with the Dark Spiritualists, the Skywings needed to be more cautious than ever. Bailon smiled cunningly. What you don't know is that Undercurrent is different from Alpha. There are many interstellar passages there that make traveling very fast, and it's not far from your current location, for days at most. Plus, you won't be spending more than a month in Undercurrent. The Dark Spiritualists are fresh off of a defeat, and they will need some time to reconsolidate and get in touch with more clans and factions before they can come back, creating a break in the war. In addition, those above said that be it the Auroras, the Skywings, or the Spiritualists of Botany, they'll all be protected from the shadows. Was the sudden appearance of Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin not enough to dispel your suspicions? The Annihilators not openly dealing with the Dark Spiritualists did not mean that they had no plans to deal with them. Xia Fei knew that the Annihilators intended to let these clowns keep up with their antics, for they were just chess pieces that could not cause much stir. The people who truly needed to be dealt with were those factions backing them from the shadows. It was no boast to say that they had the strength to ensure that nothing happened to the Skywings and Auroras. Xia Fei frowned and asked, Why does it have to be me? What's happening at Undercurrent? Bailon said firmly, It's a very thorny matter. You should know that a large number of soul weapons, in the tens of thousands, were lost from the collapsed expanse of Founders, and some of these soul weapons suddenly appeared in the undercurrent universe. As for why you must go, it's because of race. 50% of the undercurrent's population consists of the Blue Blood clan. Sending a Blue Blood warrior to investigate will draw suspicion, but you are different. First, you're not a native of undercurrent, but a human instead. Second, you're a rare Devil Shadow Dragoon, who isn't under the command of any of the 3 great Dragoon forces. As such, you will be the most impartial observer. Xia Fei understood at once what Bai Lan was getting at. It must be that those above suspected a member of the Blue Blood clan to be behind the sudden appearance of the lost soul weapons in the undercurrent. If they sent a Blue Blood to investigate, the humans and other clans would not think that it was fair. Likewise, they would be unable to relax since an ordinary person was sent to the Blue Bloods. Thus, they wanted to send Xia Fei, who was not just a human being, but also a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Xia Fei realized a very big problem. It would be one fine if he was a Holy Light Dragoon, which was an entirely human faction. Instead, as a human being, he had entered the Devil Shadow Dragoons, which should only belong to the fiends. One day, if Xia Fei really did become an annihilator and officially enter the Devil Shadow Dragoons, the humans would not treat him as their comrade. Instead, they would put up their guard against him. There was no need to talk about the other clans and races. Oh no, in this situation, even if I do become an annihilator, I'll still have an endless stream of trouble. Xia Fei frowned as he thought of this himself. Trouble seemed to follow him like a shadow, becoming part of his life. This reason isn't enough to persuade me. It's not as if I lost those soul weapons from the collapsed expanse of founders myself, so don't push the business of the wrongdoers onto me. Xia Fei waved his hand and said. Bai Lan seemed to have expected him to remain firm in his refusal to go, so he blinked at Xia Fei hintedly and whispered, Actually, it's not just soul weapons from the collapsed expanse of founders that have appeared in the undercurrent universe. Some Fiend Clan soul weapons have also appeared. There are even rumors that someone has unlocked some Fiend Clan ruins. Back when the universe was in one piece, many tribes of the Fiend Clan lived in what is now undercurrent. Xia Fei became excited the moment he heard about Fiend Case soul weapons. Fiend Scar and Fiend Chain had already proven themselves to be top-class soul weapons, powerful and unique. He might run into even better weapons in the undercurrent, and even if he did not, it would be fine, too, if he found a way to use the Fiend Tears. Smiling, Bai Lan said, You are a Devil Shadow Dragoon, so it is your duty to concern yourself with the lost soul weapons of the Fiend Clan. If you see something of the Fiend Clan, you can just buy it, and then you can report your expenses to those above for compensation. How could Xia Fei not hear the hidden meaning behind those words? But Xia Fei had no plans on buying anything, for he had always taken things by force. Xia Fei explained the situation to Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing, and when the latter heard that there was taking involved, particularly long-lost soul weapons, he was stunned. He immediately brought up bringing the Skywing Wolves over to join in the taking. The Skywing Wolves were also stunned. They did not expect that there would be a secret entrance to another universe on their route back, and there was even loot to take inside. Thus, they all asked Xia Fei's permission to take part in this escapade. Xia Fei had only managed to dispel this idea after some point, but it was with great difficulty. After all, this was an internal Dragoon matter that had been delivered through unusual means. It was improper to bring too many people with him. The Skywing Wolves felt very disappointed and requested for Xia Fei to bring back a lot of soul weapons before they could be persuaded into disembarking and boarding Xia Guanghai's barge for the rest of the journey home. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre set off once more. Xia Fei was alone, bearing the heavy responsibilities entrusted to him by his brothers as he boldly set off to plunder the undercurrent universe. For days later, the Silver Spectre's cultivation chamber. The Silver Spectre arrived at the set coordinates and left autopilot. At the same time, Xia Fei walked out of the cultivation chamber. You've been making a lot of progress. I'm guessing that you're about to challenge level 8 Law of Primal Chaos. Radix asked. Xia Fei replied very naturally. Hard to say. The Law of Primal Chaos is just too difficult. Fortunately, it's not a major threshold like levels 6, 7, and 9, so my progress has been smooth sailing so far. Be it speed or primal chaos, I've reached the toughest phase. I use up a shocking amount of energy every day. Radix nodded. Level 6 is the highest intermediate tier, while level 7 is the start of the advanced tier. As for the peak that is level 9, there's no need to even talk about it. In fact, besides 2, 5, and 8, none of the levels is easy, and using up more energy is inevitable. You're already rather lucky. After all, you have the energy to waste. As his level rose higher, Xia Fei found that he used up energy faster and faster. Every day, he needed at least 200 units of spirit energy to keep up with his frenzied speed of cultivation. These 4 days of journey had resulted in Xia Fei using up 800 standard units of power, leaving only 6,200 units left in his 7th brain region, only enough for a month. The law of primal chaos was at level 7 and the law of speed was at level 8. Both were only a bit away from ascension. Thus, Xia Fei was unwilling to slow down. If he could finish cultivating these two most difficult law forces, the situation would be completely different. No one had ever heard of someone cultivating two heaven-defyingly difficult laws to max level. Of the powerful Skywing wolves, only the Grand Ancestor had been able to cultivate the law of speed to maximum. This was just how enormously difficult the task was. Moreover, Xia Fei had the body-refining technique of the unrestricted spirit lineage, Cold Muscle Ghost Valley. This was a super technique that could get a person to the peak of the peak in terms of body cultivation. Those two guardian slaves did not have souls and could not use dark energy, but they had still been able to fight evenly with those top-class dark spiritualists. This was proof of just how big of a boost this technique could give a warrior like Xia Fei, who emphasized cultivating the body. Alas, while Cold Muscle Ghost Valley was formidable, it had very high requirements. Xia Fei would have to finish cultivating the law of primal chaos and law of speed before moving on to it. Thus, Xia Fei had made up his mind to get them to the peak no matter how much energy it cost. On the command deck, Xia Fei took out the Jade Sunset Pearl and sent word that he had arrived. Several minutes later, an azure light appeared in space. Upon closer look, it was a blue blood. The blue bloods were not formidable because of their blue skin, but that second body made of energy inside them. Just like how humans had hearts and other internal organs, the insides of a blue blood were made of blue crystals formed entirely of energy. At this time, this person was using this second body to fly through the universe. At a glance, it seemed like some wandering soul. Fortunately, Xia Fei recognized what blue bloods looked like when they had shed their skin. Otherwise, he would have already had radix blast it to pieces. Opening the hangar, Xia Fei let the person in. Strangely, when this person entered the command deck, the blue skin was restored. What appeared was what seemed like a human who had painted his skin blue. Strange, but not frightening. Huh. This person kneeled upon seeing Xia Fei, saying, "Sir Dragoon, this Mary of the Blue Blood Zayden clan bows to you." "Rise," Xia Fei nodded and said. Mary stood up and snuck a glance at Xia Fei. He found Xia Fei to have an agreeable air and a harmless smile, not at all like the dragoon he had imagined. It must be understood that Xia Fei had come to the undercurrent as a neophyte dragoon. Even in the Annihilator universe, neophyte dragoons were considered to be the elite class. What more while he was here? Regardless, Mary sighed in relief and concluded that this job would not be too difficult. Still, he was somewhat puzzled by Xia Fei's age. He seemed a little too young. Entering the neophyte dragoons at such a young age? There's something different about him. Either he's a supreme genius or backed by a powerful faction, Mary thought to himself. Xia Fei laughed and said, "Oh, the Zayden clan of the Blue Blood clan. I met your patriarch, Roderick. He's quite the agreeable elder. How is he doing?" Xia Fei's casual question had left Mary feeling aghast. How could Mary have that honor of meeting Patriarch Roderick before? If he had such privilege, he would not be serving as lackey who kept watch on the undercurrent universe. "He's doing well, Mary replied hastily with a smile. He then kneeled again. Xia Fei pulled him up and asked unhappily, "What are you doing? A man shouldn't kneel so easily. Have a little backbone, all right? It's not as if I'd eat you." Mary was deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears. He thought that this would be a tough job, near expecting this dragoon to be so kind and approachable. If Radix could see his thoughts, the former would cover his mouth and laugh. Xia Fei did not put on airs and normally treated others rather well, but that was only at normal times. When he got crazy, he could even eat Mary whole, and if things were bad, He might even exterminate his entire family. It's getting late. Where's the passage to enter the undercurrent? Xia Fei asked. Mary placed 2 blue fingers into his mouth and let out an extremely low-frequency whistle, which could not be heard by anyone outside his clan. 6 blue points of light appeared in the darkness of space. They were blue bloods, just like Mary. These people radiated strange blue lights as they reached out into the void and made grabbing motions. As if they were pulling on a curtain, they tore apart the fabric of the universe. In a method Xia Fei had never thought of before, a cosmic gate was opened. Seeing the suspicious look in his eyes, Mary explained, "There's more than one road to the undercurrent. This is a hidden passage very few people outside of the Blue Bloods know of. Sir, please keep this a secret." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. The passage was not very wide, just enough to fit in the Silver Spectre. A larger warship, like a battleship, probably would have gotten stuck, and an even larger capital ship could not even dream of fitting inside. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre moved very quickly, and with one acceleration, it had arrived at the undercurrent. Xia Fei saw a chaotic sea of stars, with whirlpool-like galaxies appearing before him. The undercurrent was much darker and quieter than the Law Realm or the Alpha Universe. You will have to anchor the warship here, for the undercurrent universe has its own method of teleportation. Just like in the universe you resided before, it's very fast, but there's no means of transporting warships. Mary lowered his head and said. Xia Fei smiled and asked, "Oh, so you know that I'm from the Law Realm?" Mary replied, "Before you arrived, I took a look at your file, but the Law Realm you speak of is called Wild Glacier here. Wild Glacier, the Undercurrent, Torrent, Glaze, and Alpha were the official names of the universes that comprised the 5 lower stars." Xia Fei knew this, but he was used to calling it the Law Realm and was too lazy to change. As he spoke, he disembarked from his ship. He failed to notice Mary taking one last reluctant glance at the dark gem spirit-gathering tower and sighing softly thereafter. He appeared to be lamenting how wasteful Xia Fei was being. Xia Fei truly did not lack for good things. He had so many he had yet to use most of them. Worse, he had even forgotten some of his stuff. The dark gem spirit-gathering tower had abundant energy, but it was being used by Xia Fei as the Silver Spectre's energy source. Mary naturally regarded such an action as wasteful. The Undercurrent universe used spatial gates similar to those of the Law Realm, but they were heavier and more complicated. A square-shaped solid pillar towered in the middle of a barren wilderness. The Zayden clan had presumably chosen this place on purpose. Xia Fei ordered the other Blue Bloods to take care of his warship, and then he followed Mary through a spatial gate to a bustling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers could be seen all around, and the streets were packed with people, making him feel like he had gone back to the Panhuman Alliance. Be it the Law Realm or the Alpha Universe, they mostly had faux ancient buildings. As for the Blue Bloods who were not particularly fans of history, most of their buildings were huge and ugly. The entire city teemed with a modern aura. Sure enough, mostly blue-skinned people could be seen on the streets. There were people from other species, even humans. Alas, more than 50% of the Undercurrent's population comprised Blue Bloods. The other several thousand species were simply pitiful when compared with the Blue Bloods, so calling this the base of the Blue Bloods was not excessive in the least. "What is this place?" Xia Fei looked around and asked. "The metropolis of Phelan, one of the most populous systems of the Undercurrent universe. The items this, sir, has come to look for appeared in a nearby black market," Mary replied. "The Blue Blood clan has many elites." "My eyes have truly been opened," Xia Fei said offhandedly. He had only walked a few steps and had already seen many Blue Blood experts at Law Sage and above. There were even Law God warriors. They were no different from ordinary people. The surrounding people seemed used to the sight of Law Gods flying about and showed no surprise. Mary smiled. "Sir, please don't joke around. When it comes to elites, the human species naturally is the strongest. Our Blue Blood clan is only ranked second. After all, the human species has far more potential than all others, and it possesses the largest group of high-level warriors. As for us, Blue Bloods, we are formidable in our youth, but at the truly high levels, we fall far behind the humans." Xia Fei knew well the situation of his own species. Humans, who were very weak in their youth, could only run if they ran into monsters like the Blue Bloods or Oro, But the universes had their rules and sense of fairness. Humans were not skilled in cultivating positive energy, but they were extremely good at cultivating soul power. The law realm was a classic example. Once the seal had been lifted, it began to make incredible progress. For example, Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was already a level 5 founder, and more than 20 founders had appeared among the Skywings. This number was quickly approaching 30, perhaps even 40. The other human groups were also making swift progress, but when it came to non-human races like Oro's Lionheart clan, their progress was not as obvious. Do the Blue Bloods not like the Alpha universe? I've never seen your people there before, Xia Fei asked with a smile. Mary thought this over and replied, humans have a powerful sense of adventure, and they constitute 80% of the Alpha universe's population. Moreover, that place is where humans have always congregated. We, the Blue Bloods, are homebodies, so the vast majority of us prefer to remain in the undercurrent. Besides this place, some of my people are currently in the Torrent universe. Still, one can find humans who love adventuring everywhere. Xia Fei suddenly thought of an interesting question. Smiling, he asked, right now, the humans and the Blue Bloods are the strongest in the universe, but what if the fiends were still around? Mary was startled and then whispered, juniors like us haven't seen the splendor of the Fiend clan, so I unfortunately don't know the answer to your question. The two went to an inconspicuous tea house and found a corner to sit. Mary ordered 2 pots of tea and 4 snacks, after which he took out his personal laptop and powered it on. The situation is very complicated. Several soul weapons from the blacklist suddenly appeared overnight in Phelan. While it's not many, they're distributed broadly, with hundreds of stores of varying sizes selling the blacklist soul weapons. Based on our preliminary understanding, someone deposited those items, which are now being sold through consignment, with price tags clearly lower than their market value. For the sake of caution, we haven't made any moves yet. Now that you're here, we can go store to store and investigate each, planting our men to see who placed those lost soul weapons on consignment, Mary said. Xia Fei grabbed the list and, after lighting a cigarette, began to inspect it carefully. Just as the cigarette burned out, Xia Fei waved his hand, letting Mary put away the files. Come on, we'll go to Tianjin 1. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and said. Mary was startled, asking hastily, Tianjin 1? While they're the biggest company around, they don't have anything to do with the lost soul weapons. Xia Fei said casually, while that company isn't selling stolen goods, there's rumor that Tianjin 1 is secretly selling Forbidden Fiend clan relics. Mary became rather confused. It seemed like Xia Fei had come for the lost soul weapons of the Fiend clan and had no interest in the goods that had been stolen from the collapsed expanse of founders. He was about to advise Xia Fei to focus on the main matter when the latter stood up and said, a top-class trading company that conducts legal and illegal trades, when everyone else is selling stolen goods, is completely uninvolved? Someone clearly doesn't want Tianjin 1 to be under scrutiny. Companies like such are the most suspicious. Mary's eyes brightened, and he looked at Xia Fei in shock and admiration. No wonder his superiors had sent over Xia Fei. This person was amazing. Xia Fei had always been good at deduction. The argument was very simple. When everyone else had their hands dirty, while one person appeared clean, the clean one was probably the dirtiest of all. Xia Fei walked into a dimly lit alley on 19th Avenue and was able to spot Tianjin 1's sign in the distance. Though the location was out of the way, the store was rather large, taking up all 6 floors. However, there did not seem to be a lot of people around. Good sir, what do you need? The goateed manager asked Mary, taking him for a client. This was very normal in the undercurrent universe, where the Blue Bloods were king. The human species had a much inferior status. Mary's face stiffened. He bowed to Xia Fei and replied, this person is my master. The goateed manager sized up Xia Fei with suspicious eyes. To tell the truth, Xia Fei was dressed in a very conspicuous style, and it was hard to tell that he had money. His gray jacket was very old, and his hands were thrust into his pockets. Someone who could make it to manager must have some ability. He suddenly realized that Xia Fei's bearing was completely different from what he wore. Neither meek nor proud, he had a harmless smile on his face and had a very carefree expression. Despite the expensive clothes the manager was wearing, he felt like a beggar next to Xia Fei. Surprised, He turned to Xia Fei fast and asked, "May I ask what sir has come here to purchase? Our store is holding a sale, so you've come at the perfect time." Businessmen were all like this, and Xia Fei didn't mind. He raised his voice and said, "I heard you're selling fiend soul weapons." Whoosh! Dozen pairs of eyes instantly turned to look at Xia Fei, and a flurry of footsteps came from the second floor. Xia Fei was sure then that all the so-called clients were fakes created by the company. Mary almost broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Fei was being far too obvious here. Soul weapons were precious items, and fiend soul weapons were both more precious and also banned. Who went around boldly asking about them like this? "Sir, are you making a joke? A small store like ours doesn't have anything like soul weapons, let alone banned items," the manager said with a smile. Xia Fei calmly snapped his fingers. "Huh." A faint white light suddenly appeared, just enough so that the manager could get a good look. "Spirit energy," the manager blurted out. He instantly became very humble, whispering, "I did not realize that I was speaking to a revered spiritualist. Please follow me." The manager moved out from behind the counter and led Xia Fei to the elevator. Xia Fei looked around, upon which all the so-called customers dropped their heads and continued their pretend shopping. "I did not know that you were a revered spiritualist. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now," the manager said, pulling open the elevator door. Spiritualists were respected wherever they went. Undercurrent was even more lacking in spiritualists than alpha, so it was very normal for this manager to treat Xia Fei with such respect. Rather than going up, the elevator went down. When the elevator stopped, it wasn't the door that Xia Fei had come in through that opened. Rather, an exit mysteriously opened up behind him. The room was luxuriously decorated, clearly a place for receiving VIPs. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed as he followed the manager in and sat down. Someone sent in a touchscreen computer displaying a list of items. Xia Fei looked it over casually and said unhappily, "Ordinary soul weapons? You think I would come here if this was all I needed?" The manager explained with some difficulty, "Great master, our store doesn't have much capital, and we truly do not have what you desire." Xia Fei sneered and waved his hand. "Bring out the energy deposit tool." The manager was startled, and then took a strange object with two handles on its side out from his spatial ring. It was an energy deposit device. In this universe, energy was everything, the hardest currency. Pearls and crystals were only used for low-level exchanges. The truly big transactions were carried out directly in soul power or spirit energy. As for this piece of equipment, it had handles on the sides and a screen. Once a handle was grabbed, the energy amount in the seventh brain region would be automatically displayed. Once two sides had finished discussing the price, both parties would press the confirmation button, upon which spirit energy would be drawn into the machine. It was extremely convenient. The Spiritualist Association had an even more advanced form that allowed everyone in the association to perform transactions with each other. This one was a mobile type that could only be used by two people. Xia Fei placed a finger on the handle on his side, upon which the screen displayed the amount of spirit energy in his brain region. 6,219. The manager almost jumped to his feet upon seeing the number. He was completely stunned as he turned to Xia Fei with a crazily intense gaze. What exactly did 6,219 units of spirit energy mean? It meant 6,000 basic soul weapons. Spiritualists consumed energy to create soul weapons. Grade 1 soul weapons took a single unit, Grade 2 took 2, Grade 3 took 4, and so on and so forth. Over 6,000 standard units of spirit energy was no joke. Ordinary spiritualists would be well off if they had several dozen units, while several hundred meant they were a rich man. For someone as young as Xia Fei to have more than 6,000 units of spirit energy in reserve left the manager dumbfounded. Xia Fei smiled. He said to the goateed manager, "You said you didn't have any, but what about now?" The manager hastily asked for a moment of time from Xia Fei before hurrying off inside the building. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and lazed back on his seat. Mary whispered to Xia Fei, "Sir, aren't we being a little too conspicuous? We might draw the suspicion of others." Xia Fei replied casually, "You've seen the files. Several thousand soul weapons are being sold all at once, and at prices far below market price, and only spirit energy is accepted. If these soul weapons were sold off slowly, they would be able to fetch several times the price. So why are they doing this? It's clearly because they want to get together an enormous amount of spirit energy as quickly as possible for some unknown purpose. That's why I want them to know that a big buyer is here. If everything goes as expected, they will definitely take this huge deal no matter the price. Mary was shocked. He had been sitting on this information for a few days already and had made no progress, but Xia Fei had only needed about 10 minutes to draw so many conclusions. Truly, comparison could kill a man with anger. Just what was going on inside Xia Fei's brain. Radix sighed. He had been with Xia Fei for too long and understood him too well. Xia Fei hated showing his wealth. How unsafe was it for others to know how much money one had? For him to so easily reveal his wealth meant that something fishy was going on. The goateed manager closed the door and went up to a blue blood. He said nothing, only quietly waiting for orders. The blue blood stared at the screen. He naturally didn't recognize Xia Fei, but he was concerned about Mary, who was next to Xia Fei. The blue blood stroked his chin and asked, "Could this guy be from the Zayden clan? There's no way, right? The Zayden are the most special clan of blue bloods. They're so proud. How could they possibly lower themselves to work for a cunning human?" The manager scoffed in reply. The blue blood shook his head. "This is a human spiritualist who can take out 6,000 units of spirit energy. I wouldn't feel ashamed if I could work for such a master, either." The master said in shock, "Then this deal. We're doing it." The blue blood grit his teeth. "Our superiors are pushing us too hard, demanding that we collect 100,000 units of spirit energy in only 1 month. This mission is impossible. Undercurrent has far fewer spiritualists than Alpha, so even if we sell the items for cheaper, they won't all come out at once. We're already taking a big risk here, so we might as well just harden up and try it out. Go and settle him down, and then give him an astronomical price. If he's willing to buy this batch of fiend soul weapons, then fine, but if he isn't..." The blue blood made a slicing motion with his hand, his eyes turning red. The goateed manager returned to the room quickly. Sitting across from Xia Fei, he said, "I'll be frank. We truly do have a few items that need to be kept under the table, but it took us a lot of effort to get them. The one selling hopes to sell them all at once and is not willing to sell them separately." Xia Fei nodded. Lighting a cigarette, he magnanimously said, "A bulk purchase is no problem, nor is money. It's just a question of if you have enough." Xia Fei had now become a rich scion who threw around money like it was dirt. He spoke calmly, talking about the price like a deal worth more than 1,000 units of spirit energy was the same as buying watermelons at the market. Xia Fei was truly a top-class actor as he showed off the demeanor of the wealthy. The manager was rather taken in. The fact that he was dressed in very ordinary clothes but didn't show the slightest sign of meekness was proof that Xia Fei had a formidable mentality. "All right, please take a look." The goateed manager took a box out of his spatial ring and placed it on the table. Xia Fei opened it up, and sure enough, it was all soul weapons from the fiends. 15 of them. Huh. After looking at them, Xia Fei closed the box with a soft thump and indifferently said, "Not bad. State your price." The goateed manager, who had been in the business for many years, found it somewhat hard to do this, but he clenched his teeth and held up 6 fingers. 6,000 standard units, spirit energy. To tell the truth, the manager himself found this figure to be too absurd, so he had to pause in the middle of speaking. Whoosh! Mary jumped up and said, "You're asking for 6,000 units for these soul weapons? You might as well just rob us." "Sit down," Xia Fei said to Mary stiffly. Mary harumphed and sat down, glaring at the goateed manager. It was clear that he was very angry. "You're still too inexperienced, placing too much value on material things. These soul weapons can't be measured purely by their face value. You have to realize that soul weapons are becoming more and more rare on the market, and the people that made these weapons have already disappeared. There will never be new ones." The goateed manager was somewhat dumbfounded. Not only did Xia Fei not find it to be expensive, he was even explaining the advantages of fiend soul weapons. What could he say? After rebuking Mary, Xia Fei turned back and spoke as if he was in a tough spot. "I didn't bring much money with me this time. I would also like to buy some high-level soul weapons that are grade 7 or higher. Let's do this. Keep these things for me and take a 100-unit deposit of spirit energy. When I come back, I'll pay the entire balance." "Hold on," the goateed manager said after a moment of shock. "Sir, I will be honest. We actually do have the high-grade soul weapons you want. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone bring them right now. Xia Fei smiled. While the goateed manager was gone, he said to Mary, "Get ready. This time, he's definitely going to take out the stolen goods. Watch my eyes." Mary didn't understand what Xia Fei was trying to do, but he chose to blindly trust him and nodded. Sure enough, the manager came back with 5 soul weapons. Mary was startled and nodded at Xia Fei furtively. These really were high-ranked soul weapons that had been stolen from the expanse of the founders. Mary didn't recognize all of them, but he could easily recognize the high-leveled ones. Altogether, it's 6,200 units. We'll eat a small loss at worst. The manager was still talking business with Xia Fei, failing to notice that Xia Fei's eyes had changed. He stroked the table lightly, taking in all 15 fiend soul weapons and the 5 grade 7 soul weapons into his spatial ring like he was performing a magic trick. The goateed manager jumped and shouted, "Great master, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? I mean you're finished." Rumble. Xia Fei roared and punched at the ground with both fists, instantly obliterating the alloy-reinforced marble floor. In the floor below was the Blue Blood's office, which was adjacent to the warehouse. The fiendish blade Nirvana had disappeared, as had Furball, and Peacock Blue was growing crazily. Plush, plush. There was a great wailing as the warriors outside were slaughtered. These people had been on standby in case the transaction didn't work out, ready to charge in and seize Xia Fei so that they could compel him into handing over his energy. Alas, Xia Fei had his outstanding ocular cognition, the origin of heaven. He had seen every little thing going on outside. With a zing, White Dragon's screech left its sheath, letting out a bone-chilling howl. Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana were left to deal with the ambushing warriors. White Dragon's screech in hand, Xia Fei jumped down and thrust it at the Blue Blood warrior. That Blue Blood couldn't possibly dodge Xia Fei's sneak attack, which was moving at more than 30 million meters per second. He tilted his body to the side, letting White Dragon's screech stab into his chest, and howled in pain. But the move bought him enough time for his real body to retreat from its shell. The Cerulean Soul Gem. Whoosh. The moment the Cerulean Soul Gem appeared, its former body broke into pieces and fell like rain. When White Dragon's screech had attacked, Fiend Lock had already wrapped around the Blue Blood. Alas, this man was clearly an expert, and his soul gem had retreated one step ahead, meaning that Xia Fei had only destroyed his physical body and failed to bind his cerulean soul gem. Whoosh! The Blue Blood soul gem refused to fight with Xia Fei, ramming through the wall and fleeing. "I need to take him alive. What a pain." Xia Fei cursed silently. The mission required that Xia Fei leave someone alive, so he had held back. Otherwise, with his ghostly speed, he could have definitely killed the Blue Blood. There would have been no chance to survive. With one punch and a rumble of impact, Xia Fei obliterated the wall. The room on the other side was exposed. It was empty, only containing a deep well. The panicking Blue Blood jumped inside. Xia Fei rushed up to the well and took a look inside. He found that, rather than a well, it was a stable spatial tunnel leading into dark space. Dark space. A stable passage into dark space. Xia Fei was shocked to realize. Who would set up a stable passage unless they had special needs or needed to frequently travel in and out of dark space? Why else would you link together normal space and that barren and gloomy region? Xia Fei suddenly had a very bad feeling. Whoosh! It took only a second for him to consider his options. With only the briefest pause, Xia Fei prepared to jump into the tunnel in pursuit of the Blue Blood. At this moment, Mary suddenly shouted, "Don't go into dark space." Alas, it was too late. Xia Fei could move at near light speed, so Mary simply didn't have the time to stop Xia Fei. Ocular cognition. Little Goldie. Xia Fei naturally had the confidence to back the daring with which he entered dark space. He had ocular cognition, and he also had the king of dark space, Little Goldie. Whoosh! His eyes flashed as Little Goldie rushed out from Xia Fei's bosom. He was a small little chrysalis, but dark space was his territory, so the first thing he did was let out an intimidating roar. Oh well, exotic beasts all had a bestial nature, so the first thing they did when entering their territory was show off their power. It did not matter what was in this region of dark space. Little Goldie might not have even been here before, but since he was here, This territory would all be his. But at that moment, Xia Fei and little Goldie were both startled. This was no dark space, only a sea of fog. Gray-white fog engulfed the world. The dark space of the undercurrent universe was far too different from that of the Law Realm and Alpha. It was like someone had lit a giant fire, and the thick smoke was obscuring everything. There was a heavy breathing coming from the fog, and also a cold and sinister aura emanating from it. Little Goldie was very angry. Just now, he had roared to announce that his majestic self had arrived, but not only did these creatures not scatter, they were standing around him and staring at him. Staring at him was one thing, but staring at Xia Fei? Xia Fei was little Goldie's revered master. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions against him would die. Oh whoa. Little Goldie charged into the fog, and therein followed were the sounds of combat. Little Goldie's roars mixed with the sounds of heavy breathing. It was clear that he was battling against some unknown enemy. Ocular cognition. Origin of heaven. Whoosh. Xia Fei's eyes suddenly changed as his vision instantly became 10 times sharper. Ocular cognition allowed Xia Fei to see farther, but it couldn't penetrate the fog. It was now time for the legacy of the Triclopean fiend race, the origin of heaven, to step onto the stage. The origin of heaven was a scanning technique. None of the sinister creatures hidden within the fog could escape his gaze. When Xia Fei saw what was in the fog, he couldn't help but be shocked. He saw little Goldie as a little golden point of light, currently surrounded by numerous long projections of energy, snakes. Monstrous snakes that lived in dark space. As for that blue blood, he had already fled far away. Carrying him away was a snake, the rest of the snakes obeying the blue blood's order and blocking Xia Fei and little Goldie. All of you return. Xia Fei roared. Furball, Radix, and Peacock Blue, who were still in the store, received Xia Fei's order and swiftly gathered to the dark space. Zing. Wielding White Dragon's Screech, Xia Fei charged into the fog, beginning his battle with the snakes. It took only a few seconds before Radix, the Nirvana Fiend Blade, Peacock Blue, and Furball arrived on the battlefield. Furball was positively furious. He couldn't lord over Peacock Blue or the Nirvana Fiend Blade and Radix, but little Goldie had always listened to him, acting like his little brother. And now, his little brother and master were surrounded by the enemy. These snakes were seeking death. Oh whoa. One human, one plant, one bug, one ghost, and one ball charged into the fog, beginning a major battle. No, this was no battle at all, but a bloody massacre. How could these monstrous snakes possibly fight back against Xia Fei's pack of crazies? Plush. Xia Fei slew the last snake. The fiendish blade Nirvana rushed up and sucked it dry. Mary was gobsmacked. In just a few minutes, several thousand snakes had been slain. The rate of slaughter had been utterly absurd. Not even corpses had been left behind. It was hard to describe the level of obliteration that he had witnessed. With all the snakes slain, the dark space returned to darkness, and that thick gray-white fog disappeared. All that was left was the unique stench left behind by the snakes. Whoosh. Xia Fei pointed with his sword and said, "After him. Make sure to keep someone alive. I need to find out what they're scheming." At this moment, Mary yelled, "Sir, there's no need to keep chasing him. I recognize him." Xia Fei turned his head and frowned. "You recognize him? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Mary grumbled silently. "Given your speed, when would I have gotten the chance?" He quickly came forward and continued, "I truly do recognize him. He is from the Blue Blood Cebu clan. These snakes are the beasts the Cebu clan used to dominate dark space. They are called fog snakes." Xia Fei was going to ask Mary to explain when he suddenly realized something. He grabbed Mary and returned to the store of Tianjin 1. "Go and bring back all the survivors." Furball and the others quickly searched the store. Tianjin 1 had 10 floors and was rather large, but Peacock Blue's 9 giant blades of grass swiftly seized the survivors without Xia Fei's help. Rumble. Nirvana began to hack through the store's warehouse. Xia Fei didn't care what it was, putting everything he could into his spatial ring. Mary watched from the side, almost gagging as he mentally remarked, "Xia Fei, did you come to investigate or to steal?" "All right, you can talk now," Xia Fei said to Mary after he walked out of the warehouse. Mary swallowed and continued, "That person just now was Yun Tian, a member of the Cebu clan. The Cebu are an offshoot of the Blue Bloods who live in dark space. Those snakes that can freely travel through dark space are bred by their clan. They are called fog snakes. When I was a kid, I went with the elders of my clan to see Yuntian, but since I was younger then, he probably doesn't recognize me. Xia Fei nodded. While dark space wasn't a place where sapient life resided, it was still a part of the universe. In the law realm, the demon race had raised demon chrysalises, making spies for themselves in dark space, and it seemed like this Cebu clan had done the same. They had been tasked by the Blue Bloods with keeping an eye on dark space. What sort of status does Yuntian have in the Cebu clan? Xia Fei asked. He should be an important member, someone in the Council of Elders, but not the Patriarch. The Patriarch is Yuntian's father, Yunze, Mary answered. Xia Fei nodded thoughtfully. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if I kept chasing, I might bring in the entire Cebu clan. Let's do this. Have them hand over Yuntian alive to me, and I'll stop investigating this matter. This will let you Blue Bloods keep your dignity, yes? Mary was in an awkward spot. Shaking his head, he said, My apologies. While my Zayden clan is also part of the Blue Bloods, we have never asked about the affairs of other clans. Let alone me. Even our Patriarch Roderick wouldn't be able to do anything. Why is that? Xia Fei asked intently. Our Zayden clan left Undercurrent long ago, taking up residence in the Annihilator universe. The number of our clansmen left in Undercurrent doesn't exceed 10,000, and we don't have much influence. There are also historical reasons. Our ancestor led the Destiny Dragoons in the Hero Federation, and that illustrious figure. After Mary finished talking, Xia Fei understood what was going on. The Zayden clan was a particularly formidable branch of the Blue Bloods, but precisely because they were so powerful, the other clans were on their guard against the Zayden, even considering them enemies in private. If the powerful Zayden began to meddle in the internal affairs of the other great clans, the other Blue Bloods would consider them arrogant and think that they were trying to exert authority. Thus, the Blue Blood clans had decided to ignore one another, establishing their own systems of rule. They were only nominally considered still together. Xia Fei didn't make his decision yet, instead calling over the people in the store to interrogate them. Just as he had expected, these people knew nothing about Yuntian and the Dark Spiritualists, and were simply small fry. Plush. Xia Fei killed them all to prevent any news from getting out, after which he headed back into dark space. There's no time. I can't let that Yuntian person go, no matter what clan he belongs to or what status he has. Once he sends word back, won't the case hit a dead end? You can guide me if you're willing, but if not, I have my own ways, Xia Fei said, holding little Goldie in his palm and stroking him. Mary could tell that Xia Fei had a dark space trump card. Little Goldie was probably even more formidable than the fog snakes, a true master of dark space. No matter what, Xia Fei planned to go to the Cebu clan to demand that Yuntian be handed over. All right, I'll take you over, but when we arrive at the fog fortress, you must let me negotiate with them first. Deal. Xia Fei agreed indifferently. With a whoosh, Xia Fei accelerated into dark space, pulling Mary along. Mary's method of finding Yuntian was very strange. He actually used his nose. Perhaps Blue Bloods had some special sense that allowed Mary to figure out which direction Yuntian had gone, but it was a very useful skill. After all, this was dark space, where even the most advanced star map or compass would lose its effect. One could only rely on the natural senses of spatial beasts or special methods like Mary's. A few minutes later, Xia Fei spotted a fortress in the distance. It was 10,000 meters tall and 10,000 meters wide, dominating a corner of dark space. It was also surrounded by countless snakes. This is the Fog Fortress, the base of the Cebu clan. They've been entrusted by the Blue Blood race with guarding dark space. Thus, sir, please leave them some dignity and allow me to negotiate with them first. Mary bowed to Xia Fei and requested. Go. Either they hand him over or it's war. There are no other choices, Xia Fei said, his eyes firm. Though he was alone, it felt like he was backed by a vast army. The composure, the attitude. Mary suddenly felt rather nervous. He watched Mary enter the fog fortress, after which the snakes started to get restless and draw closer and closer. But they dared not get too close, for little Goldie and Furball were flanking Xia Fei, demonic gods on each shoulder staring at them with looks that could kill. Radix asked after some thought. Xia Fei, you didn't want to take this job in the first place, and now that this matter involves the Blue Blood Cebu clan, you could have just left everything to the higher-ups. Why did you suddenly take a huge interest in this Yuntian, insisting on taking him in? Xia Fei took out the chest containing the 15 fiend soul weapons. Look closely, Radix. All of these soul weapons have the exact same mark. Radix was taken aback at the words. He looked down and saw that all the fiend race weapons inside the chest really did have the very same small mark, seemingly that of a wing. They do have a mark, but what does that mean? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei replied, it's very simple. It means that these soul weapons come from the same batch, very possibly even from the same spiritualist. Look closely. The soul weapons are brand new and show no signs of being used, completely different from the ones that we saw in the fiend race warehouse. This means that these soul weapons were only just taken out of the storehouse. There are rumors going around that someone has found some fiend race ruins and gained an entire set of soul weapons from it. It seems like the rumors are true. We managed to get our hands on some, but only a small part of it. Yuntian definitely knows the truth. Even if I don't care about the internal affairs of the Blue Bloods, how can I just ignore these fiend race ruins? I've been thinking about how to use fiend tears all this time, and I might find something if I looked around a place where the fiend race lived. Thus, I must get my hands on Yuntian and make him cough up whatever he knows. Radix understood. Xia Fei was so determined entirely because of the fiend race soul weapons. He wanted to get the truth from Yuntian and didn't care about anything else. He waited for a little longer, after which Mary walked out dejectedly, saying, they say that Yuntian isn't here. Not here. Xia Fei immediately scowled. It had only been 10 minutes. They were clearly just making excuses. I guess they won't cry until they see the coffin. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and grunted. Inside the fog fortress, Cebu Patriarch Yun Zahir sent off Mary and then quickly summoned Yuntian to his study. Xia Fei had torn off Yuntian's outer layer, leaving him only with his soul gem, which had fled hastily back to the fog fortress. Yun Zahir naturally knew everything. Kneel, Yun Zahir ordered coldly. Yuntian dared not oppose his father, immediately kneeling and dropping his head with a thump. Let me ask you, why are the Zayden looking for you? Are you involved in some sort of shady business? Yun Zahir asked icily. The Zayden have always been bullies. I've never offended him, and I have no idea where he found such a formidable human spiritualist. Not only did he beat me, he destroyed our clan's store in the city and killed our employees. Father, you have to set things right. I've never done anything that would wrong the clan. It's all the fault of the Zayden clan. Yuntian professed his innocence. Yuntian was in a very strange state. As an azure soul gem, he was in a form where no one could see the look on his face, yet his father could clearly see everything, and he knew that Yuntian was feeling guilty. Yun Zahir was startled. As the saying went, no one knew the son more than the father. It was clear from Yuntian's behavior that he had done something illegal, or else he wouldn't be so nervous. The Zayden were the most prominent clan of the Blue Bloods, and while nobody liked them and were on their guard against them, the Zayden were tactful and focused only on the affairs of the Annihilator universe, rarely asking about other affairs down below. If he didn't have sufficient reason, Mary would not have come in the name of the Zayden to ask for Yuntian. Yun Zahir's face softened at this thought, and he said indifferently, our Cebu clan guards the dark space, and while we haven't done anything particularly meritorious, we have at least been diligent in our duties. No one can just bully us around, but you have to tell me the truth. I don't care if you lie to others, but if you lie to me, then I don't have a son. These words were very clear. He naturally wanted to protect his son, but that was only if his son wasn't lying to him. Yuntian was seemingly convinced, and he clenched his teeth and began to talk. At this moment, someone suddenly reported that Xia Fei was trying to break into the fog fortress and was battling with the fog snakes. The Patriarch's decision was being sought. Yun Zahir was startled. He loudly said, what's gotten into this human that he dares to mess around in the territory of the Blue Bloods? So what if he's a spiritualist? Do we Blue Bloods not have spiritualists? He's pushing us too far. Activate the Cloud Snake Fog Metropolis formation. Don't let this human in. I will let this reckless human know that it is the Blue Bloods who are the strongest. No one can break the fog fortress. The subordinate left with his orders. Yun Zahir turned to Yuntian and sternly said, Why is a human trying to push into our fog fortress? You must have left him some evidence. Talk. What did you do? Xia Fei had never been easy to deal with. The moment he heard that the other party was not handing over the criminal, he immediately led Furball and Little Goldie in a charge. The fog fortress was famous, and it was not for no reason that the Blue Bloods had tasked this clan with guarding dark space. If Xia Fei wanted to break in, the large number of fog snakes outside would be the first to disagree. They quickly assembled and began to battle Xia Fei. The fog snakes had a status similar to demon chrysalises in the law realm, being top-tier combat beasts of dark space. Moreover, this was their base, and when it came to numbers and combat power, they were far above that group that Xia Fei had massacred earlier. The fog snakes also had sensory organs akin to whale spouts all across their bodies. When these spouts opened, they released a very thick fog. This fog would rob ordinary warriors of their vision, while leaving the fog snakes completely unaffected. When Xia Fei attacked, it was with the intent to kill. Large swaths of the snake horde were slain, Xia Fei tearing a bloody path through them to the fog fortress. Suddenly, multiple passages opened from the fog fortress, countless more snakes slithering out of them. These snakes were clearly different from those outside. They had rainbow skins and were also much larger, some even several kilometers in length. Moreover, these snakes also had crown-like protrusions growing from the tops of their heads. Whoa! Little Goldie was the first to roar. These snakes outside had been instinctively afraid of Little Goldie, only daring to attack him with their numbers. But these new snakes were different. They were more than willing to challenge Little Goldie. The rasping sounds the snakes made seemed to be saying, "You are a foreign dark space king, and this is our territory. We are not afraid of you." There were thousands of snakes, a terrifying number. Just when Xia Fei was about to lead Furball and the others in a charge, Mary shouted, "Sir, fall back. These are king fog snakes. They're venomous." Venomous. Xia Fei was startled. He had studied pharmacology, so he knew how powerful several thousand snakes releasing their venom in unison would be. Just when he was wondering if the antidotes he had on hand would work, he saw these snakes making weird movements. The several thousand snakes coiled together into a giant chain that completely blocked the fog fortress, turning it from a regular fortress into a snake fortress. 1 second later, all of the snakes turned to Xia Fei. With a great bang, the protrusions on their heads fired off like cannons. They flew through the air like rockets, leaving behind long trails of smoke. "Fall back," Xia Fei shouted, after which he threw the fiendish blade Nirvana into the poisonous fog. The fiend blade was made of metal and Radix was a soul, neither of them fearing poison. Whoosh! Xia Fei retreated swiftly, grabbing Furball, Little Goldie, and Mary and pulling them back with him. He instantly brought them to a safe area, but the fog fortress now had a dual layer of protection in the snakes and the poisonous fog. The land of fog and snakes was truly bizarre. "Sir, the fog fortress and the Cebu clan haven't been able to occupy dark space for the Blue Bloods for so long for no reason. What you're seeing is their cloud snake fog metropolis formation, one of their ultimate techniques. The Cebu clan actually doesn't completely rely on the fog snakes to rule dark space. They rely more on this poisonous fog," Mary said with more than a trace of fear. This was truly a rather frightening situation. One could hear the sound of slithering coming from within the black fog. It was truly enough to give one goosebumps. Xia Fei said nothing, and the Nirvana fiend blade quickly returned to his side. "It'll be tough. This isn't a normal poisonous fog. It can also corrode metal and armor," Radix said with a shake of his head. He knew that Xia Fei had let him take a trip in the poisonous fog to gather information and see if Xia Fei's pharmacological skills were enough to break through the fog. Xia Fei took out a set of chemical extraction equipment, removed a little poison from Nirvana's surface, and then placed it in the equipment to test it. As the composition of the poison was analyzed, Xia Fei's face turned grave. Xia Fei grit his teeth and said, "This isn't snake venom at all." Mary curiously asked, "How could the poisonous mist released from the bodies of the king fog snakes not be snake venom? What is it then?" Xia Fei glanced at the black mass in the distance and then said, "A powerful artificially produced corrosive substance. Besides that, it's mixed together with highly filtered poison, making it both very poisonous and even more corrosive." Radix shrugged. So you're saying that you don't have a way to deal with it? Xia Fei sighed. The poison molecules are extremely small, such that they're able to get through the filtration systems of armor suits. It seems that forcing our way in won't work. But this doesn't mean that I don't have any way at all. If we had a soul cannon, we could flatten that accursed fortress. If close combat was no good, then use long-range attacks. Xia Fei understood this principle well. He simply needed to withdraw far enough that the poisonous mist couldn't hurt him. Alas, Xia Fei didn't have any long-range soul cannons. He was a speed warrior, so he normally relied on close combat. Back then, Xia Fei had combined the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and White Tiger Soul Meteor into a powerful long-range cannon that had garnered some incredible results. But alas, that super long-range cannon had been destroyed and had used origin crystals as energy. It was hard to say if it would work against founders. Xia Fei was wondering whether he should go back and get a soul cannon to blast down the fortress when Mary absently muttered, "Doesn't Sir have a top-class soul cannon? Do you still think it's not enough?" Mary abruptly realized what he was saying and quickly covered his mouth. "Say that again." Xia Fei looked at Mary suspiciously, wondering to himself, "I have a soul cannon? When? How did I not know?" "It's nothing, really, nothing at all." Mary quickly tried to cover for himself. No matter what wrongs the Cebu clan had committed, they were still blue bloods, part of Mary's race. Mary would not fare well if Xia Fei really did blast apart the fog fortress. Whoosh! Nirvana pushed up against Mary's neck. "If you don't talk, I'll kill you," Xia Fei declared coldly, the sharpness in his eyes making Mary shiver. Inside the fog fortress, Yun Zahir watched Xia Fei retreat and snorted coldly, appearing very smug. "A mere human tried to take my fog fortress," truly overestimating his power. He returned to his study, where Yun Tian was still kneeling in the same place. Yun Zahir shut the door and said, "Look what you've done. A lowly human has the guts to attack my fog fortress. What sort of terrible thing did you do? If you don't talk now, I will have to discipline you according to the clan's laws." Thump! Yun Tian's heart thumped madly. He was still very afraid of his father. The Cebu clan had dominated dark space for ages, and Yun Zahir was even known as Black King Yama. It meant that his rule over dark space was absolute, his methods ruthless. Helpless, Yuntin explained what had happened today, though he kept quiet about the fact that he was laundering stolen goods for the dark spiritualists. Yun Zahir was so angry after hearing this that his blue face turned green. It appeared entirely like Xia Fei was causing trouble without reason, using his power to plunder his son's store. "That scoundrel. This is clearly the human's mistake. Why did you run? You should have immediately notified me, so that we could have killed him on the spot." Yun Zahir had nowhere to vent his rage, bellowing, "Shameless. Shameless thing. When other people are stealing from your store, don't you know to throw them out?" Yun Tian had run off so quickly and hadn't dared to act openly all because he had an ambiguous relationship with the dark spiritualists and a guilty conscience. But Yun Zahir did not know about this, so he ran it on and on about how Xia Fei had gone too far. His face cold, he paced back and forth in the room, spouting resentfully. "A puny human is one thing, but even the Zayden clan is joining in. They're just bullying my fog fortress, as if it's completely uninhabited." Turning around, Yun Zahir shouted out the door, "Go and find Snake Ghost." Yun Tian was shocked and said hastily, "Father, what are you calling Snake Ghost for? We can't mess with the Zayden." Yun Zahir glared at his incompetent son and said sinisterly, "We can't touch the Zayden, but you think we can't deal with a puny human?" The Silver Spectre, the command deck. Xia Fei stared at the dark gem spirit gathering tower and repeated, "This thing is a soul cannon." Xia Fei was completely speechless. After all this time, the top-class soul cannon Mary was speaking of was the dark gem spirit gathering tower. He had believed this entire time that this thing wasn't very useful, at most serving as an energy battery, and it seemed to do well when installed in the Silver Spectre's energy system. With it, the Silver Spectre was able to run even faster. It seemed like he had been hanging a cannon up in his command deck this whole time. Fortunately, it had been very stable and hadn't shown any problems. The consequences if it suddenly misfired one day would have been unimaginable. Mary nodded. "Sir, this truly is a soul cannon. Humans, blue bloods, fiends, and other races might all have spiritualists, but the lineages are very different. The Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower is a powerful soul cannon made by blue blood spiritualists that has ended up in your hands. You do not understand our race much, so it is very normal that you do not recognize it. Our Zayden clan has a very strict education system that starts from childhood, and one subject it covers is recognizing various weapons and soul weapons. This Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower just so happens to be something that I recognize. Xia Fei nodded. Xia Fei had stolen this weapon from Shu Yuha. At the time, Shu Yuha had been holding it in his hand and been using its energy to restore himself, which was why Xia Fei had taken it for some kind of energy tool. It wasn't strange for Shu Yuha to have such a thing, as Yuntian peddling stolen goods for the Dark Spiritualists indicated that the Dark Spiritualists were in close collaboration with some Blue Bloods. It was now evident that the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower was no mere energy tool. Rather, its function was to mindlessly spew out energy, obliterating everything. He took the tower down and held it in his hand. The black crystal tower wasn't very large, and it looked quite different from what Xia Fei understood of soul cannons. Blue blood spiritualists emphasize on creating multifunctional tools, so many soul weapons also carry additional functions. For example, the first function of this Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower is that of a soul cannon. The second is an energy storage device. The third is a self-destruct device. When activated, it can annihilate everything within 100,000 kilometers of it. The fourth is an energy propulsion device, and it can be installed on a warp engine. The fifth, Mary began to talk like he was a walking textbook. Xia Fei waved his hand and cut Mary off. I'm also a spiritualist, but I've never liked multifunctional devices. A soul weapon should focus on doing only one thing successfully. If you have the energy to develop second and third functions, it would be better spent on increasing the offensive power, right up until the very pinnacle of the limit. Mary pursed his lips and said nothing. Xia Fei had always been a very stubborn person. The Silver Spectre, which had been a perfectly fine ship, had been crammed full of additional equipment by Xia Fei, making it the farthest thing from comfortable. But it was also Xia Fei's stubbornness which made the Silver Spectre very fast, extremely fast. Xia Fei had sacrificed comfort to obtain the fastest ship in the Alpha universe. If Xia Fei had made the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, he definitely would have sacrificed those useless auxiliary functions and put all the power into the lethal weapon. Propelling a ship? Using a soul cannon as an engine? Xia Fei saw such ideas as complete nonsense. Killing intent glinting in his eyes, Xia Fei demanded sternly, "Now tell me, how do I use this Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower?" Dark space, Xia Fei returned, Mary trying to persuade him to try something else the entire way. "Sir, you can't use this soul cannon. The Fog Fortress is the fortress we Blue Bloods have established in dark space. If something happens to it, the clan will blame me," Mary pleaded. He was already regretting his talkative nature, helping Xia Fei realize the true function of the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. Xia Fei smiled. "Don't worry. So long as they obediently hand over Yuntian, I won't waste the spirit energy needed to blast it down." Mary's face went white. His meaning was clear. So long as they refused to hand Yuntian over, he would definitely start firing. Unfortunately, Xia Fei refused to consider the opinions of others. No matter how much Mary worked his mouth, Xia Fei ignored him. His mind was made up. He didn't care about the weapons lost from the collapsed expanse of the Founders, but he definitely cared about the Fiend Clan's relics. "Lead the way," Xia Fei said to Little Goldie. In dark space, humans couldn't tell direction, and Xia Fei wasn't an exception, but Little Goldie could easily accomplish that. Little Goldie nodded and quickly led the way. Xia Fei found Little Goldie too slow and was about to pick him and have him only give directions when a bitter wail suddenly came from his side. Dark space opened, and a black arrow rushed out. So fast. The enemy had opened up dark space and released the arrow with only a gap of 1,000th of a second. Only a master was capable of this. A master of dark space, someone who had thoroughly researched this bizarre realm. Out. Xia Fei was of the speed type, and that didn't just mean that he could move his body quickly, but also that he could react quickly. He raised his arm, aiming to push away the arrow. Xia Fei gasped. Just now, he had been able to sense that it had not been an arrow, but a pitch-black snake, its scales flashing. It was clearly venomous down to its bones. He turned his palm into a fist. Even though he could see those fangs dripping with venom, he only punched faster. Bang! The snake was pulped and sent back through the air, a ball of blood going back where it had come from. An air punch. Mary gasped in surprise. This was purely the power of air. The air pressure created by the punch alone had been enough to obliterate the snake. When he looked closer, he saw that Xia Fei had a weird half-glovey in his hand. This was the close combat soul weapon, the twin wing roar. After the last fight, Xia Fei had been somewhat apprehensive about the poison used by the people of the Fog Fortress, so he had equipped these close combat weapons. The twin wing roar could dispense energy from the fists. While it appeared like air pressure had destroyed the snake, some of Xia Fei's spirit energy had been mixed in. It was a classic combo attack, but it was much harder to see since Xia Fei's punches were absurdly fast. After killing the snake, Xia Fei rushed up to the spatial passage and punched with both hands. This time, it was with the law of primal chaos. The enemy had fired the arrow through the passage, meaning that he was inside it. Thus, Xia Fei didn't plan to fight them, instead using the law of primal chaos to destroy the passage. If the enemy was still in the passage, then that was just their bad luck. Float around in primal chaos. The law of primal chaos didn't care, for it had never been reasonable. Rumble. The reversal power of the law of primal chaos was without comparison, and the spatial passage quickly collapsed. Anyone inside would never be able to survive. Xia Fei's string of counterattacks were sharp and seamless. For the first time, Mary was seeing Xia Fei's true strength. Xia Fei's expression was unmoved, showing no joy. On the contrary, his murderous intent only increased. Xia Fei turned in Mary's direction and coldly said, "This person is from the Zayden clan. The one you're looking for is me." Mary was shocked, wondering what Xia Fei meant. But then he turned around, and his face paled. A snake had somehow made its way up behind him, an enormous king fog snake several kilometers long, staring at him with golden eyes, its giant fangs already near him. If Xia Fei hadn't told it who Mary was, the snake might have already torn him apart. Xia Fei's words had saved Mary's life. Mary quickly moved to the side, but it was only then that he realized that this snake was different from the others. Only part of its body was on the outside, the other half was in the darkness, inside a spatial passage. A king fog snake that can freely travel through space. Mary was aghast, his brow furrowing. He sternly said to Xia Fei, "Sir, this must be Snake Ghost, the Cebu clan's strongest snake tamer, a top-class soul eater." Mary thought some more, and then decided that he should state Xia Fei's true identity. After all, when two experts clashed, one of them was bound to die. Xia Fei was a neophyte dragoon, so if something happened to him, Mary would take some of the blame. Just when he opened his mouth, Xia Fei interrupted in a soft and sinister tone. "If you say any more, I'll kill you." At the same time, a voice even colder than Xia Fei's hissed from the darkness. "Talkative people will die." Mary hadn't expected that saying one thing would have both Xia Fei and Snake Ghost telling him to shut up. This treatment was truly most unjustified. He sincerely didn't want Xia Fei and Snake Ghost to fight, for there would be trouble no matter who won. Xia Fei was a neophyte dragoon, while Snake Ghost was a supporting pillar of the Fog Fortress and a famous individual in the Blue Blood race, his reputation comparable to Cebu clan patriarch Yun Zahir. Radix sighed, finding Mary rather ridiculous. How could this man possibly understand what Xia Fei was thinking? No matter who Snake Ghost was, how could Xia Fei possibly let someone who had ambushed him get away alive? Thus, whatever Mary said, it was completely pointless. Whoosh! Furball, Nirvana, Little Goldie, and Xia Fei lined up, itching for battle. They stared as that figure walked out of the darkness, ready to charge out as soon as Xia Fei gave the order. Daring to attack their master? Unforgivable. Snake Ghost didn't take the usual form that Blue Bloods used, instead appearing as a crystal. The cerulean soul gem was dim, not standing out as much as those of other Blue Bloods, but Xia Fei frowned slightly. There had to be a reason Snake Ghost's cerulean soul gem was so dim. Perhaps he had interacted with the king fog snake for too long, such that the venom had penetrated through his body, or perhaps there was some sort of energy suppression technique being used. In short, this was a very high-ranked and special opponent. He's coming at you in his crystal form. He might be ready to give up his life, Radix whispered to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. The three great races of the universe all had their specialties. For humans, it was that they cultivated faster the higher their rank was. As for the fiends, they had been known for the legendarily unconventional gambits, but alas, they were now extinct. The blue bloods were known for their mystical crystal bodies, their soul gems. So long as the soul gem was not destroyed, they were immortal. The human race's seeds of life simply couldn't be compared to them. Moreover, the blue blood race possessed pure energy. Whether it was origin energy or dark energy, their mastery of energy was far above that of the other races. As for the commonality between the three, it was that they were all very bad. Humans were cunning and selfish, blue bloods were paranoid and fickle, and the long-gone fiends had been far too smart, with so many tricks that they had been called the universe's best tacticians. But if one thought about it, this was quite normal. The universe was a treacherous place, and a race that was too honest and naive wouldn't have survived this long. Snake Ghost was like a glowing human-shaped cerulean crystal standing in front of Xia Fei. It was impossible to see the look on his face, only hear his voice. This Zayden clan kid is pretty good. I am Snake Ghost, the snake charmer of the Fog Fortress. Puny human, you dare to attack the Fog Fortress? Truly audacious. Don't forget that this is undercurrent, not alpha. We blue bloods are the rulers here. Rumble. Xia Fei had no desire to hear Snake Ghost speak any longer. Was there such a concept in this day and age? The only rule was that of the stronger fist. Getting on his tiptoes, Xia Fei began his curved acceleration as Furball, Little Goldie, and the Nirvana Fiend Blade charged from the front. Snake Ghost was startled. In the faraway undercurrent universe, he had never heard of Xia Fei's infamy and hadn't expected Xia Fei to be even more temperamental than him. Without even a greeting, he had attacked. Nirvana, Furball, and Little Goldie formed the vanguard, howling as they charged, while Xia Fei curved to the side, ready to change trajectory and attack at any moment. It was the classic Xia Fei-style combo attack. Rise! Snake Ghost yelled, and that giant king fog snake drew back and then shot forward like a cannonball. It was only now, after the snake revealed its entire body, that Xia Fei realized that it had a pair of wings. It was a legendary flying snake. Alas, those wings grew on its tail. Xia Fei didn't get it. What use was a pair of wings that grew on the tail? If it took flight, its body would be seriously imbalanced, causing its hood to drop down while its tail was in the air. Rumble. As Xia Fei was wondering what was going on, the wings on the snake's tail began to move. One flap was enough to split the heavens. It spun like a propeller. Dark space was already unstable, and with the king fog snake messing around, it began to quiver. Anyone within would feel like they were in a small boat on the roaring ocean. With a rumble, the king fog snake threw out its tail. Putting aside the sharp wings spinning around like propellers, the space-disrupting storm was hard enough to deal with. Whoa! Furball roared. Holy beasts were holy beasts. Even in dark space, a holy beast's majesty could not be blasphemed. Bang! Furball accelerated, turning into a white streak of light. Next was Little Goldie, this time becoming a golden light, a sharp needle that was visible for the briefest of moments. Last of all was the fiendish blade Nirvana, black and silver mixed together in a ball as it took aim at the king fog snake's wings. Nirvana split into 6 blades. They were small, but each fiend blade was enough to stop one of those kilometer-long blade-like wings. While it seemed like the fiend blades and the snake wings were equally tough, the Nirvana fiend blade had another secret. It wasn't powerful just because it was tough and sharp, but also because it could devour energy. The snake's wings had barely made contact with the fiend blades when it started regretting its decision. For a leech, no, a pile of leeches, had crawled over its body and started sucking at its blood. Its energy was rapidly drained, a terrible feeling that had the snake hissing in pain. At the same time, Furball and Little Goldie shot at the snake's body together, as if they had agreed on a plan beforehand. While they were both small, they were both excellent troublemakers. This was particularly true for the rather dumb Little Goldie. Under the command of the cunning Furball, he was capable of anything. This was a fine mess. The King Fog Snake's ultimate move had been blocked by the Nirvana Fiend Blade, and now it had 2 small guys flying around it. It was an excruciating situation. Snake Ghost was utterly shaken by the combat power Xia Fei had displayed. A human who was a rare spiritualist, together with a pack of ruthless followers. This sort of force could even challenge an annihilator. Snake Ghost wasn't wrong to think that way. Xia Fei could never be measured according to his rank. The number of spiritualists that had died at his hand as of late could have made a powerful force all on their own. Xia Fei had even challenged an annihilator before. Whoosh! Xia Fei was extremely fast as he rushed at Snake Ghost. Speed types were skilled in close combat, and Snake Ghost did not dare let Xia Fei get close. Thus, he used a commonly seen instant movement, and in a blue flash, he retreated 1 kilometer. By the time Snake Ghost came to a stop, he realized that the situation had changed again. The cunning Xia Fei had only been pretending to charge at him. His actual target was the King Fog Snake. Peacock Blue. Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue's blades of grass rushed out, instantly growing to several kilometers in length. Xia Fei raised his right arm, and Peacock Blue grabbed the King Fog Snake's head like a giant hand, causing the big fellow to hiss in pain. Moreover, Peacock Blue had used one massive leaf to firmly press down on that crown protrusion on the King Fog Snake's head. The snake had intended to release its venom, which was bound to be terrifying in both quantity and quality. Xia Fei had realized this, and he had no intention of giving the snake that chance. He used Peacock Blue to seal the poison gas's release point, forcing back the gas that had been about to be released. The King Fog Snake's golden eyes turned green. It was like someone about to burp when another person punched them in the mouth. The gas was forced back into the belly, almost causing it to burst. How frustrating. The King Fog Snake was crying. The ruthless way Xia Fei's group fought was truly unbearable, absorbing your energy, burrowing into your body, and even forbidding you from burping. Get down here. Xia Fei roared, swinging his right arm down. Peacock Blue was like a metal claw, forcing the giant snake's head down. Rumble. There was a lot of debris in dark space, and the King Fog Snake's head just so happened to be above a sharp boulder. With this shove, Xia Fei thrust several hundred tons of weight onto the rock. The boulder was instantly obliterated. 30 million meters per second. Xia Fei ran a circle along the neck of the snake, and then came to a stop. He had been holding something in his hand throughout, but the distance had prevented Snake Ghost from getting a clear view of it. Break! Xia Fei pulled, and the hair-thin fiend lock sliced through the head of the snake like it was made of tofu. Fiend lock was just too sharp. The slightest exertion of strength was enough to remove a head. Ag! Snake Ghost yowled. He had made an error in judgment from the very start of the battle. Thinking that Xia Fei wanted to attack him, he had retreated, but in the 1 second it had taken to retreat, Xia Fei had cut off the head of the King Fog Snake. An instant kill. There was no chance. Furball and Little Goldie had also finished their mission and were ready to leave the snake's body so that they could fight again. Little Goldie followed close behind Furball, like a servant. As the two of them traveled through the snake's head, Little Goldie suddenly saw some alluring object and took a bite. These two were both gluttons, but Furball was also very smart and was excessively picky about his food. He normally didn't eat anything but the purest of energy, but Little Goldie acted entirely according to instinct. If he saw something tasty, he would take a bite. Snake Ghost stood next to the King Fog Snake's corpse, his head lowered and his body shaking. They call me Snake Ghost, but I don't have a name, Snake Ghost said in a raspy voice. Xia Fei was startled, not understanding why he was saying this in the middle of a fight. I have no name, Snake Ghost, repeating what he had just said. But I am the most formidable snake charmer in history. The King Fog Snakes that rule dark space are all my children, which is why they call me Snake. But do you know why there's also a ghost? A whirlwind stirred within dark space with an ominous rumble. Snake Ghost's dim blue body gradually began to shine. Black. Xia Fei's eyes darkened. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.